credits and taking the money out. And in certain cases, what I've heard, I may not be able to substantiate this, but about what I've heard is that all the material that he has actually purchased against that money was also fake. So you raise fake letter of credits, get real money, and buy fake diamonds out of it. So I think this is very, very important for Indians to bring this person back to India, and justice should prevail in this case.
Yes, Chandrakant. In fact, this fraud is an amount for an amount of rupees 6,500 crores, which is a huge amount, and public exchequer money, that is public money, has been siphoned off, and a bank, a nationalized bank like a Punjab National Bank, has been duped of such a huge amount, and the officials of the bank as well as the conspirators, including Mr. Modi, Nirav Modi, has siphoned off a huge amount by indulging in corrupt practices and also fraudulent practices. And to run away from this country, not to face the trial and hide in another country, and ultimately, if India could not do anything and cannot bring this man who has siphoned off such a huge amount back, it would be really very frustrating for the common people. And therefore the government continuously made efforts to bring this person back, and it has resulted into some good news, because the UK magistrate court has recently held on 25th of February that the application of the government of India is allowed, and the matter is now sent to the UK Secretary of State for Home Affairs to issue an order of extradition, extraditing the person who was requested by the government of India back to India. So certainly, it's a good news. It's a welcome step and a great step, and a very good judgment rendered by the Westminster's Magistrate Court in London. So I will just briefly tell you what is the procedure under the UK Extradition Act of 2003, and what was the case put up by the government of India, which was a requesting state, requesting for the extradition of Mr. Nirav Modi, who was the requested person under the Extradition Act. Since India has entered into a extradition treaty with the United Kingdom in the year 1993, the UK Extradition Act applies to India as well. And therefore, the government of India can make an application for an extradition of a person who is residing in the United Kingdoms after having committed a crime in India. So the conditions which are to be met under this act is that the crime or the offense that has been committed in India should also be an offense in the United Kingdom, and the punishment should be more than 1 year in both the countries. So there has to be orders or warrants issued in the requesting country against the person, and it should be shown that he's a fugitive. He has left country in order to evade the trial. So the government of India, through its secretary, had made an application under the Extradition Act of 2003 for the Secretary of State in the United Kingdom, and that was placed in accordance with the UK Act for the Westminster Magistrates Court, which is the court which decides these applications in the entire United Kingdom. And the court had to examine the entire case. It was the application of the government of India, and has to come to the conclusion, a prima facie conclusion, that there seems to be admissible evidence against the requested person, and in his opinion, it could result into a conviction. So if that prima facie evidence and that conclusion is brought forth, that point is made good by the government of India, then the application can be allowed. So in this case, the facts as alleged by the government of India in its application requesting the person was that there are three cases which are pending. One which is by the CBI relating to the large-scale fraud upon the Punjab National Bank. The second was by the Enforcement Directorate relating to the laundering of the proceeds of that fraud. And the third was with respect to the interference in the course of justice by Mr. Nirav Modi, and tampering with the witness and also destroying the evidence, and also issuing threats to the witnesses, which was also a crime in India and also in the United Kingdom. So, on the basis of these three charges, initially the the government of India sought for the request by making an application on 27th July 2018. So, just to give you the brief facts of what are the allegations against Mr. Modi, is that on 29th of January 2018, the CBI had received a written complaint from the Deputy General Manager of Punjab National Bank stating that there has been a fraud of a huge amount committed by the companies owned by and under the control of Nirav Modi. And it said that there were several letters of undertaking which were issued to foreign companies and in foreign banks, where the PNB had assured to make the payments on the due date. And payments were made, and then these LOUs were issued in a fraudulent manner by certain employees of the Punjab National Bank in connivance with the conspirators of the Nirav Modi company and their managers. And no appropriate procedure had been followed. The appropriate documentation had also not been obtained, and the LOUs had not been recorded with entries in the bank system. So, without following any procedure, crores of rupees of letters of undertakings were issued by the bank through in with respect to the companies of Nirav Modi, and payments were done. So, so this was the case which was registered before the CBI, and it also resulted in another case registering before the Enforcement Directorate with respect to the Money Laundering Act of 2002. So both these offences are also offences under the UK criminal justice system. And the sections which are applied in India were section 406 criminal breach of trust, 409 criminal breach of trust by banker, merchant, etc., 420 that is cheating, and also 201 that is causing disappearance of evidence of offense, and 120B was criminal conspiracy. So these are also offenses under the UK law, and therefore the government of India requested that this person may be extradited and sent back to India. The court also examined the evidence which was placed by the government of India with regards to the investigation which had resulted into filing of a charge sheet and the trial being pending. But since Mr. Modi was not here, certain non-available warrants were issued, and the court also produced those. The government of India also produced those warrants before the court in UK, and all these documents were held to be admissible by the UK court, though there was an objection that statements made before the police by the witnesses cannot be considered to be admissible in UK. But still, considering the judgment of Vijay Mallya in 2019, wherein also similar objections were raised by Mr. Mallya, and the court dismissing those applications, holding that these statements made to the police are admissible because the court has to come out to a prima facie conclusion, not a final conclusion of guilt, because it is not trying the offense. The offense will be tried in India, but the court in UK will only have to see whether, in its opinion, there is a case of leading to a conviction. So the court considers all the evidence, the statements made by the officials of the bank, the procedure which had to be followed but was not followed in issuing the a letter of undertaking. The court ultimately holds that yes, these evidences are admissible, and court found that there is a chance of conviction based on the evidence which has been led by the government of India. So therefore, the court held against Mr. Modi and in favor of the government of India with respect to the conclusion that coming to the conclusion that prima facie case is made out. With respect to the supplementary charge sheet which was filed by CBI in relation to the interference in the course of justice, there were allegations made by the government of India that Nirav Modi was interfering with the witnesses and also issuing threats to them. And one of the what had happened is that once this scam out in media, he had instructed his directors in different countries in Hong Kong and in Dubai to flee from that country, not to go back to India, and he sent them to Cairo in Egypt, and where they were residing. However, they wanted to go back to India, but he was threatening them not to go back. He was also telling them what statements to make if, in case they are found, and also he issued threats to them. So these persons were alleging that we are kept against our will in Cairo. We are being threatened by Mr. Nirav Modi and threats were given to kill these witnesses. And there were recordings which were produced in the UK court by the government of India with regards to these conversations between the ex-directors of the companies of Nirav Modi and between Nirav Modi. This also the court held that he is interfering in the course of investigation and in the course of justice, and he wants to destroy the evidence because also he had destroyed a lot of evidence that was in Dubai. And also, what he had done was that the original documents which were in the custody of Punjab National Bank, he had somehow got hold of those documents and he wanted to destroy the documents. And he had sent those documents to a very big firm in India, a legal firm who he had approached. And from there, the CBI had seized these documents. So everything with respect to these allegations was also held against him. With respect to another contention and objection which was raised by Mr. Modi was that in India, he will not be having a fair trial because apart from holding that the offense and the evidence leads to the conclusion uh, con- uh, leads to the conclusion that he is guilty of the offense and he will be convicted. There are also certain inherent parameters which are to be considered by the UK court is that his human rights should not be flouted in the country where he is sent. So the first contention was that he will not be given a fair trial because this has been blown out of proportion in Indian media, and and it has been shown in such a manner that he is already guilty before the trial commences, and the court comes to the conclusion that he has committed the offense. With respect to this contention, he had uh, brought a retired Supreme Court judge as his witness, and Justice Kaddu had given in his testimony said that in India it is not possible for him to get a fair trial, and he also made some scathing remarks which the court did not accept, and the court held that it did not consider the evidence given by the judge to be fair and just, and uh, therefore he discarded his testimony. But also another retired High Court, Bombay High Court judge was also brought as a witness, who in its uh,
Yes, I can hear you, Jit.
yeah, sorry, yeah, I think there's some disturbance. Yes. So, so another retired judge was Mr. Uh, Abhay Thipse, who was also brought in as a witness of Mr. Nirav Modi, who said that considering the entire material, the offense under section 406, 420, 409 is not made out in this case in accordance with Indian law. But that also was not considered because the court found that there was a huge amount of fraud, and it appeared that there was systematically done, and therefore the court in UK held that it appears to be a commercial fraud of a huge nature in India, and it discarded the contentions raised by Mr. Nirav Modi. Also, with respect to said that India is governed under the constitution, and there is a separation of powers with respect to the judiciary, executive, and the legislature, and there is impartiality, clear-cut provisions that judiciary is completely neutral and impartial in India, and therefore court held that there is no question of violation of not having a fair trial. The next contention which Nirav Modi raised was that his mental health was not conducive and he was suffering from depression. But with respect to that, he had brought a witness who was a doctor, a psychiatric. But that also the court did not consider because the court considered the assurance given by the government of India with respect to the facilities that are available in Indian jail. The government of India has also clear-cut demarcated barrack number 12 in Arthur Road Jail, which is specially prepared for Mr. Modi. And the government of India had also produced photographs and video of the entire barrack, and which showed that there is ventilation, there is proper space in the barrack. There are no other person along with Mr. Modi who is going to reside here, and so therefore there is space, there is cleanliness, it has all facilities which are required. The ceiling is 20 feet high, the room is 10 feet into 15 feet, and there is an attached bathroom. So his dignity and his human rights will not be violated. He will be given a fair treatment, and there is not going to be any torture. And also the fact that there is 24/7 security, and also there is medical facility available in the hospital. Also, with regards to his mental health condition, the court observed that he must be given the doctor of his choice, and that is what the assurance was given by India by way of its letter to the court. And this the court accepted that since he will be getting so much of benefits and medical treatment, and that too of the doctors of his choice, then there is no question of not extraditing him. Dismissed his contention with regards to the mental health care. And therefore, ultimately, the court allowed the application and sent the application to the Ministry of State of Home Affairs for issuing the order of extradition. And this is how ultimately this order came to be passed under the UK Extradition Act.
Jeet, thank you so much for explaining the entire order. I think it is a fantastic order, and I think the 14 days time has been given to Nirav Modi to file for an appeal if he wants to. Otherwise, his extradition is sort of confirmed. Unless if he appeals, then it will again go into another case. However, as a common man, I feel that it is very important for set an example by bringing him back, simply because after he fled the country, there were a lot of other cases also which also emerged and saw the light. Things like when he used to appoint franchisees, he used to take 10 crores or some very high amount, and in return he will give jewelry and diamonds so that those shopkeepers can sell that jewelry and diamond under his brand name. So many of these franchisees came to know that whatever was supplied in return of that money, that booking amount they had given, were fake jewelry and fake jewels. So the whole empire of his business was built on fake articles, fake merchandises, fake LOUs, and real money. So I think that is why we have to get him back.
Yes, absolutely. So once the Secretary of State of uh, issues an order in UK, thereafter he will have 14 days to file an appeal before the High Court. And if leave is granted to file appeal, then it will take another time. But as we have seen in Vijay Mallya's case also, that he has also availed his remedy of appeal up to the Supreme Court. Until Supreme Court of United Kingdoms, he has lost, and the order of extradition has been upheld. But it takes some, because there are a lot of procedures which have to be followed, and these appeals are also time consuming in UK. So it will take its own time, but ultimately, yes, you are right. This has to be set as a precedent, and he has to be brought back here to face the trial.
And especially when we don't even know what is the quantum of scam that has been committed here, because the case is basically around the nationalized bank, but then the quantum of scam may be much bigger because a lot of people have been duped by this person. So things like that, I think it is important to bring him back. And I think we are discussing this today because this is very recently that has happened, and the government of India and the people who actually represented government have done a remarkable job. I think we should kudos to all of them, the CBI officers and all the people from the law enforcement agencies who are involved, and also the lawyers who are representing the government of India side of it. So I think we should get this fugitive back into India and try him with actual law.
Absolutely. Yes. And I think this is a great step ahead, and hopefully even the appeals and all will be exhausted. The remedies once are exhausted, there is no other legal impediment in bringing back to India.
Yes, so I think I also read another news. I how far that is true. His uncle also, Mehul Choksi, who is also part of this game plan, is hiding in Antigua, and the Antigua government has said that we cannot extradite him before 2027. So I think that is another leg of the same same case. But we will discuss that in some other discussion, because this is just a news item. So thank you, Jeet, for coming over to our show and explaining this very important decision by UK court in favor of Indian government to our viewers.
Thank you very much, sir.
And we'll catch up again in the next session of Legal Matters and Akulmach. Until then, bye-bye.
Thank you.
Hello, friends. This is Chandrakant from Akulmach Technologies, and welcome to this Tuesday morning session of our show, which is Akulmach Nation. Start our discussion today. Um, Let me invite my friend from UK, Mr. Deval Good.
Good morning, CK. Good morning, everybody. And the news of the world is COVID and vaccination. But we're not going to touch that today. We're going to touch something that's far more important, and that's the question of communication.
Yes, Neval. In fact, the topic of discussion today, which I feel is important for our viewers, is taking a cue from what happened in the Capitol Hill, where the social media, especially the Twitter, played a role of instigating certain mob, and they sort of went inside and created a ruckus inside the assembly of United States, and then subsequently. Mr. Trump's accounts were banned for life. Various social media players announced that he will not be allowed to put any update, either tweet or Facebook update or something like that. Probably Instagram also. At the same time, WhatsApp now, which is part of Facebook, has announced their new privacy policies. And the way they have announced is that when you look at your WhatsApp to see a message, there is a pop-up which is visible to you, and then it says that kindly review and accept. So in most cases, it is like an auto suggestion in our mind today that if we see a privacy policy, we just say, okay, go ahead and let's do it. But this time, I think it makes sense to read them carefully. And what has happened is WhatsApp now wants to integrate their platform with Facebook platform, and the ownership is with Facebook anyway. And they want to leverage WhatsApp, which is connected with the mobile phone, as a choice platform for their business application. And because of that, Facebook will get access to your business connections, what you talk to them, who are your people with whom you're doing business, what sort of discussions you're doing with them. If you're using WhatsApp as a transaction platform, so how much money you're transacting, to whom you're sending money to, from where you're getting the money, all this information will be tracked by Facebook. And the idea is that Facebook would like to go to the next level where you actually need not create a website. If you are a small business, then you can use Facebook platform to run entire thing. I mean, you can have your accounts on the web page. You can also have your bank account linked with Facebook, and you can pay and receive money from using WhatsApp. So I think the world is moving that way, and what I see is that the chain reaction of this will impact all of us, and that is why I wanted to bring this as a discussion point. And I'm sure you're also aware of these things. So, what is your opinion on this?
Well, it's an interesting transition, let's call it, because let's face it, everyone's moving into the digital world. All of our communication, whether it's bank transfers, physical discussion, passing messages from one person to the other, this is all about the speed of communication. And particularly in a business arena, we want that to be faster. We always want it to be faster. We don't want to slow down the opportunity. We want to make it crisp, clean, and clinical in many respects. I'm in two minds, frankly, over the issue of what Facebook and WhatsApp are doing. I mean, most people knew that WhatsApp was part of the Facebook arena anyway. For the majority of people that I know, they just use it as a communication media. So you and I, for instance, you're in India, I'm in the UK. We tend not to use it much for voice, but we send messages backwards and forwards. If any of those messages were intercepted by Facebook, would it make a massive difference to our business? Absolutely not. So it's an issue of what do you do in these media, and not necessarily what is it stopping you doing, with these new rules. And you're absolutely right, CK. Most people these days, and I'm guilty as well, it will say, will you accept cookies on this site? And I mean, who is going to go through that website and actually click out the cookies that put the privacy rights? I just want to see the website. So giving them the cookie access, what does that actually mean? Be honest with you, if I'm just looking for a short period of time on there, it's just giving them feedback as to what pages I went onto. So it's giving them artificial intelligence that they can perhaps improve their offering. So, when it comes to cookies, be honest with yourself, everybody, who actually says no? I'm not going to be a part of your cookie regime, because if you say no, you can't see the site, you don't get access. So everyone clicks on yes. I'd want to go back to the fundamental parts about what this is, about the communication media we're talking about here, because communication is the lifeline of any business. You immediately get feedback from your customers, from your team. I mean, I know so many people that use WhatsApp as a team media. Is it secure? Well, it's as secure as they need to make it. I know some big IT companies that use WhatsApp. So they believe it's secure for what they do. And this is the issue. Well, how do you use these media? And let me just ask you a question. I mean, I'm on a number of WhatsApp groups around the world. Some pretty powerful, some just chat rooms. I've noticed the chat rooms all say, oh, we need to go to Telegram. Oh, we need to go onto Messenger. We're not going to let Facebook take over control of our business. These are just chat rooms. Now, I'm sure, someone out there is going to say, yes, but it's data, it's valuable, it's your personality, and they're stealing it. Well, if you're on Facebook already, they've probably stolen everything they need to steal, frankly. And we do rely upon these platforms, to be ethical. And I'm sure you've seen most governments around the world, certainly the UK, have been very critical about these social media platforms, closing people down for propaganda. I mean, the whole ISIS arena, months or years ago, the government was very critical about people being groomed through social media. And, the social media platforms shouldn't allow this type of grooming. because it's unethical. So I've passed a few things back to you as ever, CK. So have you seen? Firstly, have you seen a lot of people on the WhatsApp arena suggest Telegram, or there was another one that was suggested that was closed down actually last week because of its propaganda. The funding was pulled. Have you seen people just suggest another platform to go onto? In other words, in desperation to get to something else that perhaps isn't controlled?
Well, that's the thing, Naval. I think sometimes we humans behave like monkeys and start following others. And for free, people are not even paying to participate in this false propaganda. So suddenly there is an influx of a lot of new connections. A lot of my connections are now joining Telegram. Every day I see 20 new connections because Telegram has a feature where it says that one of your connection has joined Telegram. So that's how I know that. Earlier there were only like one person in like 3 months. I would see a pop up, but now every day 20 to 30 people are joining. I am seeing that. But I think you're absolutely right when you say that since you are on the digital platform, and I think it's not new. I mean, it started with banking. The bank knows exactly where you live, what is your number, how much money you got, where you're transacting. All that information is available with the bank in their database, and you can't hide. If you swipe your card to buy expensive mobile phone, everybody starting from bank to IT department to the government of India knows. Not only that, the mobile company also know your IMEI number, so they know exactly which mobile is with you. So I think it's just a myth where people are just spreading the false news that hey, get out of WhatsApp and go to Telegram, and then do what? You know, we were using WhatsApp to communicate with each other, like you and I do many times. And the great news in India is that from 1st of January 2021, all voice calls have been made free across the country, and that is the effect of social media, because people are not using voice calls anymore. They're using WhatsApp calls, which runs on the internet. So the technology is now diverging towards sort of centralization. And I think you made a very good point of false propaganda, where the government of UK is very critical about spreading false news and using the social media to spread, false narrative. So I think these are all going to help in that, because if you say something, you better be responsible for it. So if you say something, you can be tracked now. And that is the exact reason in India, because India has been suffering because of terrorism for last 3 to 4 decades. In fact, India was the first country to get affected with terrorism. At that point in time, the world did not believe, but now it's a reality. The terrorism is there. So the government of India tracks all these groups who spread false narrative and shut them down. So they have created the legal systems to make sure that. So now WhatsApp getting integrated more seamlessly into Facebook. And what happened in the Capitol Hill, all those guys who started the false narrative which led to the seize of Capitol Hill are now arrested. And we had a little situation in India where people put mask. This happened last year. They put mask on their faces, and they created arson in small part of state last year. But all of those people who were participating with a mask on, they were identified using some advanced facial recognition techniques. And this is exactly is happening in Capitol Hill. So people applied some color and paint and mask, and then went on to create arson inside the Senate of United States. They are now caught. So all this is happening now. So I think I fully agree with this move where they integrate Facebook, because think the positive side. Facebook is now going to emerge a better platform, better than running your own website, better than doing your own marketing campaign, better than using your phone. Now you can integrate everything, and you have only one connection, and you do everything through that. So I think it's so good for 40 to 50% of the population of the world, I think.
I mean, it's interesting to say that you think it's a good move. I don't disagree with that, actually. I think this is progress. I'm on Facebook. I'm as transparent as you can see. As you well know, we're on here. We're pretty transparent with what we're saying on here. Do we get it right all the time? No. Do I stand by the decisions I made yesterday? Yes, unless something else has changed. And if something's changed, well, then I reserve the right actually to go back and make an adjustment. It's called being human. You know, we're not always right, and the context changes. Well, the context has changed in WhatsApp. The context has changed. As simple as that. And so, what has it done for you? And I think you just need to ask that question. So, rather than run like the other rabbits that are in headlights currently and rushing off from one platform to another one, just think about perhaps what the intention was here. And as you say, Facebook are looking to be a one-stop shop. What's wrong with that? I mean, Amazon are looking to be a one-stop shop. Airbnb are looking to be a one-stop shop in the hotel arena. But all of them recognize there's competition. So now here's the opportunity. Maybe there's a view for competition. But the key thing is we need to be, one thing that comes out of this is communication's important. And we are humans and we thrive on good communication. Lots of people thrive on bad communication. What you think is bad and what I think is bad may be different until we have a discussion about it. But just like anything else, if you go back thousands of years and you're in your little village and you've got 50 people in your village and the next village is 20 miles away, right, which in essence, because of the surrounding vegetation, is probably a day's trek from one village to the next. You're going to be protective about your village because you don't know what the other villages are doing. You don't know whether they're friendly or they're foe. And until you have that communication level, you don't know what that is. So you put up barriers. And that's what's happened over time. We build walls, we build barriers, and now actually where we are is all of those walls are tumbling down. Just like the Berlin Wall tumbled down, last century, other walls are tumbling down. We need to be resilient around what's happening out there. We need to stand back and say, what's it doing for me? How's it affecting me? Otherwise, we might go back to the days of the 1930s, where we've seen films made of the Hitler arena burning all books that disagreed with their mentality, with their thought process. I mean, can you imagine, going to the New York Library and just, Trump there pulling out all of the library books that don't agree with his methodology and burning them? I can see you laughing. It's comical, It's just not going to happen. And that's the point about communication. It never will happen. So I think the calling we still need for all of these platforms out there is to be ethical, to be transparent. Let people see what you're doing. Tell people what you're doing. Because just like anything else, if Facebook and WhatsApp's theory is we're going to make it easier for you, and actually it's not just a book of faces, it's really a business opportunity, and we want to make business seamless for everybody in one controlled arena because we can't trust anybody else, then if that's what they're doing, say it. And then we'll see what's happening.
Naval, in fact, I cannot less agree with you on this one, simply because the heavy lifting is being done by the social media platform itself. So issues related to copyright, they can track it instantly. If you copy something from something else and put your name and logo on top of it, the Facebook has a technology which will not allow you to post it. So gone are the days where you identify all that, then you file a case in the court, then the court will then call the convict and you, and then the judgment will be given. So it in an instant it can be done. So any copyright, any music. So I think this consolidation will promote the originality among people and also accountability. Now using WhatsApp, you can do your communication for free. You can reach out to thousands and thousands of people for free. You can create your website in Facebook, a business website. You can then create your marketing campaign, and then you can use it for text or voice, or combination of both, to communicate with your client. And interestingly, you can also set up automatic support calls, because now you have a very powerful tool, so you don't have to really increase your overheads by hiring support staff. Or in your case, for example, in UK, there are a lot of businesses being sent to India in terms of call center. So I think that can be prevented now. I'm not feeling bad about it, but I'm just being very propagate of the latest technology. So from that point of view, I'm saying that it affects everyone. So all these new technologies are available, and it will also promote accountability. So you're not supposed to say wrong things. You're not supposed to say false, spread false news. You're not supposed to set a false narrative. I think all these measures will help in doing that, because you make a law, that is one thing, but then if you can prevent it in the first place itself, that's the best thing to do.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, and you've said things there that I wasn't aware of. So it's incredibly feature and benefit rich. But I think it comes down to the bottom line is this isn't for everybody. All of these even picking up making a phone call, if indeed you make phone calls these days. As you said, India have made all phone calls free, for the very reason that actually people weren't using the network. So all I'm saying is progress happens. Organizations as big as they are, like Facebook, like Amazon, etc., will change the way that they operate over time. The thing that you need as an individual, you need to think of, how's it affecting me? Am I going to listen to what these influencers saying to say this is a really bad news, you need to get off this platform really fast, or other influencers that are saying, just use the platforms? The point is there's going to be a happy medium for you, and it's now it's time for you to make the decision. It's as simple as that. I'm struggling with the words here because this is about your resilience, your personal resilience, your business resilience. Do you even know what you do and where you do it? But I think this change in WhatsApp, because it's been all over the place, been all over the media, just like this new app that's come out, Clubhouse. It's been all over the media, and you hear there's 1,500 users at one point were on Clubhouse, and someone had valued it at $100 million. Well, how can you make some ridiculous valuation for something that's been out there for less than a month? We're in the .com digital arena again. So, just be smart, be careful, go onto the platforms and realize what it means for you. And a lot of the other things is, of course, is I do quite a bit of business in the UAE, in Dubai and Abu Dhabi. Dubai, you can text on WhatsApp. You can't have a telephone call. You have to go onto another medium to have a telephone call, or come onto Zoom or something to have a conference call, because the Dubai authorities banned the telecom element of it, the physical peer-to-peer speaking. I don't know why they've done it, frankly, because this is a government issue. They're the ones that have banned it. And it's going to be similar around the world. And, governments are going to ban apps, as in India. The government banned a number of apps that came out of China. Was that political or was that for business reasons? Frankly, I don't know. And because I'm not that interested in it, I'm not really bothered. I mean, those apps have gone. TikTok's gone. TikTok's still around in other parts of the world. So I think my comment to everybody today is just look at who you are and what you're doing and where you're doing it. And if someone changes their modus operandi, look at what they've done and say, does that make any difference to me? Don't be like a lemming and jump off the cliff, move all of your platform to another platform, because the likelihood is on the other platform, you've rushed into it, you've not really looked at it and see what it does, and it may not have the benefits or features that you need. So you're cutting your nose off to spite your face. So the thing is, be resilient. Just look at what's happening.
Absolutely. In fact, we must trust the technology. I don't think our connections and our work will be looked at by unwanted people. It is completely encrypted. Facebook is encrypted. Your WhatsApp is encrypted. So when you send messages using WhatsApp, a third party cannot see. There is a due process of law. If somebody wants to get access to your profile and your messaging, they have to follow the due process of law. I think that is all taken care. So the good news is I have shifted, Neville, and all my connections have already synced into Facebook. Now I'm trying to see what next I can do with that. So I'm at that stage where I'm trying to see if I can leverage it somehow. Anyway, the platform will kick in February, and everyone will be mandated to migrate to Facebook. So I've already done that. I'm up in the game early on, and let's see. I will keep visiting on the subject, Neville, and we will discuss this more as it happens.
Good stuff, CK. And everybody, just the message for today from me, for what it's worth, just be resilient. Build up your resilience. And the stronger you can make it, the easier your life's going to be.
Thank you, Neville, for finding time discussing this very important subject today. We will catch up with you again on something very interesting.
Take care, CK. Have a good day, everybody.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Hello friends, I am Kanchan from Akulmach Technologies and you are welcome to Top Brass. Today, as usual, we have interesting personality Sitesh Srivastava. He has a deep interest in corporate training and he has been training IT professionals, marketing professionals. And the good thing is that he is in Bangalore at the moment. He has reunited with his family. He has been waiting for so long from South Africa, from Johannesburg, and he has landed to Bangalore, and now he is in quarantine. I mean, I guess 14 days of quarantine. So that's home quarantine. So let's discuss how things are at Bangalore. Welcome to the show, Sitesh. How are you doing today at Bangalore?
Hi Kanchan, good day to you. As they say in the Incredible India campaign, smile, you are in Bangalore. So yes, I'm smiling that I am in Bangalore, back, united with my family. But I enjoy this iconic city. And I came here around 9 or 10 years back. And I came from various other Indian cities, living in other Indian cities, other iconic and not so much iconic cities. But, I took some time to come to Bangalore 10 years back. And I must say, that decision was a good decision that I am here. And as we start our conversation today, I would like to share some tidbits.
Yes, please go ahead. We are waiting. we will be enriched with your experience. I had been to Bangalore also, and I love the city. The spirit of the city is awesome. The people, the professionals, IT professionals, basically, they are awesome. So let's listen your story.
Well, Kanchan, today we all know about Bangalore, about the IT city, the Silicon Valley of India, and the great technology stuff, the technology products and solutions coming out of this city, and the unique ecosystem that this city has, or it has built over the years. But this city has something very, very interesting in our modern history, and also almost like a thousand years of history that is can be seen around the city, outskirts of the city. And the modern part of the Bangalore is entices me a lot. One, definitely the IT part, because of which many of us are here, including me. And while growing up in India, in the North Indian cities, Kanchan, I grew up in Kolkata, which was Calcutta then. I was able to see the South India from the North Indian eyes till I came myself to the South India, which is Bangalore. And growing up in the North India, the aspects of South India, the interesting facts, the modern history, their industriousness is something that we see from very far, from a different kind of a lens. So when I landed up in Bangalore, I started looking at this city not just from a professional point, but also from a cultural aspect, which is that I always want to do where I stay, as you might have noticed in our other conversations. So this city, in the modern history, has a rich history from I think 1800, beginning of 1800, when the cantonment of this city was built, and around the same time, sometime around the 1790s or 1780s, there was this great local leader, Kempe Gowda, who is known as the father of this city, the establishment of the modern Bangalore. And therefore, we also have an airport called Kempe Gowda International Airport. So the city has always been into the limelight in the modern history. When I say I would like to go back, 70, 80 years back, it had a great contributions into the Indian freedom struggle. And a great many leaders came out of this geography. And 1956 States Reorganization Act, it came into existence as a capital of Karnataka state. And I have been hearing, Kanchan, that the other city, the Mysore or Mysuru, was the more famed city in this region. And there were discussions to make Mysuru a capital, but for some political reasons, Bangalore was chosen for the capital of Karnataka. Apart from the IT, Kanchan, it is also a very important seat for Indian military forces, and our iconic company, Hindustan Aeronautics, and some of the original electronics companies. People today who work in Bangalore, they only think about the IT, but Bangalore is more than IT in terms of even the professional world. It was ahead in the electronics production even before Infosys happened. Infosys, as we all know, is the second largest or biggest Indian IT company, has its headquarters in Bangalore. So, we daily in this city, what we say is that if you drive in Bangalore, if you do a car driving or you're on Bangalore, you can drive anywhere in the world. But Bangalore traffic is legendary. But at the same time, Bangalore weather is also legendary, Kanchan, you know about it. And that is a beautiful part. Last year, my yoga teacher was telling me that Bangalore sits around 3,000 feet above the sea level. That means literally, technically, Bangalore is sitting on a hill station. And to compare it with the tallest mountain in Japan, Mount Fujiyama is just 3,700 feet. And Bangalore is at 3,000 feet. So you can understand the lovely weather that Bangalore has. And I think that's a great value that it adds. What I am sad about Bangalore, Kanchan, is I'm told that in the 70s or the 60s and 70s and early 80s, the city had 3,000 lakes. But due to the rampant development all around the city, on the outskirts, there are less than 300 lakes today. And out of those 300, I think we can just count a handful of probably 10 to 15 of the big major lakes. Now you understand, Kanchan, a lake, a natural lakes, or even the man-made lakes, how important they are for the local weather. And in India, we have another city like this called Bhopal, which is a city of lakes. So that adds to the natural beauty of the city. And apart from the IT, there are another businesses that have grown out of Bangalore. They have been going out in the world. And on the culinary side, MTR Foods, the iconic MTR Foods in Bangalore, they now are probably, I believe that they are part of some Norwegian food company. And they also brought, it is said that the MTR brought the first ice cream vending machines in India. Some of the iconic places to visit in Bangalore is Lal Bagh, which is a flower park, and it hosts annual flower show, which is visited by many journalists and tourists across the world. But I must tell you, I went there a couple of times, Kanchan, and I mean, in that crowd, somehow I had to just have a glimpse and come back. Kabban Park was built somewhere around 1860s when India was having its first Sepoy mutiny. Around that time, we had our Kabban Park, and it's a beautiful lung. It's a beautiful green lung of the city. And in summer vacations and summertime, many families go there and spend a good amount of time. From the modern world, there are a lot of malls. In fact, I joke, Kanchan, that sometimes I feel that there are so many malls in this city. Whether Bangalore is inside malls or malls are inside Bangalore, it is hard to find. It's hard to figure out. And I mean, just by the name, the biggest mall is Phoenix Market City. And of course, it's quite a huge one and largest mall in this city. And Bangalore Metro, like any other metro, I find Bangalore Metro is one of the best places to see the whole city on a bird's eye view. And no traffic jams. The best part is no traffic jams once you sit. And it is an interesting feeling. Then there are a lot of educational institutions in this city, and some of them are really famed ones. And I mean, the Science Museum and the Planetarium, all of these, I mean, I can go on and on about Bangalore, but I think, Kanchan, that we should reserve it for something else as well.
Okay, when you mentioned about malls and when you mentioned about Lal Bagh and also Kabban Park, all old memories are freshen up now, because when on Saturdays, Sundays, when I was working at Bangalore, we used to visit all malls, and it was so lively. All young people on MG Road, and they are eating and they are talking, and it was so wonderful. And I still remember that. Now you are in Bangalore, and you are a Bangalore person because you are based in Bangalore. When you are talking about Lal Bagh, I remember that at Lal Bagh every morning I used to go for a morning walk, and it's a botanical garden, so you can see variety of species of plants there, and they are chirping of birds. It was awesome at that point of time. I'm sure people who go, many people go for morning walk in Lal Bagh in that area. And when you mentioned about MTR, I really feel hungry, because I remember that we as a friend, after the Saturdays, after the work, on Saturdays or sometimes Sunday, we used to stand on a queue, because there was a long queue to get a table and the dishes from NTR restaurant. So good memories which you really I start remembering those days now. Now, since you
Yes,
are
yes.
since you are in Bangalore, so we will be discussing more about this great city, where there's lot of development is happening, lot of software revolution is being done by this city. So we have discussed, and we'll talk more about this Bangalore, and I think it will be pleasure to share Bangalore city and the places in Bangalore to our viewers. What do you say?
Yes, Kanchan, I am the guide for Bangalore for our initiative.
Okay, it was as usual so good to talk to you today. We will discuss about many other places which are located in Bangalore tomorrow. And till then, take care. Bye bye. See you.
Thank you. Have a great day, Kanchan. Nama Bangalore Zindabad.
Bye bye.
Bye.
Hello, friends. This is Chandrakant from Akulmach Technologies, and today is Indian Constitution Day. And we will talk about the Constitution. But before starting the subject discussion, let me invite my friend from UK, Mr. Naval Gun.
Good morning, CK, and happy anniversary, Indian Constitution Day. And I think a lot of people outside of India have got an idea about what this is. But why don't you go into a few details? Because it's such an important day in the country's development. But there's links that we can look at in your company's development. So we're still saying with the letter C, country and company. But let's talk about India Constitution Day and see where this has come from, because I think there's some great analogies that we can pick up here in our own business.
You see, Naval, India is a very new country. Even though the civilization has been around for thousands of years, but India as a country is a new country, and the Indians got an opportunity to get together, put their minds together, and get the best of all humanity. So the Indian work on constitution started in 1946. It took them 4 years, and there was a committee which was driving the whole initiative to create the world longest constitution. Indian constitution has 90 pages, and it has 145,000 words, and that makes it very long constitution with 395 articles. But
Wow.
it's a very well uh, organized, and they have taken the best of breed at that point in time. And I will come to that, why Indian constitution is very important for the global economy also. So it took them 4 years to write the entire constitution. It was ready in 1949. The final review was done, and it was then launched on January 26, 1950, making India a sovereign country. What is important in Indian constitution is it gives freedom of federalism. So the inspiration the forefathers got was from the United States, where the federalism was very important for freedom, because those were the days of colonies, and the federal structure became very important. That means, for example, if you look at India, there are 29 states. So India as a country, considering the federal state of the union, it is much bigger. It's twice the size of European Union. So you can imagine, if you compare European Union, it has France, Germany, UK just got out of it, but there are different countries speaking different languages, having different legal structure. It is the same way Indian country operates. That 29 states have different language, different legal structure, and different processes. Different government. In the end, they all report to the central government. So there is a freedom of federalism which is incorporated very deeply into it, and that gives freedom for any country who would like to join the union. It is allowed. Say, for example, in future, some other country says that, hey, I would like to join Indian Union, like Oman or UAE. There is enough freedom given, as long as the people of that country, follow the Indian Constitution. There is no problem. They can operate independently as a federal state within Indian subcontinent. So that is a very important aspect of Indian Constitution. Number two is the equality and liberty. The equality and liberty, the inspiration came from 1946 Constitution of France, and that was majorly driven to in the Constitution. So every human being born or citizen of India is absolutely equal, whether men or women, of any religion, speaking any languages. And that gives a good push to Indian society as one nation, because you can actually bring your own culture, you can bring your own language, yet you will be equal like anybody else. So that gives a lot of freedom of equality and freedom to follow your own religion. Then, the constitution should not be scribbled in stone like 10 commandments. So the inspiration was from South Africa, where the amendment to any article of constitution was allowed. So the power to change constitution was given to the parliament or the assembly. The assembly can form the laws, can be discussed in legislative assembly of state, and the state can implement their own specific laws, and the parliament can create the countrywide law system, and they can also change the constitution. And the fourth most important thing is uh, the legal system. Judiciary has been kept out. Very, very important aspect. It has been kept out from all elections, all legislative powers, all parliamentary powers. So the legal system is totally independent. That is why in Indian subcontinent, the judiciary is called the second pillar of democracy. Because if you have a problem with the government, you can always approach the court and overturn the government ruling. So that is very, very important. And number five is freedom of speech. So this is a mantra for the Indian people. They can write anything. They can comment on anyone. There is nothing called like monarch. If you go to some other countries, I'm not naming the country, but You can talk about government, but you can't talk anything about against the monarch. So all that is not applicable in India. You can criticize each and everyone. You can joke on everything. You can make cartoons on anything. So it is completely free, and that is why the press or is completely free. They can make any comment on anyone, ask any question freely on any channel, and that becomes the third pillar of democracy. So these are certain things which are part of the constitution. Constitution is very long. We can't discuss all of it, but I think we can get inspired because our founding fathers got inspired from the world's best, and they created this constitution, which is very flexible, yet it enforces rule of law, and they got it from the UK. So since I'm ending my monologue on UK, you can take over, Neil.
Well, thank you, CK, for that walk through history, because a lot of people don't know where these things come from. And you mentioned a couple of times here, and you started it off with best in breed, because that's what we should all be doing, you know, looking at the best in breed at the time, not adopting it 100%, but seeing whether or not you can improve it. And I'm sure there was little twists of improvement that the Indian government at the time, you know, we're talking last century, we're not talking thousands of years ago, but we are talking last century, you know, over 70 years ago. And that the important thing here is that they took what was working around the world. Now, at the time, they didn't have Google. They couldn't go and cut and paste at the time. You know, there was no PC where they could literally edit, copy, edit, paste. So they literally had to create this from scratch. But they took the best of breed, which was out there around the world. And this is where we can make lessons today. So I said at the beginning, we can take lessons into our own organization. And just like the Indian Constitution, it was to develop good governance. Now, governance is a long word, really, and a lot of people don't completely understand it. But in your organization, you need good governance. You need freedom of speech. You need your employees to say what they like and what they don't like. You want them to come forward and say what's good about what we do, what we can improve, and perhaps where we need to diversify. This is good governance in any organization. And so today, with this very special day in the Indian history, any Indian company, now take a look at your own governance. Are you doing what you say you're doing? Are you giving equal opportunity to everybody? Not just the C-suite, you know, the chief exec, the COO, the CIO, the CTO, and the EIEIO, as someone might have called a boardroom, to everybody in your organization, because they all contribute. They all add value. If they don't add value, they wouldn't be employed. It's as simple as that. So just work through your organization, however big or however small you are, even a one-man band, you can start looking at yourself in the mirror and saying, am I doing what I'm saying? Do I say what I do? It's a simple equation. You know, the mathematicians in the world would love it. You know, the philosophers in the world would love it even more. You know, be who you really are, and that's who people see you as. And it's as simple as that. And this is where this governance arena, this constitution actually gets very personal. So here's an opportunity. Take the personal day. Is it a holiday for this huge benchmark in your history? Is it a national holiday?
It is not a national holiday. Today is a day when the constitution was finally approved, but what was not implemented in 1949, which is 26 November. It was implemented on 26 January 1950. So today is a constitution day because it is finally ready, but we don't have a holiday on this day.
Well, that's an important time because it was finally ready for people to understand. So again, in a company, you've got a document which is finally ready to promote, not just to your organization, but outside your organization. So just imagine the marketing document that's taken weeks or months to prepare. Now's the day to get it out there. So take a leaf out of this very special day in the Indian history and start doing things that are simple. Use the prompt of these national events to look very locally, very specifically in what you do and get the benefit out of it. And the nice thing about these national days is you don't have to remember them because everyone tells you about them. You can read them in the paper. So it should be that little prompt that just jogs your memory. So this is great for the Indian nation. What does it mean for me? How can I take that and improve it in my organization and tell the story about where this has come from, just as we've done today? This is a story. It's history. So it's a his story. Okay? It's gone. It's past. It's fact. Use the facts and develop them within your organization. This is so simple and a simple message from today. And I'm so pleased that we can share it with everybody on a very special day for 1.4 billion Indians, wherever they are around the world. So let's get on with it. Let's go and have some introspection about what we do. Use this day as an opportunity for change, because that's how we improve.
So Neville, you mentioned a very strong and powerful word called introspection. And here how I will introspect myself. See, what happens is that the people which are in power, they actually draw power and they actually think they are the gods or the ruler or the monarch of that land. So Indian constitution does not allow that. There is no absolute power center in India. For instance, the governance is under the Prime Minister of India, which is selected by the people of the entire country. All 1.4 billion citizens of India will vote for one person. Whoever wins becomes a Prime Minister. Yet, Prime Minister does not have power to control the armed services. That is a precedent. So the chief of army or air force or navy is the president. So he is another power center, but he is not absolute power center. And so his prime minister is not an absolute power center. Chief Justice of India, which is the head of all judges across the judiciary, is also limited power. I mean, Chief Justice can remove the Indian government. The Chief Justice has the power to remove the Indian government from the power itself. And so, there are many examples like that. So Indian constitution does not allow any absolute power center across the board. There is no power center in India. So bunch of people have to work together. So you mentioned word like introspection. I think that is the introspection. Why in a company, why we always look at power centers? We always look at, hey, you are so and so, you have so much power in your company. Whereas the Indian government is not driven by that policy. They don't believe in absolute power. Second thing I would like to get inspired is the federal structure of the subcontinent. So you have your state being governed by a local government, which is also elected by people, yet you become an Indian. So it is a perfect example of distributed workforce. You see, Indian subcontinent is not governed by New Delhi, the central government. It is governed by various 29 different governments. So it's a perfect example of distributed workforce. Yet in companies, in private sector, we find it so difficult to distribute our work. People want to see employee sitting in front of their own eyes on a desk in his office. They have no faith on a distributed workforce. So I think these are the two critical points I will draw for today from my own constitution.
No, that's brilliant. And the nice thing is, as you say, we can draw the best from the best and implement it into our own organization. And I hope the people listening today can see the analogy between one and another. They are one and the same. So in the country, the Prime Minister is elected by everybody. A chief exec actually is elected by the shareholders, which are everybody, so, and that's in a large organization. So there's a lot of similar things going on here, but one thing that you picked up on is the power base. A lot of the problem we have in the world today is because you've allowed the power base in your organization to get out of control. Take back control. Move it forward for where the purpose of the organization was when it was first founded. And I'm going to leave you with a little simple message here. And we all know about Henry Ford and how creative he was, creating the first production line, in essence, in many respects. And the Model T Ford came from his thoughts, and he created a good team around him. He was a bit of a dictator in many respects, but he did come up with some great phrases that have lasted the test of time. And one is, if you think you can, or you think you can't, you're right. So on this very special day in India, if you think you can, or if you think you can't, you're absolutely right. But get into the can, because now's the opportunity for introspection and a bit of change. And it's one small change makes a big impact, as we say in the MindFit world. So it's been a pleasure speaking with you today on this very special day. Thank you very much for taking time out of your calendar. And I hope everyone's listening and just literally just have a look in the mirror, because that's where you start.
Thank you very much, Neville. It was a special day for all Indians, and hopefully our message and your wisdom goes through, and some of the people start doing introspection who are in the arena of SMEs or chief executives. I think it's a great day for inspiring not only Indians, but anybody who wants to read the Indian Constitution and get inspired.
Absolutely.
Thank you very much. I will catch up with you tomorrow in the roundtable, and you have a nice day.
And you too. Good luck, everybody.
Bye-bye.
Hello, friends. This is Chandrakant from Akulmach, and welcome to Dr. Speak. Today's subject is very interesting. We would like to discuss something which affects everyone, whether you're what color you are, what caste, which country you belong. It affects everyone. So, before I spill the beans, let me invite my friend, Dr. Pooja Bedi, to talk about this subject. So, welcome, Dr. Pooja.
Very good morning, CK. Hope you're keeping all fine.
We are fine so far. We don't know what will happen tomorrow, but I think today we are very good.
Right.
So, doctor, we want to discuss about something related to vitamin D. This is something which is not present in our food, and it has to be generated within the body. I think it is affecting the entire human race, and the deficiency of vitamin D is a big issue, and we would like to discuss this today. What is your opinion? How we can first of all, you can explain, how vitamin D helps in our day-to-day living.
Yes, of course. So actually, vitamin D is a component which works as a nutrient as well as a hormone. So it is also called as sunshine hormone. So you can say it's a happy hormone to a certain extent. I'm not saying that more you sit in the light and you produce vitamin D to such an extent where it produces the toxicity. So we need an exposure of 10 to 30 odd minutes. And specifically, actually, the noon time is the time, as per the research, which says that if we expose ourselves during the noon time, but not to a very high temperature outside in summers, so that much exposure is well enough to produce this beautiful sunshine hormone, or you can say vitamin D, which is very, very important for so many physiological functions for humans, not only including the mental health but as well as the physical health. Let me share one study, CK, that I went through, that people in the hills, specifically in Himachal or anywhere, people who are living in the hills, they are less exposed to the sunlight somehow. So there was a study that was conducted in the school in which it was found that almost 80% of the children in Himachal Pradesh or any hill city or state are actually suffering from the vitamin D deficiency, which is such a crucial nutrient for general growth of the bones, muscles, and other physiological functions. But since we are only aware that it helps in the growth of the bone, muscle, and for the teeth, but there are many other aspects of this beautiful vitamin. Yes, you are very right in mentioning that we don't get this hormone from the diet, but there are no fortified supplements that are available, to compensate for the deficiency. So we can go for it. Or maybe the people who are actually into marine produce, so they still get the some form of vitamin D. But the best form is to expose yourself to the sunlight for 10 to 30 odd minutes, specifically in the noon time. There's one more point that I would like to recommend. Since the elderly people or the group or the population, they are more uh, into early rising, so if they can do the sun gazing, when the sun is rising, that is the right time to do the sun gazing, where you have to look at the sun for say 30 odd minutes. You can blink your eyes, but the more you expose yourself, specifically the elderly group, it is very, very beneficial to improve many physiological functions that are related to vitamin D. And it helps in building immunity, you know. Thank God, because of the COVID, people are now more aware that vitamin D and zinc and there are many other elements which play crucial role in the immunity as well. So in day to day life, I would say vitamin D is very crucial in children in the form of growth of the bone, muscle. It helps to prevent the tooth decay and many other functions. So but as we grow, if you talk about the middle age group or the ladies specifically who are undergoing the menopause, they tend to suffer the osteoporosis more, you know so it is highly recommended that they should either be taking the fortified supplements or maybe calcium, expose themselves to the sun for the better bone strength later on in the life, where they become less fragile for the fractures and other manifestations that comes along with the age.
Doctor, what I guess is that uh, most of us are vegetarian. I mean, if you look at India, and now the veganism is also is on the rise, and vitamin D usually is not found in the plant. So there are no way the vegetarians will get it in their diet. They have to expose themselves to the sunlight, as you rightly mentioned out. In the olden times, there used to be a lot of outdoor activities. For every small thing, people have to step out of the house, and even being a vegetarian, there was not a dire strait with regard to vitamin D, because you have to step out in the sun and your body will generate. With the lifestyle now, where you have to stay indoors, and if you're vegetarian, and it's a question of principle basically. If you are a vegetarian, you really don't want to go and change your diet just because of vitamin D. I think that is multiplying the situation here. What is the what it causes? I mean, if suppose you don't have vitamin D in adequate amount in your body, what are the effects that you see? as a normal human beings?
That's such a right question you have asked at the right time, CK. Because of the lockdown, as such, we are less exposed because we are staying indoors. That is the one factor which is producing the deficiency of the vitamin D, which is directly related somehow to the mental health care, which I keep on talking a lot about. So, vitamin D, if we are less exposed to the sunlight, it's very obvious the vitamin D level will go down. Once it goes down, it somehow causes, or you can say the study was conducted where it was found that many mental health issues, depression, or people suffering from anxiety, they tend to have extremely low level of vitamin D. Even if you go to any psychiatrist or clinical psychologist these days, specifically in this past 1 year, the cases have risen to a greater extent. And if the blood test is performed, you will get to know that vitamin D is lacking tremendously. And second point that you highlighted, that vegetarians, yes, they tend to suffer a lot because we don't. I myself is a pure vegetarian, so yes, vitamin D deficiency is something that we should be monitoring about. So how we can compensate it is the mushrooms are very good source, almond milk, soy milk, but these are not to you know such an extent where they will compensate for the daily needs. So we somehow are required only to get exposed to the sunlight for 10 to 30 odd minutes, maybe a walk, playing some sort of sports. So these kind of things can really help you to come out of vitamin D deficiency. Now, coming to the second part of the question, where you asked that what vitamin D deficiency can lead to. First is the considering the present scenario, mental health issues, definitely depression, anxiety. There are so many cases that have popped up. And if I myself have a patient, I got his vitamin D level checked. It was, matlab, when we say that it is to a lower extent, it was to the lowest extent in his body. So I recommended him sachets of vitamin D along with calcium for 6 odd weeks, and he improved a lot with exposure to sunlight for sure for some time. So the deficiency first can lead to mental health issues, which we kept on ignoring for a good long time. Second is it depends on the age wise. Specifically talking about the children who are going to school, if they don't get the vitamin D's in the sufficient amount, their muscle and bone strength tend to suffer. So they are definitely required to have a good source of vitamin D. Maybe cereals they really add on in the breakfast time. Kids are in hurry. We ourselves are in hurry. But yes, cereal along with milk can really help a lot. A fistful of nuts, as I always recommend, because it's not that vitamin D is only related to the absorption of the calcium. Magnesium and phosphorus, they are such crucial minerals which are absorbed only because of the vitamin D. So in kids, it can lead to rickets, like there's a disease in which the bow legs are formed, and the IQ can also be brought down to a greater lower level. As we proceed to age group of ours, 40s, we are talking about this age group, we tend to suffer from bone density disorders. And later on, as the female progress to the menopausal stage, it can lead to osteoporosis to such an extent where they become more fragile and vulnerable to fractures and bones related issues. So this actually more or less depends on the age we are talking about. In the elderly age group, as we progress, not elderly, older age group, then too you tend to see the fractures more, and in kids also, because bones become more fragile now. So it's so important that vitamin D levels should be kept in check. Exposure to sunlight is a must. Supplements, if somebody is deficient, then one can have supplements, and fortified food in form of cereals, soy milk, almond milk, where the additional vitamin D is there. So somehow it tends to compensate for it. So it's not that it only affects the bone, it affects the immunity, it affects the how we overcome any kind of injury, because immunity effect is there. So it's very important that we should keep vitamin D in check. In turn, it will keep the check on calcium, magnesium, and phosphorus. it can indirectly actually lead to insomnia as well. It's very surprising. People will, if you go for more detailing into it. So if vitamin D is deficient, it's very obvious that the magnesium absorption will be troubled. In case it happens, magnesium is one of the factors that actually leads to sleep disorders, along with melatonin, which is a hormone. So that's a different aspect of it. So yes, vitamin D can actually lead to somehow uh, sleep disorders, insomnia as well. But there is a one good factor that I want to share. Vitamin D can actually lead to weight loss. So if somebody is uh, having a very good, adequate amount of vitamin D, it somehow leads to one hormone is there, it controls it. So if it controls, when it controls it, automatically effect is there. We get into habit of nibbling. So that nibbling habit is somehow controlled because the appetite is controlled by this particular hormone. So yes, intake of vitamin D and calcium actually help you reduce the weight as well. So it's a good news for the ladies who are working a lot these days to get maintain their weight. So it can be a good solution. But I again recommend, please be aware about the toxicity of the vitamin. So all the vitamins, in case they go or the minerals goes into excess, they can affect the kidney function and the other functions of the body.
Dr. Pooja, I think nowadays even the men are worried about the weight gain. I think it's a good news for both men and women that if you have adequate vitamin D, you can keep your weight in check. And like yourself, I'm a vegan. So you mentioned some of these things like mushrooms and milk. I think for the vegan diet, even these things are ruled out. So the only option we are left with is sunlight, I guess, isn't it?
Yes, absolutely. You're very right.
So, what are the activities we should, at what time? In fact, you already mentioned that it the morning hours, maybe half an hour, do some exercise to replenish your vitamin D in the body. But if the vitamin D is very low, I mean, if the tests are done and vitamin D is very low, how they can replenish that? And while they change their lifestyle of getting up early and exposing themselves to the sun, is there some sort of medicine or something which is available?
Yes. Coming to again to two, there are two parts in the question. So dealing with the first part of the question, since I mentioned that the requirement varies with the age, kids require more because they are in the developing stage. For them, in case they are vegans and vegetarians, and if the daily requirement is not meeting up, they should ideally be sent to play outdoors in sun. So I'm not saying send your kids around 1 o'clock in the summertime. I'm not recommending that. But around 5, 4:30 or 5, so we can definitely send. I send both my kids around 4:30 every day. Let it be extreme winter or whatever the summer time is there. So 4:30 is such an ideal time they should be out playing in the sun for maybe for 1 hour. That will just meet the requirement of the vitamin D that they require. But as we age, the physical activity also gets down. This is why I highly recommend somehow the sun gazing. So, in case the elderly people who get up early, so it's so good if they do the sun gazing early in the morning. So when the older age group is sitting outside early in the morning, they can have a sip of tea along with the newspaper reading for half an hour. That is fair enough. Ideally, they should be sitting and with the very mild exercises or the yoga that they do every day. For our age group, we are pretty much aware that since we are the one who really exhaust our body a lot in mental and physical aspects, so if we get the time to expose ourselves, that is the first preference to sun. In case we are not able to for some reason, then the supplements are there to compensate for it. But then you have to keep a check on it. As I mentioned, the toxicity should not happen, so we have to regularly keep check on it. One recommendation from my side, if we diagnose or somebody gets to know that they are deficient in vitamin D, they are required to undergo blood tests frequently, or maybe often, not frequently but often. Maybe after 6 odd months to 8 odd months, when they start with the vitamin D supplement, they must get a test done again just to monitor if they have reached that level. If they reach that level, then try to get exposed to the sunlight so that your requirement is met. One last point, please. The older age group, when they come, how we get to know is they keep on complaining that they feel the pain in the sole of their, you know, feet. So if this is the strong indicator that either their pain in the calf is there, or when they're complaining something related to the pain in the feet, so we must consider it and let the vitamin D test done. So it is very, very crucial.
I think you have given a good tip today, and the best solution for bringing the vitamin D levels up is basically exposing yourself to the sunlight. But just in case you are a vegan or a vegetarian and you are still deficient on vitamin D, you have to take the supplement. And that brings me to the last question, which is a very vital one. These supplements may not be vegetarian, so it creates a dilemma for the vegetarian people to go for these supplements. Is it not right when I'm asking that these supplements are coming from the animals?
Well, see, vitamin D is a fat soluble vitamin. All right, they are water soluble and they are fat soluble vitamin. So vitamin D specifically is a fat soluble vitamin. And even if the byproduct, if we are having it, there's nothing wrong in it. The ice creams, they have animal products. So if I would highly recommend that one should actually have supplements, or if they are so strict about the diet, then please go for fistful of nuts. That is the first recommendation. Second is to have a lot of soya milk and almond milk along with mushrooms. If you have one fistful of nuts, one section of nuts, along with one full glass of warm milk every day, it will suffice the need somehow. So I recommend this thing to vegans. They are so strict for supplements. So please don't be so strict, because body is something that we should cater for first. And there's nothing wrong in taking the supplement as well in case you not expose yourself to the sun.
So I think it's a great tip, doctor. It was my pleasure talking to you today, specifically with regard to vitamin D, which is largely ignored by everyone, whether it's India or outside India. Everyone seems to ignore vitamin D, and they focus on other things. So there are supplements for any other thing like protein and carbs and things like that, but this thing is totally ignored. So we thought we'll discuss this with you and bring to the world how important it is, and how it helps you in leading a very healthy physical and mental life. So thank you very much once again for finding time and coming on our show and discussing this very important aspect.
Pleasure as usual, CK. Thank you so much and have a very good day.
Thank you, and we will catch up next week again on something very interesting. Until then, bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Hello friends, this is Chandrakant from Akulmach Technologies. Welcome to Top Brass. And today our segment is CEO Roundtable. Let me invite our guest today. First, very senior person joining us from UK. His name is Neville Gunt, and he is the CEO of MindFit Limited. Welcome to CEO Roundtable, Neville.
Thanks very much, CK. Good morning, everybody. Look forward to a great discussion.
Certainly. And our guest number 2 is Ms. Farida Charania. She is the CEO of Career Zoom. She joins us from Singapore. Welcome to CEO Roundtable, Farida.
Thank you, CK. Excited to have this discussion with everyone.
Yes, we are also looking forward to it. And our next guest is Ms. Kanchan Verma. She is the CEO of Akulmach Technologies, and she joins us from India.
Thank you, CK, and everybody. Hi, everybody. How everybody is doing today?
Everybody is fine, and I think the topic of discussion today is, we have been, in fact, all countries are undergoing the COVID-19 situation, where almost entire world is under lockdown. There are do's and don'ts defined by WHO, which are followed by all countries. So literally, we have not seen in the recorded history of mankind that such a unprecedented lockdown has been imposed on the entire earth. And because of this situation, the real pandemic is actually creating havoc on the mankind. People have already lost a lot of jobs. And I think the discussion point is many jobs have been lost already, but it is not over. We are not expecting the vaccine before December this year, if everything goes right. I think the leader is Oxford University, so we will see how it goes. But I think this pandemic is here, we are undergoing it, and people are losing job, which is adding to the pain. So let me first invite Mr. Naval Gund to address this issue, what people should do, because I think it's a reality. People are losing jobs and all kinds of new opportunities are available, but they are not visible. So what is your take on this situation?
Well, we're in an interesting arena. If I have a penny for every time I've heard unprecedented times, I'd be a millionaire, because they are unprecedented. But that doesn't mean to say that we shouldn't be thinking about doing the best things we can. And what we've got in the global arena currently, and I'm not just talking about job seekers, I'm talking about businesses that are employing, governments that are trying to sort things out. But we've got three types of actions that people are taking, three different behaviors. Surprisingly, there's a large number of people in denial. In other words, yes, COVID's happened, so that's a tick, but it's going to go back to normal. Eventually, the virus will have a vaccine, and in a few months, maybe early next year now, things will go back to normal. That's one group. Another group is in complete chaos. They don't know what's happening. They can't control what's happening. They don't know where they're going. They're not planning. They've been set in this headless chicken type approach, and they're literally running around being very busy, but not doing a great deal about it. And then you've got a very small minority that are somewhere in the middle and are accepting that this is something they can't control. It's here to stay. The virus might improve things, the vaccine might improve things, but it may not, because it may not work on everybody. So they're really in the land of reality, and they're now doing things, they're making plans and doing things about it. And the same goes for people that are in the jobless arena. We've got headless chickens, we've got people in denial, and we've got a very few minority in this middle arena. And that is where the advantage comes, because we need to get you into that middle arena, because there are jobs out there, and the businesses are going to give the jobs to the people that are not in denial and not chaotic, but actually want to get after things. It's common sense, really. But let's see whether it's common practice. But it'd be interesting to know, we've got an international audience here. We've got an international panel. It'd be interesting to know whether that fits, in the likes of India, in Asia, in Singapore. But so we've got a fascinating discussion ahead, I think, and we can help job seekers get on the straight and narrow and come out of this chaotic arena, out of denial, and get on with their lives. Put the right CV out there to the right organisations, because people are still hiring. That's my take currently.
In fact, Neville, the way you have described is you have put people in three buckets, and the most important bucket is the people who are in denial. And I saw an advertisement yesterday. The premier insurance company in India, they are now looking for new agents, and they are advertising on TV, which I've never seen in my life. So,
wow.
I mean, they are saying, please join us as agent. Through TV, because earlier that was something which was not really focused on. So I think there are jobs available if you see and look around. The previous jobs which were there before the pandemic are no longer available, but I think there are a lot of new jobs that are available. And with this, I would like to ask Farida. Farida, you work with the government and you have a very vast experience working with Asia Pac companies as well as European companies. In your network, what do you see? Do you agree with Neville, or do you disagree, or what is so different in your marketplace?
I think I do agree with Neville, because we do see, if we were to look at a broad classification, these are three type of people that you actually come across when you speak to people. And I have been kind of, thinking this through, and I feel that, okay, this pain which is going to come with this is inevitable. You can't do anything about it, but misery is optional. There is still a way out of it. So to a certain extent, crisis, drives alignment, and it allows you as an individual, a company as an organization, a government, everyone to move in a certain direction. Because you realize that a lot of it is fluff around you, but there are things which will still actually move. Yeah. And one of the things that I personally believe is never waste a crisis, because it teaches you something. It also, kind of makes you understand where the resilience actually lacked, and which are the areas which will continue to hire people, which will continue to, kind of come out of this, there would be new streams which would develop because there is a crisis, and everything which was happening before probably may no longer continue to happen. Some of these businesses might go out of business permanently. They might never recover, or they might never, because even though, people think that, things might come back to normal, but it's a very, very long road ahead, and nobody knows what the normal is going to look like. This is an opportunity for every individual, every organization to think differently and start thinking about what is it that we need, what is it that we want, what is it that we can afford as an individual, as an organization, as a country, and together as a planet. So to just, kind of bring a little bit of, my perspective to what Neville was saying just now is that there are new jobs which will be available. CK just mentioned something very new, which is a freelance opportunity. And, maybe people never considered it before. But yes, insurance will become very, very, it will become very important in future, because you don't know how this is going to pan out. Vaccine is still work in progress, and, SARS was 10 years ago, more than 10 years ago. We still don't have a vaccine. The thing that actually gives me a little comfort is that the SARS virus and the COVID virus are the same virus with separate strains. And human trials which were actually happening due to the SARS epidemic, it's the same vaccine with some different strains, and it's being used for this pandemic. But it's all hearsay. I mean, I don't kind of trust that this will come through very soon, and human trials still take the time that they need to take. So we so the community which is in denial, this might be the time to start looking at what you can do, because at least as a professional, I do not see things coming back to normal very quickly. For people who are getting very upset with all of this, I think most of us have been there. But look at the bright side, because there will be new opportunities, there will be new arena. And people who have already aligned themselves, good news for you is that yes, you might not get the kind of jobs that you actually, probably had a year ago or so. The kind of pay scales which will be offered, which is going to be distinctly different. You don't know how the structure is going to look like in future. But there are jobs available. They might not be aligned to probably your education and your experience, but there will be new things. And there are governments which are pushing this as well. Like for instance, in Singapore, there are new jobs which are either being created or they are coming up as a result of this entire chaos which is happening. For instance, digital ambassadors. The digital ambassadors are people who could come from any kind of educational background, who could come from any kind of experience. These are people who will be trained to become digitally savvy and then go and train people who are not digitally savvy, so that everyone actually comes at the same page. So this is a new kind of a job. It might not be what you've done before, but it's available. So just to kind of bring all of this together, my perspective is that there is pain. More pain will come because schemes like furlough or the subsidies which the government is offering to companies to keep the workforce are going to go away. No government can afford this forever, and more businesses will close down, because without revenue it's going to be very difficult to continue sustaining. But there will be new things which will come out. So keep your eyes open, ears open, and keep your mind open most of everything.
Excellent, Farida. I think you made the moot point here that there will be new opportunities, and I think one thing that I liked a lot is you mentioned about digital ambassador. I think there is a clear need for this, and I personally, as a professional, feel that there are a need for a new type of role in the industry, which is something like digital ambassador. And I think let me invite our third guest for this discussion is, Kanchan works with universities in India and schools. What I've noticed is that almost like every second or third day, there is a new app coming related to some sort of training or education. But, all these apps are available. There are Byju's and there are so many others already available. But are the school adopting it? So my question to Kanchan would be that, our business leaders have already described that there is a group of people which could be very large in numbers, is in denial. And there are opportunities available in some other arena, but the education and university, are they training their students to leverage these opportunities? So Kanchan, what is your opinion on this one?
Well, CK, these are quite crazy times because there's pandemic and people are suffering. But I will take a little a positive approach towards this, because in previous months we have seen the most job loss happen only in leisure and hospitality industry. According to one research, it is 47% job loss happen in hospitality. But as I said, I will be taking more positive view, because and little India centric, though many countries are working and fighting for this kind of jobless and people management. But what I feel, we have two great options which is introduced by government of India. One is Make in India and one is Modern India. So when we talk about Make in India, then there's a lot of companies who are setting up their companies in India, and thus it is creating a lot of job opportunities. Now, when we talk about Modern India, the government is also stressing on digitization of many services. Now, for example, if I have quoted hospitality. So hospitality industry is closed, but there are chefs who are running their education courses online. So then they have the opportunity, and they are moving towards making something good. So I believe that though there's a job loss, but then, as Farida said, you have to be open your eyes and you have to open your ears to find out where the job opportunities are there. I feel there's little pause phase now going on, but it'll kickstart.
So Kanchan, I think I just continue asking on this path where there are opportunities and people have to reskill. But I think we have discussed in the past in this program where we have already pointed out that the skill which are required are not being taught by the universities. And what we see, at least in India, I can talk about that the schools are still waiting and watching. They are in that denial mode. I think they, as per the Naval's category, all the schools in India are in denial funnel. They are not looking at the aspects that you pointed out. For example, if you look at the investment by Google in Reliance Jio, $5 billion of investment, they want to develop indigenous 5G platform. So when 5G comes, the chefs who are running their education courses will have a ball on this platform because they can run multiple things with a lot of creativity. But the education is still lagging behind. They are in denial. What is your advice to these people?
I think because they are denial because they are looking for a better time to come. They want that maybe the time which were before pandemic, it will come. But I think things have, water has flown and things will not be changing for a longer time. So maybe sooner or later they are struggling. Actually, many schools are struggling with the technology and with digitization. But I again said I am quite positive that they will overcome, because in every industry there are some people who don't like change. There are some people who like change, and generally people and the management who like change always win. So I'm quite hopeful for that.
Naval, mankind is a very resilient species, and we are going through, like you already mentioned, that unprecedented. You might have heard so many times, but I think let me use this word again, that the mankind is a very resilient species, and they are going through this unprecedented times. What do you think is the takeaway from this discussion? What people really should do to get out of the denial mode?
Well, they're going to have to look in the mirror and make sure that they know where they are, whether they're in chaos, in denial, or they're actually doing something about it. It's been a fascinating discussion already, and this is such a big topic. What we've got to remember is that COVID really has just accelerated all these thought processes. They were already there prior to COVID. Now, the education business gap was there. It got bigger during COVID, to my surprise, mainly because universities have gone more into denial. They've been more focused on improving their own digital presence. And remember, we're in the fourth revolution, which is digitization. And Farida mentioned this one word that is used quite often, but actually not really understood. And before I say what that word is, the World Economic Forum has for the last 4 or 5 years been publishing lots of future job profiles. And they published just before COVID the future of jobs in the next 5 years. And they were saying basically that 40% of jobs are not even identified today. So maybe your insurance company that's looking at lots of freelancers, there you go, there's the word. We're going to become a global community of freelancers. There's no more jobs for life. There's never been jobs for life, actually, since I got a job, frankly, which was many, many years ago. You're going to freelance for a period of time. You may be under contract, but I can see organizations literally moving towards fixed term contracts for everybody. Now that's just, I don't know any facts apart from a few organizations, large organizations that I've seen move in this direction. But the freelance community is going to be huge. It's huge already, frankly. but it's going to be much, much bigger. And this is where job seekers, you've got to get out of this denial arena. You've got to look online, go to respected resources. Don't follow the shiny objects and fake news. Ignore all that. Look what governments are saying officially on their notice boards. Look what the best employers are saying on their notice boards. It's there, it's evidenced. All you've got to do is go and look at it and start thinking. Because sooner or later you will see that the evidence will actually start to change your belief. And that's a good situation, because now you're getting a kick of reality, not a perception. You know, perception will keep you in denial or in chaos. The kick of reality will narrow you down this middle road, you know, let's call it, you know, having the right attitude and being in control of your own destiny. So my advice to everybody is start reading, start Googling, but don't look at fake news. Don't look at the shiny objects, and certainly don't follow government leaders, because frankly, a lot of them are bouncing around saying they're in this middle road, but they've got no idea. Some of them, they're feeling their way. And I feel for them actually, because again, sadly, these are unprecedented times.
So there you go. You mentioned that once again. But I think some of this stuff that you mentioned is very important. Is one takeaway for me personally is never believe the politicians, because among humans, they are the most opportunistic people. So we have to look for ourselves, not be in denial, don't get cue from the politicians. So with this, I'd like to ask Frida, any closing remarks from you?
Yeah, sure. I will just actually kind of, take a little bit further what Neville was saying and try to, articulate it in my way. If it helps people, it's fantastic. So, sky is not the limit, it's just the view. So basically, when you actually talk about freelancers, I'm specifically talking about the gig economy. Now, that's something that's going to be huge. The reason being, like Neville was saying, there are no longer going to be secure jobs. So I would break it down that there would be tasks, and there would be people who would actually perform those tasks, and there would be people who need these tasks performed, and they would be willing to pay for it. So there are professionals, there are, even if there are, there are people who have been in a job for very long, they've been cocooned as an employee, suddenly they are in middle of everything, this pandemic, and they realize that it's not going to be easy to find something. So keep an open mind, go to respected resources, see what is it that can leverage your skill, because still work is happening. Industries which are very badly impacted are, aviation, hospitality, luxury, to an extent retail. But then, there is work happening, like e-commerce is growing because that's the only avenue where people are actually shopping nowadays. Hospitality is not like for, countries like Singapore are trying to do local tourism boost. So something is happening, but it's not going to go back to the pre-COVID times very soon. So keep an open mind, look at what other avenues are available. There should be opportunities which can actually utilize a skill set you perhaps have not used for a very long time. And it might actually just come into use right now. Maybe you're very good at writing and you haven't done it for a while, and there are copywriters which are needed all the time across so many platforms. So keep an open mind, there will be opportunities. It's dark, but then, waiting for the goal, don't miss the silver lining.
Absolutely, very well summarized, Farida. In fact, one of the takeaway for me and for my viewers is that somebody has taken your job, because the jobs are just around the corner, as from the panelists we realized, but nobody can take away your career. So all you have to do is look around and see what are the new opportunities. So with this, I'd like to thank all the panelists today, Neville, Farida and Kanchan. Thank you very much for joining us.
Been a pleasure.
Thank you very much. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Hello, friends. This is Chandrakant from Akulmach Technologies, and I welcome you all on today's edition of Jeremy Blaine's Live. And today is a very special day because we have an exclusive presentation by Mr. Jeremy Blaine about the emerging trend, which may be valid with regard to leadership and the new landscape of business for the decades to come. So, without wasting any further moment, let me welcome Mr. Jeremy Blaine.
Good morning, CK from the UK. How are you?
Yes, I'm good, and we are in Delhi, so it is as cold as London, probably.
It is.
So we don't have frost here, but I think you're going to heat the environment by really talking about what you're going to present in your report, which you're bringing exclusively for our viewers.
That's right. It is an Akulmach exclusive today. I have just, with another business partner, completed a global piece of research on the emerging leadership traits and skills for tomorrow, today, particularly looking at the decade ahead. We've gone through enormous transformation and change. We've talked about this in our discussions over the last few weeks, CK. Digital transformation, workforce transformation, ways of working. That was before the pandemic, and now the pandemic hits. We've got the business imperatives front and center. How do we get back on track? But how do we bring our people along with us when we also still have new competition coming? We're not sure how the economy is. So much hitting leaders, and really it needs something to give leaders a roadmap for the way ahead. And we felt that the time was right to do some research. So we looked across 4 regions and 27 countries, including India, as it happens. I'll pull out a little bit of data today. Almost 2,000 leaders, but also within that as well, we interviewed employees. So we brought in the leadership perspective as well as the employee perspective to give us an idea of not just what the challenges are, but how leaders are doing and what needs to happen differently over the next decade, but starting now.
I think this is a very important subject, because there is a lot of confusion in the field. People don't know what steps to take, and especially the leadership, they don't know which direction they have to steer their organization. So I think your work and your assessment would be very, very important and valuable. I mean, if your research can give a little bit directions to the leaders, specifically in Asia Pac, it will be very good.
Yeah, well, it's very interesting that you say that, because I will pull out this very first piece of data, is that it is clear that leaders in the Asia Pacific, across Asia Pacific, so if I look from India to the Pacific, are most prepared in the world for tomorrow and are ready to do things differently. And in terms of the top 10 countries in Asia Pacific, India within our survey, we're at number 5. So making progress, getting up there and more enlightened. What's interesting for me, I'm calling you, of course, from the UK here. It's interesting for me, the 3 key areas that were really struggling at the other end of the scale was the territories in Africa that we surveyed, territories in the Middle East we surveyed, but specifically the UK. Least prepared, but that comes with a very big Brexit effect, as much as the effects of what's impacting leaders that I've talked about before. So actually some real challenges for people, but the Asia century has really begun, which was a term coined by the Financial Times last year, and I really subscribe to it. In fact, the top 3 challenges when we asked leaders in our survey, what are the top 3 sort of 5 challenges that you have over the next decade, particularly as we start in 2021, post pandemic, he said, hopefully, was the first one was keeping up with the pace of change, which is fairly obvious because that is ever accelerating. And the pandemic has been a further accelerator into that. The second was attracting and retaining appropriate talent. And when we went deeper into that, leaders have started to realize that talent does not just mean your permanent employees. It means those independent workers who will increasingly be part of your workforce, and therefore who are the highest value that need to impact your company. We've not particularly formalized that process. That was the second. The third was enabling the business to operate in the digital era while maintaining the human touch. So what are the tools that we need, the appropriate technologies to fuel the business, to drive greater collaboration and communication across all of our people, whether they be permanent employees, independent employees, stakeholders everywhere in the business, customers, partners, you name it. And then the final two really that came out within the top 10 and within actually the top 5 were leaders starting to acknowledge that they needed to upskill for the times that we're in. They recognize that traditional leadership skills, while really valuable, are not just what they need anymore. They need a new suite of skills for tomorrow, which give them the power and understanding of, for example, how to manage data effectively, how to work in more agile ways for them and their organization. And then within all of that, the final piece that came out from the leadership from a key challenges perspective were the balancing needs of all of the different stakeholders, which were now part of the mix that they had to manage, not just shareholders, not just the executive board, but it is customers, partners, it's workers, it's workforce, it's also community, which was a strong part that came out of it. Those were the top challenges, CK, that came through initially.
Jeremy, you have put it very nicely. I think to get to the direction in which the entrepreneurs must take next steps, I think which way the industry is going is, you have to understand very well. So I think you rightly pointed out that the transition is happening, and a lot of industries have to look at transition in a very big way. For example, if there is a hospitality industry, which is a very big industry in the areas where our tourism is the main source of income. There are few pockets in India, there are few pockets everywhere. I think these entrepreneurs who are very big in this arena have to relook at their strategy, what they have to do. Similarly, entertainment industry. I don't think there is any new movie. Have you seen any new movie lately? I mean, I don't see anyone releasing any movie. So I think that is also one big change people have to look at. I think the biggest change would be in the arena of production, because and the advertising further. How do you promote your items which you are producing? All that is now undergoing a tremendous change, and people have to realize where the industry is going. So my pointed question to you would be specifically to these areas which are very badly affected, like entertainment, hospitality, airlines, tours and travel. What is your specific advice? Maybe you want to give it now, or maybe you want people to come to your report to see it in a complete picture. But if you can throw some light, it'll be great.
Well, we do have actions that we recommend, actually, but I will let people read the white paper, and I've given you the link to our webpage. This is not going to be released until sort of later this week, but I've given you the link where your viewers and network can see it first as an exclusive. And also, I'm going to be doing a web event in about 2 or 3 weeks' time with Paul Marks, who was my partner in this research, where we're going to go into it in a little bit more detail and talk very specifically about the action. So we can provide that link so people can register. It's just an Eventbrite too. However, I totally agree with you. There are some industries which are really suffering. Some, of course, which have done very well. Let's not forget during this as well. So there's a huge shift with what's happening. And I think at the end of it, you mentioned entertainment. I did actually go and see Tenet at the movie theater, but it was a very eerie experience. There was a whole ring around us of seats, and it was just not the experience that I wanted. And so, what are they going to do? Because they're losing money hand over fist. So from a leadership perspective, there are two key things that are happening here. The first is that they have short-term business imperatives, which are driven by survival, which are trumping everything. They have to get back on track. They have to think about what they're doing. Fortunately, some more enlightened governments in the world are putting together schemes whereby paying a certain percentage of their workforce's salary for a number of months, often called a furlough scheme. Others are kind of struggling themselves. But the other end of the scale, which really comes straight into our research, is that there's a very, very strong need for a new brand of leadership, because it is not just the leaders who have challenges. It is everybody that works for them who are worried, who don't know if they're going to have a job tomorrow, don't know if they're going back to work. Yes, they may be furloughed and being paid a salary, but they're at home. They've got a balance. You don't know what their home life is like. So we know that there are mental health issues, well-being issues, which are growing as well at the same time. So what was quite interesting that came out of the research was, if there is one big headline that came out, was the need to usher in a new age of human-centered leadership. That was absolutely number one. And at the top of that list was leaders demonstrating far more empathy. So if you track that against what we've just been talking about around some of those industries, leaders have a headache around their business. They don't know what the future looks like. And yet they're having to really, really think about how they interact with their people, because the very best leaders who are coming through this are the ones that have demonstrated the greatest empathy within the greatest challenges as well to their people, and the people will remember it. So this is, if you think about the challenges I talked about for leaders, number two was attracting and retaining talent. Now, if leaders demonstrate the great empathy-centered leadership through this pandemic that their employees and stakeholders can really get behind while trying to protect the business in very uncertain times, they will emerge as the ones who will be the most attractive leaders for employees everywhere looking. So of those traits coming through, those more human-centered traits coming through, I talked about empathy. The next one is being a master communicator. The next one is also living and breathing the transformation that needs to happen in the company, even if it's adopting remote working for the longer term. They need to be able to walk the walk as well as talk the talk. The more enlightened leaders are acknowledging they need new, different skills. So if I think of some companies like Citibank, for example, they are practicing actively reverse mentoring. They're bringing in their millennial workforce into the boardroom, and they're saying, you need to help us. How do we integrate the most appropriate technologies to help us here? So that's really key. So actually the things that the worst leaders are doing from a pandemic response. So let's go back to your question as well. Let's say there are leaders who are really worried about business survival, and they can't see beyond that. They're not able to see what everybody else is going through. And the number one challenge and the number one factor, which employees who are responding to us find the most negative trait, was the pandemic response, a poor pandemic response. Poor communication, focus on the short term, but also they see their leaders being overwhelmed by multiple pressures and priorities. In fact, to the extent that through the survey, what became very clear was that employees were seeing a narrowing gap between their capability and the capability of their leaders. So in some of those industries, for example, in particularly hospitality that you mentioned, employees are starting to stand up and say, give us a chance to help you, because we can also do things at our level which are beyond our job description, but also will help you with the health of the business and the future strategy. So they're forcing an age of empowerment, which of course the more enlightened leaders are embracing, because they think that, and they feel that this more collective approach to business help, short-term business challenges, long-term maneuvering and navigating of the business is best shared. And you've got some fantastic people in the business to do that with. So there's a few things that came out of it specifically for that, CK.
I'm sure your report is very, very enlightenment based, and the leaders of today
need to access your report and get the ideas driven out from that, because I think you have done a very wide survey. You have studied a lot of variety of businesses in variety of countries. So I think in today's environment, it's really a global village we live in. Your report will be very valuable for the viewers and the leaders who are watching this program. And I think there is as much discussion we can have. It's not sufficient. So I think it's best to do reading on the about the report. So we will publish that link so that people can access the report, and maybe also join your webinar, which is going to be planned in 1 week's time. That may be very valuable for the viewers.
Yes, thank you. And I would say that when you go to my webpage, one thing that I would recommend doing if you just want to snapshot any of your viewers is that just scroll down a little bit of the page and you'll see that there is a press release. That press release is kind of like an executive briefing. The white paper itself that we've produced is a very robust piece of work. We pull in case studies and emerging best practices from companies all around the world, which we put together with the data that have come out to provide kind of a roadmap of the very best things, but also some of the things to avoid. As well as at the end of the report, we have produced a number of actions and a brand new model, the Enlightened Leader model, whereby we bring all of these together. In fact, the three components of this, as I mentioned, it's human-centered leadership as number one, community-centered leadership, which is thinking about your internal community of your people, but also the communities within which you serve, where you're based, and your impact on society as a whole. And the third element, of course, is the business-centered leadership. So these are things like adopting agile, data-driven decision-making, speed of action, technology-enabled, new leadership skills for tomorrow. So it's all there. And in fact, later on today, probably if you give us about an hour, there'll be a video introduction on that page as well from myself and Paul Marks, who's my partner in this. Just 5 minutes explaining what we did and some of these headlines. But thank you, CK, for sharing those links as well. I'm sure your audience will find it very interesting when they start getting into the detail.
Certainly, because it's a need of the hour. People are very confused. They have to adapt to the new environment, and a person like you, who's a marketing guru, can tell them, show them the way. It'll be very good. So I will leave the link in the description below. And I will also urge viewers to subscribe to Germany Plane, because in next 1 hour, he's going to come out with a small introductory video with his partner, Mark. So with that, we can end the discussion today, Jeremy.
Thank you very much, CK, for having me again. And I trust this is of great insight and interest to your audience.
Certainly. So I will catch up with you in the next episode of Germany Plane Live. Until then, bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Good morning, Neville.
Good morning, CK. Have you got your token?
Oh yes, the app is working absolutely fine. I got my token. I got a slot allotted for me. It is 1:15 in the afternoon, and I have to go slightly before 1:15 so that I reach there on time, because I have only 15 minutes to make my purchases. And
Wow.
are all related to only provisions. So I will be on time today.
So you're going to have a list of things to buy?
There is a cap on how much you can buy. There is a cap of 1,000 rupees. So
Okay.
today I can buy only in only whatever is available within 1,000 rupees. So if I convert that into pounds for you, I think it's like 10 pounds.
£10, which isn't a great deal, but it's great because you're focused. You're going to have to be really punctual,
You just mentioned the magic words. I need to get there a little early. The good news is there won't be any crowds. You won't have to get in the car. You can take a nice stroll, a nice walk, taking some fresh air. All of these things that we should be doing on a regular basis. Having that little, we always talk about this routine, and that's a brilliant part of the routine, because guess what? If you miss your slot, the good news is you save 10,000 rupees. The bad news is you don't get your provisions. So it's really important to be punctual. How many times do we say be punctual? Be on time. Get to meetings on time. Say it all the time, don't we? And that's what SME owners should be doing. And over here, we celebrated you had your Corona champions the other week. Everyone got out of their rooftops.
We call them Corona warriors, which includes the medical staff, police, law and order apparatus, the municipality apparatus, the entire people who are actually going out and helping rest of us. So we call them Corona warriors.
Well, not only are they helping, they're doing their job. That's what they're paid to do. These are really tough times, but they're being asked to go beyond the normal, because they're having to deal with, people like us, and sadly there are idiots out there, partying and barbecuing and just not being smart, being normal human beings. But last night, 8 o'clock UK time, we opened the doors, made a huge noise, and anyone can go and Google it, and they'll see people applauding. We just called it the NHS last night. I'm sure we'll be celebrating the rest of our warriors as we go forward. But it's the weekend tomorrow. You're halfway closer to it than I am, being 5.5 hours ahead. And then that's the time to relax. So all this week, all of the listeners on here have been really focused on their business. Have you been focused on your business?
Oh, yes.
Have you been contacting people? You have. But I wonder how many others have. So here's an opportunity now. Forget what's happened in the last 3 days. Get yourself ready today for Monday morning. Get yourself into some very practical things. As we say, this is really simple. This is not difficult. It is being a human being. Waking up, getting dressed, getting showered, eating breakfast, and then getting ready for work, but not actually physically going. Go through the mental thing, as we said this before. Mentally go to work. You open the door, you get in the car, you have all the aggravation of the journey. It's an hour in heavy traffic. Look at what we're saving. The hour in heavy traffic's gone. Magically gone, because we're staying at home. And then get yourself into a workplace. Get your workstation. Find a place in your house where you can go and work. And don't have it cluttered around you, because cluttered is what we call behavioural waste. But make sure you've got plenty of water, because you need to hydrate. And I have lots of coffee as well, so... But you just have what you normally do. I mean, is anything other than common sense, CK?
Yeah, I think I just want to add, while having water, if you can make it lukewarm, mix a little bit of basil, it'll have a very good effect on the people actually, and yourself.
Oh, there you go. There you go. We're becoming herbalists as well here. So just that's a little added advice. If you like it, do more of it, as they say. And the little and often. How many times have we heard a little and often? And there's a phrase I saw recently. It said, if you're having to listen to it 3, 4, and 5 times, you didn't listen the first time.
Right.
So it's just about learning how to listen. We're giving some cracking advice here, which is nothing more than common sense, because You've been doing it for nearly 20 years. I've been doing this for 20 years. My workspace is well defined. Even when we're having building work in the house, I need to find workspace where I can go and work. You need to get that into your routine, and it's simple. So forget what you've done over the last 3 days. It may have been good, bad, or indifferent. If it was good, great, keep doing it. If it wasn't so good, get a clean sheet for Monday, but do all the planning today. There's a half a day left in India, and this is your week off. So use it wisely. Recharge the batteries. Anyway, day 3. I'm not going to see you on day 4 and 5 because we're taking the weekend off. Okay, CK, right? This is weekend off, family time. So I'll see you on day 6 on Monday morning.
Same here, Neville. Have a nice day, have a nice Friday, and enjoy your weekend.
And you. Good luck, everybody.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Hello friends, I'm Kanchan from Akulmach Technologies and you are welcome to our show. Today we have an interesting personality to discuss and to discuss about this interesting larger than life personality. We have our guest Sitesh Srivastav, who has a deep interest in corporate training. He's closely associated with radio broadcasting. He's an IT professional. So welcome to the show, Sitesh. How are you doing today?
Thank you. Thank you, Kanchan. Lovely talking to you all the time. How are you doing?
I'm fine, Sitesh. And yesterday there was a birth centenary for the great Shivaji Maharaj. And I thought, let me discuss about this great personality with you because I know that you also like great personalities like Shivaji, and you have read about this personality more than me because we had been talking about great personalities of India. And Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj is undoubtedly one of them. So Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj is considered to be one of the greatest warrior of his time, and even today stories about his valor is narrated in most of the of our country as a folklore. With his valor and a great administrative skill, Shivaji carved out an enclave from the declining Adil Shah Sultanate of Bijapur. So let's say more. Let's our viewers know about Shivaji Maharaj more.
Well, Kanchan, thanks for bringing up this subject. And in the modern history of last 300 years or so, we must not forget the people who actually were able to unite this big piece of land to a place, to a position, to a definition which we call as India. And when the interesting part is that when the Mughals were at the peak of their career, when the peak of their empire, when the Aurangzeb became the richest emperor of the world, and he started doing plundering in the country, we find a person who could rise from nowhere in the foothills of Maharashtra, and Shivaji came out from almost nowhere, and he was able to challenge the most powerful emperor of the world, and the highest ranking Mughal emperor of his time. And it is because of Shivaji that actually Mughals started declining in this country. And that is something that the great man, the Shivaji that we are discussing, and I'm really, really proud to know and understand whatever I have known about him. The military strategist, the guerrilla warfare expert, and the man who had not just the military expertise but also the strategic thinking. And that strategic thinking was enormous, that even after Shivaji passed away, the Peshwas that he created, that structure, they were able to control the Mughals, and from one time emperors, they became just uh, the subjects of the Maratha warriors, all because of Shivaji. What
Yes.
are your memories?
Yes, I have read a lot in during my school and college days about Chhatrapati Shivaji, and he is remembered as a torch bearer of a good governance, as an accomplished administrator. Shivaji is also father of Indian Navy. Shivaji realized the importance of naval force in early stages and believed that it would keep them independent from foreign invaders like Dutch, Portuguese, British, and will also protect Konkan coast from pirates. So Shivaji Maharaj built a naval fort at Jagad. So that is a big contribution, and uh, as you said that Shivaji and Maratha Empire played a big role in the decline of Mughal Empire. Even they have captured north areas also. They are not limited to only Maharashtra. They have a big empire. So I think that
Yeah.
is something, and the impact of his administration and his valor still exists in our generation, and in our people really respect and adore the past which is being given by Shivaji Maharaj.
Yes, I think you could not be more right. He was the one man responsible for the decline of the largest empire in this world in the modern history, the Mughals. And in an interesting part, Kanchan, that I read is that uh, the tallest, the mightiest of the Mughal emperor Aurangzeb, in whose time the Mughal empire was the largest empire on this planet, Shivaji did not let Aurangzeb sit peacefully on the throne of Delhi. Last 20 years of his life, Aurangzeb spent fighting the forces of Shivaji in the Deccan Plateau. And the mighty emperor of Mughals actually could not return to Delhi to enjoy the throne that he built to the heights that he had taken the Mughal empire. He could not enjoy the fruits just because Shivaji did not let him do it. And there are very few leaders in the modern history who have actually transcended one generation. And today, after almost 500 years or almost 450 years of his Shivaji's time, we are still inspired by that great man. Even after his passing, the Peshwas carried on, his children carried on, and wherever they went, they actually brought what you say, good governance, as you said. And they were, the offshoots of Shivaji's legacy is when we see in Rani Lakshmi Bai, we see in Tatya Tope, we see in Peshwas, we see in our Marathas in our army, and of course the great Indian Navy. So I think Shivaji and the leaders like him, they work like glue to the overall diverse nation like India, and that is something that needs to be cherished. It needs to be told, and I think that needs to be in. It needs to instill the self-respect that the British had actually taken out of us.
Yes, there are few basic pillar he has strengthened. Like he was very tolerant and he was very beautiful ruler. He it said that nobody can insult women during his era of rule, and they were all treated very well. Women were educated. And now, when we talk about tolerance and duty full ruler, it is said. I'm just quoting him. I've read it somewhere, so I'm just quoting Shivaji Maharaj that he said, if a tree which is not a highly elevated living entity can be so tolerant and merciful to give sweet mango even when we hit by anyone, and being a king, should I not be more merciful and tolerant than the king? So when even during war, when he captured soldiers or kings, he used to treat them not mercifully, and that makes him great. And he also has lot of valor, lot of grit for war, because he also said to his men that never bend your head, always hold it high. So that kind of leadership, that kind of feel he generated among people, among his soldiers. And that is why, as you said, that the war tactics were very, very refined. And he has also done innovative military tactics, and he used the method by leveraging strategic factors like the geography, speed, and it was used to be surprise defeat for more powerful enemies. So that makes him great.
Yes, yes, Kanchan. And Shivaji is something that this country shall always remain indebted to, because the modern nationalism, if the start of modern nationalism can be said to have started from Shivaji's time, where he could think about this whole land mass as one nation and a community which believes in a certain kind of a governance and which respects its people and also focuses on the welfare. And that modern nation actually can be thought very aggressively from Shivaji's time, because that was the decline of the Mughals. And after the decline of Mughals, when Aurangzeb passed away in 1707, after that, the way Peshwas and the Maratha warlords, as they captured the Mughals, and by the time of 1757 of Plassi's battle, the Mughals were just remained confined to Delhi. In fact, they were paying taxes to the Marathas, and that is to the legacy of Shivaji, that he could bring down a whole big glorious empire to the foot. And then the last nail was dealt by the British, who took away the completely from the Mughals, and that's where the British took over. The only small point that I want to make here, Kanchan, through this program is that I always wonder. In fact, I want to meet someone who can actually explain us that when the Marathas after Shivaji, when they were able to control Delhi, when they were able to control and demand taxes, protection money from the Mughals, why did they not choose to take the throne of Delhi and become the real, put athwart the British at that point in time? How could they fail to see what was coming? And that is something, if they would have done that, the Shivaji's glorious years, we should have seen much, much earlier in the independent India. What do you think?
Yes, I think we are touching a very small aspect of great Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaji, because we need, I think, more time to really discuss about the strategies of Maratha Empire and how they got guidance when Shivaji was alive. And you know that though the legacy of Shivaji will never wither away, it will be here, because you know, for the first time, Shivaji paid the army, Maratha soldiers, for their service for throughout the year, which never happened before. So they were not treated as like people who you hire for the fight, but they were, that from 2,000 men, Shivaji created an army of 10,000 soldiers and very small time, and that too it is a paid army, something which is like modern army, where we see the our India army is a paid army and a professional army. So that is something which is still going on in our army. A part of this, guerrilla tactics which were invented and laid down, and of course there are some aspect of artillery teaching which has also been inducted in our modern Indian education. So that, I think, that is somewhere, the Shivaji's legacy will never go away, because we are so
Yes.
glued to this great personality that it's very difficult to really ignore him from our past.
Exactly, Kanchan, and I think the lore, the folklore of Shivaji, the facts of Shivaji needs to be told as it is in our history books, in the schools, in the colleges, even in the management colleges, not only military colleges, but also in the management colleges. How do you transform not just your small piece of company, but you must be able to transform? How do you do on a larger public? And I think in India has treated, the modern India, the independent India has treated well Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj. And I think most of us who have learned about him should not just do the lip service of talking about him, but do something about him. In fact, take his legacy forward, learn about him. In fact, I'm surprised, Kanchan, that is still lot of the literature written during Shivaji's time still is in Marathi, and it has not been translated into Hindi or English for us to read. And I think that is important to come out what happened. And there is no wonder that our National Defense Academy, NDA, is in Pune, which used to be the capital of Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj.
Yes, and I feel that Shivaji was a great soldier. We can't, as I said, we can't be away from the impact, the impression of Shivaji Maharaj on our lives. And it is good. Even today, people uh, follow his ideas, and some the war cries like Jai Bhavani and Har Har Mahadev. All that become later on kind of independent for independence. There were slogans which were taken from these war cries. A part of this, I feel that Shivaji was not a king who was centrally devoted to himself or to Maratha. He fought for national. He fought nationalism, yeah, and he fought for India. And nationalism was the core aspect of his whole life, of his whole work, administration, and of course, fight.
Yes, Kanchan, and more we talk about the great man, more we should be reminded about the idea of a nation, idea of a modern nation, that he was able to at least perceive in his time. And he was at the peak of the Mughal Empire. He was able to stand, and he was able to actually make them tired enough from where the Mughals actually went into the downhill. And I think that is something the Indian army, the Indian military strategists, and they need to basically remind themselves, remember. It has to be taught to our students and children from the young age. And I'm not sure whether we have some interesting what do you say, television programs, or any do you remember any Bollywood movie coming on Shivaji? Do you
Uh,
remember?
Actually, lately there was a movie, but it was not mainly on Shivaji. It was about his general. So, but then what I feel, it is so good that yesterday was his birthday, and we got chance to discuss about this great personality, which me and you, I think most of the people are mesmerized by his personality, the way they study in the school, the guerrilla war warfare, innovation in warfare. So that gives we are very, very, very excited to really know more about this. And I think people should read more about Shivaji and his administration, the way he used to conduct warfares. And of course, the great thing is that he always very concerned about the honor of women, and people who were not giving a due respect to women, they were severely punished. So these few aspects which are into our Indian culture. So, and that he revived, and he put forward few good cultural and the most aspect of Indianness during his administration, and that we cherish, isn't it, Sitesh?
Yes, Kanchan, and may I take this opportunity to suggest our in schools that they should take up something which is called history tour. Like they should take a history tour and take the students to the trails of Shivaji, something like that. The trails of Shivaji, from where he started, the kind of great military strategic forts he built, the kind of forts he built, the kind of military warfare he did, the land he traversed from Maharashtra to then Delhi, and then again back from there. All his the trails of Shivaji can be a good history tour for the school children. It could be a good history tour for the historians. It could be a great history tour for the interested people in history, in the modern Indian history. And people should actually go. It can be developed as a tourism also. So, and I think that is needs to be charted out. Maybe that's a befitting legacy. And I think why Bollywood could not make a big movie on Shivaji is because he is too big of a subject to be handled in just one movie, I think.
Exactly. That is a big question for Bollywood also. So in the end, I just want to say Naman to Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj, and it was so wonderful to talk to you, Sitesh. We'll meet next in our next episode with a very interesting topic next time. Till then, bye bye. Take care.
Jai Bhavani.
This video is sponsored by Single Point Solution. Single Point is pioneer in production and distribution of electric vehicles like electric bikes, electric scooters and three-wheelers. Single Point also provide consulting services to small F players.
Hello friends, this is Chandrakant from Akulmach Technologies, and today we would like to talk about something very interesting and something which was announced yesterday by the Defense Minister of India. Uh, some new development that our scientists have done, and this is something that we have invented or created, or something which we have done indigenously. And this is about the hypersonic flight. So we will talk about that in today in detail. So before we start, let me present a few facts with you. So this whole news is about India achieving indigenous capability for the hyperdrive vehicle. So so we will discuss what is hyperdrive vehicle. But the hyperdrive, as the name suggests, it is a vehicle which can go at very high speed. Now it could have many commercial and defense requirement which this indigenous technology can fulfill. But so far, let me tell you that we had to uh, buy this technology, and it was not owned. But with this development, as of yesterday, we have joined the 4 countries, a group of 4 countries, which has the capability of hyperdrive. Now, it is not something which is readily available. It is very, very closely guarded technology, which only 4 countries has. And China got this technology developed in 2014, not so long ago. So predominantly this technology has been with the US and Russia. They have used the hyperdrive technology in some of their fighter planes to fly very fast. So we will discuss about all that. But now we are the 4th country in the world to have the hypersonic engine available with India. So let us understand what is hyperdrive. So we have all heard about supersonic. So the supersonic is something which can fly faster than the speed of sound. So the speed of sound is 700 and odd miles per hour, and if a plane can fly faster than speed of sound, it is called supersonic. But the hypersonic is many times the speed of sound. So usually hypersonic flight is considered flying at 4.5 upwards of 5 Mach. As some of you may know, that Mach is the measure of speed after you cross the speed of sound. So the speed of sound is equal to Mach 1. Mach 2 is twice the speed of sound. Mach 3 is the 3 times the speed of sound, and so on and so forth. So Mach 5 is considered a hypersonic speed, or in the neighborhood of Mach 5. So how this speed can be achieved? But before we go there, this is not something which is completely alien to us. We have a hypersonic missile called BrahMos. It is the fastest cruise missile in the world today, which can fly at the speed of up to 5 to 7 Mach. And this is in service. This has been commissioned as well. It's a very versatile missile system, and it has capability of carrying nuclear weapons as well, and very, very accurate, very, very fast. It cannot be stopped once fired because it is flying so high at a high speed, at high velocity, and the range of this a cruise missile is up to 700 to 800 kilometers. So it will reach at 7 Mach within an instant. So even the enemy will not have a time to react, because this is a medium range missile and it can fly very, very fast. There is no system which can stop it. How this speed is achieved, but before we go to the hypersonic drive systems, let me tell the viewers that the whole thing is based on something called scramjet. So what is a scramjet? We will come to that in a minute, but let us understand how the normal aircraft turbine engine works. So as you can see here, in this diagram, this is a very simple diagram of a jet engine. It has something called a compressor in the start of the airflow, and as you see this when you fly using the jet planes, I'm sure everyone has seen there is a engine with a big frontal side as an entry point for the air. So this is exactly what it is. The air enters from here, and these are the compressors. These fans operate in different stages, and when the air passes from one to other, the rate at which the compression is required is actually increased every time it passes through the stages. So this is a low compressor propellers, and as the air passes through all of this, it becomes a high compressor. The last one is the highest compression. So you can achieve a very high compression of air inside the engine. Now over here, as it is shown in the diagram, that is a combustion chamber. So the fuel is injected here, and it is, it is ignited. So once the fuel is ignited, it expands again. So it expands vigorously, and it will escape from the other side. So this is really the heart of the jet engine, and this is how the jet engine works. As a it's very simplistic diagram, but it has lot many. We are not covering all of that. But as the hot air is escaping the engine, there is something called turbine. These turbines are connected via a shaft with some of these compressors. So they actually spin the turbines, and once they're able to do that, once the turbines are spinning, they are connected with this green color shaft uh, with some of these compressors. So this jet engine, once it attains certain speed, it becomes a self-sufficient system. That means it does not require any external help. The incoming air will get compressed automatically as long as you keep injecting the fuel and igniting it. The jet engine will keep running once it attains certain speed. So this is a very simple diagram of a jet engine. Now, jet engine can take you anywhere between 800 kilometers or 500 miles to upwards of up to 3 Mach or 2.5 Mach. And this is exactly today's jet engine can fly the fighter planes at very high speed, which is up to 2 Mach to up to 3 Mach. But after 3 Mach, the jet engine cannot withstand the pressure and the stress which can be seen at that speed. So you need something different, and the answer comes in the form of something called scramjet. Now you would wonder, what is a scramjet? Now scramjet is a piece of empty tube which has the air entering from one side at supersonic speed. So the first requirement for a scramjet to function is that the air which is coming through the intake should be already at the supersonic speed. That means the air movement itself should be very, very fast. And once this is moving inside the engine, it has no moving parts, and you just spray the fuel and ignite it. Once the fuel is ignited, it is actually thrown out of the exhaust at very, very high speed. So the movement of air is already at supersonic when it entered this scramjet, and when it exits this scramjet, it is expanded. It has a lot of fuel which is exploded inside the engine, and it is now propelling the aircraft at upwards of 5 Mach of speed. So this is the principle of a scramjet. Very simple device, but it has a lot of things which are required. And why now you can see that scramjet can be has been made by India, and only 4 countries have made this technology, simply because the material required for building a scramjet to handle these stresses, handle the temperature and the speed at which it flies are closely guarded secret. The material which is used, the metal and the alloys, the things which are used to make scramjets are very, very secret, and none of the countries who got this technology is sharing with other. So this is really the background. But then how do you combine, how do you make sure that you have a viable solution to fly? So once you say that, hey, I know the principle of scramjet, I know the principle of a jet engine. Jet engine is also a very, very difficult thing to make. It's very, very high-tech equipment. And now the India is saying that we've got the hypersonic flight. That means the hypersonic engine is indigenously developed by India. So what it takes to make a viable solution? The viable solution is to basically combine a jet engine with a scramjet, and that will ensure that the air, when it enters the engine, it is already at the supersonic speed to make the scramjet kick in. So in the next diagram, I'm showing how this actually functions. Now, as you see that it's a scramjet, it's a combination of scramjet, and this is the jet engine inside this scramjet. So jet engine is working normally as it would function. That means it has a compressor, it has an ignition, and then it has an exhaust. But the jet engine will fire take the aeroplane into the sky and give it a speed of more than Mach 2. Now, when the aircraft is flying at Mach 2, the air which is coming inside the engine is already at supersonic speed. And that is a time when you can kick start the scramjet to propel your aircraft to further distances at a very high speed. So, by combining the jet engine and a scramjet technology, you can achieve the speed upwards of 5 Mach. People are saying that you can go up to, with the current technology which is available in the world today, up to 15 Machs. So it is very, very high speed. Now, if you compare that with India as a country, you take a flight and you have to fly from one end of the country to another. It takes about 5 to 6 hours, roughly, with the normal turbofan engines. But if you have a scramjet fitted in your aircraft, you can cover the entire India length and breadth, top to bottom, in less than an hour. So you see how much time saving you can do if you have this kind of technology available, readily available. And that is why it is such a big deal that only 4 countries have this, and India became the 4th one yesterday. And this is not something new for the world. The United States of America has been flying this black bird. It is called Black Beauty. It is fastest flying aeroplane which is commercially produced. It's called SR-71 Blackbird, and this is basically developed during the Cold War era. And when the Russians tried to detect it and fire upon using surface-to-air missile or air-to-air missile, this aeroplane was flying so fast, it did not carry any defensive weapons on board. All it had to do is, when they see a missile coming towards them, they just speed up and escape the missile. So, that is really the beauty of this technology, that, it's when your aeroplanes can fly at such a high speed, you can be very, your whole defense paradigm changes completely. If you have supersonic missile system or hypersonic missile system, there are no systems like S-300 or S-400. Now Russia is talking about S-500. But all of these systems, which are very accurate, are totally helpless for when they have to stop a hypersonic missile. So we already have a hypersonic missile called BrahMos, which is developed in collaboration with Russia. However, now we got our own indigenous technology of having a hypersonic engine developed. I think next few years would be very interesting to note that many more things are going to come out from India, which will be indigenously developed, very high-tech equipment we can see, and we should feel proud about all this. So with this, let me end the video. I look forward to receiving your comments, and do let me know if you find this subject interesting, and we can discuss further on this. Thank you very much, friend, and I will catch you again tomorrow.
Hello friends, I'm Kanchan from Akulmach Technologies, and you are welcome to the show, The Great Kings of India. Today we have a very distinguished personality. before I tell you about her name, let me tell you what she is and what she has been doing. She is a professor of ancient India history in Banaras Hindu University, Varanasi. She has a great experience in teaching international students and thus creating a knowledge base for foreign students, and thus giving awareness and information about our rich culture and tradition. She has been guiding scholars to do PhD. Apart of this, she has tremendous amount of publication on ancient India tradition. So before I don't want to waste any moment, I would like to introduce you all to the Professor Bindi Paranchpai. Welcome to the show, Bindi. How are you?
I'm just fine, and I'm excited about this idea that I'll be talking to you people and students or younger minds who are joined with you, and it's a great opportunity. Thank you very much. Today, we'll be introduced to one of the greatest rulers of ancient India. His name was Harshavardhan. I think this is so important that he actually increased the joy of his people, and his name was Harshavardhana, the one who increases the joy of people.
Yes, we are ready to listen about this great king, and please tell us about this.
Thank you.
Yes.
Okay, so let me take you way back by about 1300 years or so. This ruler was ruling from Thaneshwar, Kanauj, that is today's Farrukhabad district of Uttar Pradesh, and he was one of the most revered, most liked king of ancient India. He ruled in first half of the 7th century AD. That's how I said that let me take you back to 1300 years of Indian history. We have lot of good sources to know about him. One, the famous book Harshacharitam, written by Banabhatta. Banabhatta was his court poet, and an entire account of this king's early life, written in fabulous Sanskrit, that is available for our study. We are lucky because in ancient India, very few rulers we get information, such a contemporary information, somebody who lived with that person and wrote about him. And another, which I think is more important, because a court poet obviously will write so many good things about a king, the one who patronizes him, the one who appreciates his literary acumen. But one foreigner who visited during the time of Harshavardhan, he was a Chinese pilgrim. We Indians pronounce him in different ways, Xuan Shuang or Yuan Shuang or Yuan Shuang. But generally, we know that around 7th century, this was the Chinese pilgrim who visited India. And today, when we Indians are a bit nervous about our relation with China, Indo-China relations are a little strained today, but certainly India stands for peace. And in this peace building process, India's contact with China way back in 7th century AD, and an emperor of ancient time welcoming a Buddhist scholar to his court, giving him lot of honor, and that pilgrim goes back to China and writes about China and writes about this king. And that's how a very strengthened relationship between India and China that gets built. Because after that, Harshavardhana sends envoys to China, Chinese send embassies to Harshavardhana's court, and this contact is made more or less permanent after that. So this is very important that we know about Harshavardhan. This Yuan Sun, when he came to India, his main intention was to learn Buddhism from the land of Buddha. Harshavardhana, to begin with, was not a Buddhist. He was a Shaivite. He followed Shaivism. But the beauty of the polity of this time in India is that may the ruler be follower of a particular faith, they used to be absolutely respectful and open to the other faiths. And that's how Harshavardhana was so happy to welcome a Chinese Buddhist pilgrim to his court. Now, this is something in the present disturbed times we can take as a wonderful inspiration coming from ancient India. It does not disturb a person having a particular faith, but respecting the other faith. So, Harshavardhana and Yuan Seng's close association is very important for us. What happened during that time? Harshavardhana convened a big, attended by thousands of people, many important rulers of the times, and many Buddhist and other scholars in his capital city, Kannauj. And Yuan Seng was given the position of the main lead acharya, the main lead teacher in this conference. Now that is so important. This was to build bridges between various faiths and come to terms of acceptance of each other's principles. And this is what very importantly both these great personalities did. Harshavardhana from the Indian side and Yuan Seng from the Chinese side. Another thing is that Harshavardhana also generously donated to the Buddhist establishment at Nalanda. This Nalanda, the ancient site, is near Bakhtiarpur in Bihar, and few decades ago, archaeological excavation was done at that place, and we have found that yes, there was a huge establishment, and that is to the level of being called a university. Now that university was established before the times of Harshavardhana, but Harshavardhana made sure that the university sustains economically, having its own source of income. How did he do it? He donated revenues of 100 villages to this center of learning. Now, just try to understand that the times were not so peaceful always. There used to be wars, there used to be ambitions of various kings, and in such situations, these institutions could be suffering because the royal patronage or the patronage coming from the important personalities will be hampered during such war times. But suppose if the institution has got the source of income of its own, then these difficult times, the times when there are wars also, the university will not be disturbed. So this is one of the biggest contributions that you can see of this king to the learning. And Yuan Seng.
Yes, I think he is also very literate, and I think he has written author of 3 Sanskrit books also, which later on.
Yes, of course. But yeah, I would certainly give a bit on that. But before that, Yuan Seng stayed in that university, University of Nalanda, and he has written his memoirs. So it is not just some Indians praising about their own king, but it is a foreigner, and that too a foreigner coming from China is writing about this king, his patronage to learning. Now coming to his own scholarship, this king Harshavardhan himself was a Sanskrit scholar, and there are some books credited to him, and we can see that how principles of polity and the king's benevolence, king being very supportive to his subjects as principle that he promotes through his writings. There are 3 dramas which are attributed to him. Those dramas in Sanskrit literature are taken as the best classics. So one is Nagananda, one is Ratnavali, and one is Priyadarshika. So in Nagaland, I think, which is very important for us to look, that King is trying to promote the principle of compassion, karuna, which is the highest principle in Buddhism, through his drama. The hero of the drama offers his own body, sacrifices himself to save a naga. Now, naga means a serpent. In the human hierarchy, we can say that it was a very lower being, right? It was just a creature. But a person tries to save that creature by sacrificing his own body. And that is the theme, that is the hero of Harshavardhana's drama. I think this is so much in tune with our ancient tradition of compassion, sacrifice, and trying to bring peace and trying to resolve the conflicts, because this hero's sacrifice, he sacrificed his body to the eagle, Garuda, because Garudas, the eagles, they eat the snakes. So for saving the snake, this hero Jibutavahana, he offered his body. So then the Garuda had a remorse. He thought that I ate something which was not my food. I was not supposed to eat this person. I was supposed to eat a snake. So then he promised Jibutavahana that henceforth I will not hunt these snakes. So the snakes' lives were survived. So what I mean to say is that that kind of a tension, that kind of a conflict that was resolved by compassion, by sacrifice. And this king, you can imagine a king writing such a drama, what kind of ideal he is presenting before his people. So I think for today we can stop here, and in future maybe we can talk more about Harshavardhana's some other achievements. But I think if our young minds start reading more about it and knowing firsthand what this king has done from his own works and from the works of Banabhatta and Yuan Sung, it would be great. And also, as I said, that during these difficult times, the tension times between India and China, and when India is standing for peace, these ancient traditions of peaceful interaction between India and China, I think all of us, we must remember and respect. Thank you very much.
Yes, it is so pleasure to talk to you. And I just want to add one thing. Though he was a Shivite by religion, Harshvardhan, but he has given lot of freedom to Buddhism, and he is impressed by Buddhism. So we'll be discussing more about Harshvardhan in our coming series. For today, it is so wonderful to talk to you, madam. We'll be talking with you again on the same subject tomorrow. Till then, bye-bye. You take care.
Namaste. Thank you.
Who let the dogs out? Who let the dogs out? Who let the dogs out?
Good morning. This is Chandra from Akulmach Technologies, and welcoming Neville as usual. Neville, welcome to Top Brass.
Good morning, CK. Day 20?
It is day 20, and it is
Day 20.
It's a quiet Monday.
It's a quiet Monday, not a manic Monday, as in the Boomtown Rats song. But yeah, quiet Monday. But that doesn't mean we should be quiet in what we're doing. So what's new? What's new in India? What have you heard recently that's stimulated you?
Well, I think it is status quo. Nothing has changed. And I think 100%, almost 100% of the population of India are following lockdown. So nothing much is happening. So we are at home and working as usual. But I think I would like to congratulate you. The Prime Minister of UK has fully recovered and he's back. And he's also, after a gap of few days, he will get back on job. So we are very happy to have him back.
Yeah, well, thank you for that. I'm sure he'll welcome your good wishes. He clearly had quite a bad bout of this virus, and his very empowering and passionate speech yesterday really was very close to our heart. Really, I mean, the NHS, we think. I'll just book an appointment with the doctor, or I'll get this medicine, etc., etc. It's times like this when we actually appreciate just exactly how lucky we are, really. So, to all health workers around the world and coronavirus warriors, as you call them, thank you from the bottom of our heart. Without you, we wouldn't be here. And that could be that's a really good flavour for today, actually, because opportunity. We're up to the letter O in our trip through a vocabulary. Opportunity is typically at the tip of one's tongue as an entrepreneur, looking for opportunities, taking opportunities, getting ahead of other people, of other organisations that are looking at the same thing, but not quite the way you're looking at it. And you are a classic example of that, CK, because you look for opportunity all the time. You're thinking on behalf of others and dropping a little pebble in there of a bit of inspiration. I see that all the time, and I see you smiling. So maybe you've got a few comments you can make even just on that side.
Certainly. In fact, I wanted to share, in fact, I was waiting for our session today to share this news with you. And I would like to share a good news and maybe an opportunity for thousands of the people. The Google has launched or rather it's an old product, but it has been opened up for masses. It's called Google Classes. And now any individual who thinks he can train can launch his subjects either in the form of course material or in the form of a webinar or in the form of class. And the software is Google backed, so it is fully integrated with the Google Docs in the back end. It is also integrated with Google Drive, so you have storage for each of your student. You can monitor the progress and assignments given to each student separately. At the same time, students can also view what they are doing separately. They can be given marks and so on. So it's a complete e-learning platform being available for free for schools, for institutions, for non-profit, and for individuals who wants to train other people. So it's a great opportunity for a lot of people who are under lockdown and even beyond. So I wanted to share this information which I came to know today.
No, it's absolutely brilliant. As you say, it's a product that Google have had for some time now, but they've opened it up to everybody. And yes, it's a real breakthrough, if you like, in that I could have 15 people on a course in front of me, and they can all be filling out their own element of that course, and I can actually see it live, what's going on. So it's that one-to-one opportunity when you're looking at the one-to-many. So yeah, it's really going to be a big breakthrough and probably reduce a lot of travel in the future. Not just for the candidate or the student going back and forth from that particular workshop, but also the teacher or the trainer. So it's great, and it beholds us to take that opportunity on board. And what I want to do is just there's a great quote from Helen Keller, and she said, "Optimism is the faith that leads to achievement. Nothing can be done without hope and confidence. So to take advantage of an opportunity, we need to be optimistic. That's not just being positive, but completely optimistic, and to know that something good is going to come out of this. We're going to come out, that light at the end of the tunnel. All of these little phrases that people have heard over the years, all of a sudden start to come together. But she said, nothing can be done without hope and confidence. So even optimism isn't the lowest level. You need to have hope and have confidence that we can get through this. And I know you're a very optimistic type of guy. I mean, you will do things where you think there's an opportunity, and you go in with full optimism, and your expectations have to be managed because of the person on the other side hasn't quite got it yet, if that makes sense. So it's up to each of us to nudge people along, to get them to just take that leap of faith, come with me, walk with me, a short journey, and let's see what we can do together. Be optimistic. So in your organisation, on a scale of 1 to 10, where do you think optimism sits?
So Neville, before I answer your question, let me also give you just 1 or 2 sentences what my philosophy is. So you rightly pointed out that I have an optimism in me, and because of this optimism, I don't behave like a person who wants to, who wants the business of other person. Let me put it that way, as a businessman.
Yeah.
Instead, what I prefer to do is more of a consultative approach, where I consult, and business is a byproduct. So that is the way I approach my audience, my clients, and my prospects. So in terms of my organization optimism, I think it's very high, because I set these rules. I don't want my team to do any sort of false or overselling or false selling or selling something which we do not have. But I would like to have a consultative approach, because many things we may not have. But I am willing to risk and say, for you, let's plan this whole thing out. And if you need a solution, we can build it together for you. So that is our approach. So I think in terms of optimism, to answer your question, I think we may rate ourselves at the out of 10, 8, if I may say so.
And that's good, because as you say, it's a consultative approach. You haven't got all the answers for everybody, but if there is an opportunity where you've got that perfect solution that your client customer needs, then I'm sure you can show them that how it would fit and how it would work. And it goes back that this is a consultative process. This isn't I've got a black box, my black box will fit into your pink box, and it will fit perfectly. Excuse me. But it's raising that level of awareness. We're going back to that wonderful word at the beginning of the alphabet, A, awareness. So you can't get away from it, really, because all these words are in the alphabet anyway. So, but optimism, I think, today, and it's good that you score yourself 8 out of 10, because I would probably score you higher. So that's really good, because you've over provided and undersold.
One more, I'd like to share one more thing which I encountered, which I'm sure you are already aware with your experience. See, when we approach the clients or prospects and we are trying to sell something to them, I would say 99 or even 100%. They don't want what we have in our pocket. Something I have in my pocket. They don't want it. What they want is something that they need. So if we have a solution, they don't want it. They need their pain point to be resolved. So I think that is where the optimism is very important, because we have to be optimistic, because the solutions are not ready-made for anything in life.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And P, pain point, 2 Ps, if you like, we will hit tomorrow, because that's how we find the real solution. So let's leave on an optimistic note today. Opportunity is knocking on your door. All you got to do is open it. And the optimist will open the door, and the pessimist will say, it's raining, I'm going to stay inside. So be an optimist. Open the door. Take a good look. CK, it's always been a pleasure speaking with you. Tomorrow, day 21. It's almost like having a birthday, isn't it? Coming of age.
But the lockdown has been extended, but we'll still talk tomorrow, and we'll see where it goes from there.
We'll definitely talk tomorrow, and it's P, and we'll give you an insight, the pain point. But we're going to be optimistic. We're going to look at the positive side of it. There's another P for you. So enjoy your day, CK. Have fun, everybody, and we'll see you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow, Neville. Be safe, be positive. See you tomorrow.
High five.
High five. Hello friends, this is Chandrakant from Akulmach Technologies. Welcome to Top Brass. And as you know, in this segment, we discuss about human rights. And to discuss this, we have our friend from Ahmedabad, Mr. Nagesh Sood, who is a very senior practicing lawyer in Ahmedabad High Court and also a very well-known human rights activist across India. So without further ado, let me welcome Nagesh to Top Brass.
Hi Chandrakant, hope you're doing fine, and thank you very much for inviting me over.
Absolutely, we are fine, and with your wisdom and your knowledge, we are actually embarking on understanding the human rights. And today we would like to discuss a very important right, which is related to right against exploitation. So what is your opinion on this one?
Yes, CK, right against exploitation is very important for everyone to understand, because this right prohibits all forms of forced labor, child labor, and trafficking of human beings. It also prohibits human trafficking, which means buying and selling of men, women, and children for immoral purposes. It prohibits forced labor or beggar in any form, prohibits child labor. That means no one can employ children under the age of 40. So the right against exploitation is enshrined in Indian Constitution, which guarantees dignity of the individual. So it prohibits the exploitation or misuse of service by force or inducement in different ways. That is, prohibits human trafficking. It criminalizes buying and selling of human beings like a commodity. The right against exploitation is enshrined in Article 23 and 24 of the Indian Constitution. These are very important fundamental rights, and they are guaranteed to every citizen against the kind of forced labor. Article 23, if I may speak, is prohibition of traffic in human beings and forced labor and other similar activities. That is, any violation of this provision will be considered as an offense, and the person acting in contravention of the law will be penalized. Now, what are the features of Article 23 is that it is a right against exploitation and is a fundamental right under the Constitution of India. It protects both the citizens and non-citizens against exploitation. If somebody who has come to India for travel or is staying in India, so he is also protected under this article against any kind of exploitation. it further protects individuals against state as well as private citizens. So, if a person is exploited by the government or any private citizen, this law can be invoked and there will be protection granted to that person. Now, this article imposes a positive obligation on the state, that means government, state as well as central government, to abolish immoral practices of exploitation like human trafficking and other forms of forced labor. Now, what are the practices prohibited under this article? One is begging, that is, it is a form of forced labor, which means involuntary work without any remuneration. Uh, the person here is compelled to work against his will without being paid for it. Next is bonded labor or debt bondage, which is prohibited because it is a form of forced labor as per this article. This is a practice under which a person is forced to work to pay off his debt. Then, of course, human trafficking, which means selling and buying of men, women, and children, and includes immoral trafficking of women and children. Slavery is also prohibited, though it is not expressly mentioned under Article 23. So the Parliament has also passed certain laws, one being Suppression of Immoral Traffic in Women and Girls Act 1956, which punishes human trafficking. Then there is an exception to this article, which is under Article 23(2), the state is or the government is allowed to impose compulsory services for public purpose like national defense, removal of illiteracy, and other public utility services like electricity, water, air, and rail services, provided that in making in such service compulsory for public purpose, the government cannot make discrimination on the basis of religion, race, caste, or class, or any of them. There are some landmark judgments of the Supreme Court. One is People's Union for Democratic Rights versus Union of India, in which, while invoking Article 23, the Supreme Court held that physical or legal force cannot be used to compel a person to work against his will on less than a minimum wage. Then another case, namely Sanjeev Roy versus State of Rajasthan, it was held that payment of wages lower than minimum wage to a person employed in famine relief work is violative under Article 23. Then in Dina versus Union of India, the laborers taken from the prisons without paying remuneration was considered as forced labor, and it was held by the Supreme Court that prisoners are also entitled for payment of reasonable wages for the work being taken from them. Now, the other article that is very important against exploitation is Article 24. This article prohibits the employment of children below 14 years of age in hazardous work. The article is to be read with Article 39(e) and (f). It ensures safety and healthy life of children, and it also imposes a duty on the government to ensure that children are not abused and forced to work in harmful places because of the financial problems. The judgments, landmark judgments under this article are People's Union for Democratic Rights versus Union of India, wherein children below age of 14 years who were employed in the construction work of Asia project in Delhi were held to be not uh, legal, and they could not have been employed by even the government for this Asia project. That was the decision given by the Supreme Court. In another case, the children who were engaged in cracker factories, the Supreme Court held that it was a kind of hazardous work and laid down guidelines so that the social, economic, and the humanitarian rights of the children are protected, and they are prohibited from illegally working in public and private sector. There are various legislation for protection of child rights. There are conventions where India is signatory, that one being UN Convention on the Rights of Child. The various laws in India are Employment of Children Act 1938, which prohibits the employment of children below the age of 14. Then there is an act called the Child Labor Prohibition and Regulation Act 1986. It prohibits the engagement of children in certain employments and regulates the condition of employments of children where they are not prohibited to work. Then there is Mines Act 1952. It mentions that a person working in the mine should not be less than 18 years, thus prohibiting employment of children in mines. The Factories Act 1948, it prohibits the employment of children below 14 years in factories. This act also prescribes certain restrictions and proper procedure for employing children above the age of 14. Then there is Plantation Labor Act 1959. The act fixes the minimum age of employment as 12 years, who can be employed in plantation as laborers. Uh, it further lays down provision for periodical fitness and checkup for children above 12 years who are employed. Then there is Motor Transport Workers Act 1961, which prohibits the employment of children under the age of 15 years. Apprentice Act 1961 prohibits the children below 14 years to undergo apprenticeship training. Then BD and Cigar Workers Condition of Employment Act prohibits children below 14 years of age in any industrial premises manufacturing BDs and cigars. Then there are various commissions and NGOs working towards rights to children. One commission being a National Commission for Protection of Child Rights, which is an Indian government commission established in 2007 under the Commission for Protection of Child Rights Act 2005. The objective of this commission is to ensure all the laws, policies, programs, and administrative mechanisms are conducted in accordance with the provision of child rights enshrined under the Indian Constitution and UN Convention on the Rights of Children. So these are the important rights which are available to children, men and women against exploitation under the Indian Constitution.
Well, Nagesh, I think you have spoken for quite some time, and you gave a lot of cases as a reference in your conversation. But I think the whole point is that exploitation of any kind is absolutely against the humankind, and children below 14 years cannot be allowed to get any sort of employment, either paid or unpaid, in any industry across the length and breadth of India. And if you're adult, then you cannot exploit anybody's situation. And when you take services, you got to pay for these services. So these are certain things. I'm just summarizing what you just told me today.
So Nagesh, I think I have one very important question to ask. If something of this sort is happening, then what a person who's not literate, uh, he should do to avoid any exploitation to him or her?
Yes, CK, first of all, you see, uh, the condition in our country is such that people are not aware of their rights. People are not aware as to what are the remedies available to them. Now, there is very much laws in place wherein there is prohibition prescribed, and also the remedies are there under such laws. Under the Constitution, there is a provision for legal remedies wherein any person can approach the High Court and the Supreme Court under Article 32 and Article 226 of the Constitution of India whenever there is an infringement of his rights and also the right to exploitation. Now, in the laws, some of which I mentioned here, also provides remedies to the people who are employed in the mines, in the factories, or in any other employment space. So the rights are very much available. When you say that people who are illiterate, first of all, you see, if anybody works in any environment, he must be aware of that environment. And it is very essential to be connected to people who are working, along with him, so that, when you talk about things, when you share your problems, I guess, through exchange of word, as today we are exchanging our experiences and knowledge, likewise, those person can be made aware of. Now, there are various NGOs which are also working towards this right to exploit against exploitation, and there are people who are going into the workplaces in different work environments and bringing awareness in people who are illiterate. There are a lot of methods, a lot of media which is involved wherein the awareness is being spread. So I believe that it's a gradual process. People would gradually learn about their rights as well as their obligations once they are informed by some people who are aware and who have the knowledge of their rights and obligations.
I think what you're saying is very, very important and very critical, specifically when it comes to younger children who are getting exploited, and more so when they are orphaned, when they don't have elders with them. And unfortunately, there are certain parts of India where there are certain street children who are born on the street. They can be exploited. So it is good to know that there are NGOs who are taking uh, interest in making sure that human right values are maintained, and they are fighting for these children. Because if you're adult, you can be given knowledge, you can be given orientation, you can be given some experience, and you can do a little bit of hand holding. I think the real problem is if there are orphan children who can be exploited in whatever way, either trafficking or some sort of work which is not allowed. So I think my only learning for today is that I think you form a very important part of our discussions. Our viewers are liking it, specifically when it comes to anything related to children. People are definitely liking it and giving their comments. So I think today's episode is very important. I think as a citizen, whoever is watching this program should have the knowledge of what Nagesh has told us today. There are laws and bylaws in this country. We should not allow any exploitation around us. When we see as citizens, responsible citizens, any sort of exploitation happening with men, women, or children, we should always oppose it
and we should always report to authorities. So with this, I will end my program today, Nagesh. Thank you very much for coming online with us, and it was a great learning today.
Thank you very much. It was my pleasure sharing my little knowledge and experience with you, Chandrakant. Thank you once again. It was pleasure.
So we'll catch up once again next week on some other aspect of human rights. Until then, you have a nice weekend.
Thank you. Bye-bye. You take care.
Bye-bye.
Who let the dogs out? Who let the dogs out? Who let the dogs out?
Morning, Nebu. How are you today?
I'm really well, CK. Good morning to you and good morning to everybody.
So, India is in lockdown, and today I would like to share my sort of mixed feeling, which is a portion of it is sad and a portion of it is angry. There is an elite group in this country, in my country, who sit in cozy rooms which is protected from all sides, and they have this dumb tool called Twitter, and they basically, without thinking, without applying their brain, they basically bring their arrogance into Twitter. Some guy is saying, hey, prime minister did not made my dog's favorite food as essential commodity during this lockdown. And there are others. So I just want to overlook all of these cynics, and I just want to overlook their foolish comments. I would like to give you what, as a community, what we are doing in our neighborhood. So the place where we have about 3,000 household, and we have a few pharmacies, and we have provision supermarket in our locality, which is reserved for our own locality. So first thing we have done is we've actually closed down or clamped down the main gate of our locality so the other people cannot come in. So completely secure. It's a gated community, and within the community we are building a token system so that people within the community don't crowd the provision store. So we have worked out a system where we have put a upper limit how much provision you can buy. There is no over purchase. People don't get panic and buy extra stuff. And then there is a token that is only 5 people can spend 15 minutes at any point in time.
Mm-hmm.
So there are limited tokens which are being generated, and this token generation is being done through an app. So we are trying to do our bit to make sure that we are following the authorities. At the same time, we don't panic as a community and pass through this lockdown period.
It's absolutely brilliant. I mean, this is where your community will be probably copied by lots of other communities. You and I spoke the other week about copying really good stuff that's out there. It's perfectly legitimate, and in these times, it's the best thing you can do. So if you're an SME at home now, it's about getting that little bit of discipline and stop the distractions. You started off with, there's the 1% brigade. There's always the 1% brigade. In India, 1% of 1.4 billion people is a very big number. And all of those people on social media can be a real distraction. And we're human beings. We want to know what's going on, We want to put our nose out and find out what's going on out there. But you've got a business to run. If you want your business to succeed, that's coming out of this pretty, difficult time, now's the time to get a bit of focus, to stop the distractions. Now, I'm not saying it's easy, especially if you've never done it before. You know, if you sat in that office in a tower block and you've been comfortable with the people around you, it could have been a serviced office, and there's no noise, there's no interference. It's very, very easy to focus on what you do. Now you're sat at home. The dog's barking. Social media's going mad. These things are an absolute disaster. Turn off the connectivity. Turn it on when you want to use it. So this is the biggest distraction we could have. Let's use this not as a distraction, but as a tool that it was used for. Don't use it as your heartbeat, boom, 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 all the time. When it goes ping, as it does, my wife's at home and she has hers on all the time because she can't go to the office. The office is closed. It goes ping, and on another occasion it goes bong, because ping is a text, bong is an email, you know? If you get this right, you can actually create a symphony of saying to people, can you send me this message at this time? And it'll go bing, bang, bong, bong, bing, bong, bing, bong, bing, bong. And it'll do that all the day. And boy, that will be a distraction. So just turn it off, you know? Use it when you want to use it. Now that is real discipline. And I can't stress it enough. But you have discipline. You have discipline every day, CK. You're bright and fresh. You're 5.5 hours later than I am. It's a little early in the morning here. It's about 6:40, but it's about what? Just what? About 12:30 your time? Just after 12, 12:10, something like that.
Right.
So it's midway.
12:15.
Exactly. So it's midway through your day. You've been through all of your routines. You've done lots of work today. Believe it or not, I've had a phone call with Japan already. You know, so I had to be up a little bit earlier. But that's the point. You get into the discipline. You get the distractions out of the way. And the good news is when you do that, you will be very productive. And trust me, this really does work. After 20 years of working from home and then a previous 15 odd years of traveling the world in various airport lounges, you don't need earphones to block things out. Your ears block things out for you. Now, you might think I'm mad, but if you start to do this, you're so focused on what you're doing, you block it out automatically. And then when your wife or partner says, you know, would you like a cup of tea? You've ignored it because you've blocked it out. And then they turn around and say, are you listening to me? And you hear that one because they've now come in your face. You will learn how to do that. And believe you me, when you to do that, not that your partner will be particularly happy that you're doing that at home all the time, but when you learn how to do that, you will be incredibly productive. So just do it. Stop the distractions. Do one thing. Turn this off. Turn it on when you want to use it. So day 2, you know, another 19 to go. Perhaps, because they only said 21 days lockdown. That doesn't mean to say that on day 19, there's another 21 days coming. Who knows? But just be prepared. It's time to get things right. Great speaking with you, CK. I'm so pleased that your local arena is clamping down and doing some right things.
Right.
And I'm sure it's being copied, which is good news.
Right. So I think we are using an app, so that even for getting those tokens, we don't have to go to any counter or anything. So if we need to buy provisions, we just request on an app and get a token. We get a time allocated. I think it's brilliant. So I think whoever across the world, across India, I think they should do that in their gated communities.
Well, the interesting thing is that could be a way forward. because it doesn't necessarily, you know, difficult times require certain behaviors, but actually those certain behaviors could be followed through after the difficult times. Because the last thing you want to do is to go to your local provision shop and have 15 people queuing up in front of you.
Right.
You know, so we could be really smart here, you know. So, you know, don't make a crisis out of a disaster. You know, let's make some really good solutions. That's one. I wonder if people are listening out there that they've got their own solution. Send it in. You know, tell us about it. We can always spread the word because we'll spread good news. Let's get rid of the rubbish news, the behavioural waste, as I call it,
Right.
and we can spread good news.
Right.
So if you've got something good out there, folks, send it in and we'll spread it because that's what we can do. Anyway, day 2, I'll see you on day 3.
Sure. Have a nice day, Neville.
Will do.
Bye-bye.
Hello friends, I'm Kanchan from Akulmach Technologies and you are welcome to our show. Today we have a very eminent personality on our show and she is Amita Sinha. She is a former professor in the Department of Landscape Architecture at University of Illinois, USA, and she has also taught in the Department of Architecture and Regional Planning at IIT Kharagpur, and she's also into Humanities and Social Science Department at IIT Gandhinagar. She's also well-known author of Landscape about India, Forms and Meaning, and she's a recipient of Fulbright Nehru Academic and Professional Excellence Award. So welcome to the show, Amita ji. How are you today?
Thank you. Thanks for inviting me to the show.
So, we had been doing great topic like mandala and the rise of architecture using this mandala. And today I am so glad to really discuss about the origin of Varanasi. So I would like to ask you, what is the origin of Varanasi and how it is linked to its geography?
So Varanasi is older than time, as they say. It's beyond time. And there is a origin story, which let me share it with you. So here in this collage, which is based on a 19th century painting, we see Shiva holding Varanasi on his trident. And Parvati is playing the veena, Ganga is descending from the heavens at the request of Bhagirathi. And so Varanasi is really associated with Shiva, and it is between two rivers on the banks of the Ganges, of course. Here the Ganga flows from south to north, it changes its course. And the area between the river Varuna on the north and the rivulet Assi on the south is claimed by Varanasi. Now, Varuna is associated with obstructing evil, and Assi with destroying evil. So this is a sacred ground, and it is also called Anandvan. That is how Shiva describes it to Parvati. Anandvan, Anand Kanan, a forest of bliss. And in this drawing, you see many water bodies, kunds, which would have existed in ancient times. And this is where hermits, sages came and established their ashrams on the banks of the kunds. So this is, a city which is the abode of Shiva, and it is also a place where one can encounter the learned people and learn. It's a city of learning. And it is a place which is full of lingas, a city of 1,000 lingas, I would say.
And these lingas are in many temples and shrines. However, there are other gods also, and we'll see more of that as we go along.
Okay, so actually, this city itself is very, very huge in terms of the feeling of Indians, because everything which is pious and which is religious, especially for Hinduism, I think Varanasi plays a vital role. And it is said that gods live here. So I would like to know, what is the history of the city?
So on the banks of the Ganga, and the area where Varuna and Ganga meet, this is the site which has been excavated, and the excavations since the 1940s have proved that the city goes back a long, long time. Certainly goes back to 12th century BC, and possibly beyond. And it has been continuously occupied since then. So, it's mentioned in the Mahabharata, in the Upanishads, in the Purana, especially the Kashi Khand of Skanda Purana. And what archaeology tells us is that the continuous habitation of the Rajghat plateau, which you see in the slide below, means that it has been very important historically also. So Kashi was one of the 16 Janpadas of ancient times. And we hear about it, during the definitely during the Mauryan times, in which the Magad Janpad rose to prominence, and during the times of Ashok, as Buddhism rose, Ashok himself came here and established a stupa. So the city is also associated with Buddhists, and I think during a brief period of time, when Buddhism was very important, Shiva had actually left Varanasi and had gone to Mount Mandara, and there was a king called King Devodasa who had to be driven out. Now, Buddhism, Sarnath, where Buddha gave his first sermon, this is a very important node for pilgrimage. And the stupa established by Ashoka is no longer there, but there is a latest stupa, dharmic stupa, that you see in the slide. And there were many viharas, monasteries, and chatyagrahas. In fact, the symbol of India, the capital of India, is actually a Buddhist, an Ashokan capital with the 4 lions on the top of the pillar. The Rajghat Plateau was also inhabited later on by the Gadwala kings. All through the Gupta period, Varanasi continued to be an important city. And by the time we come to the 12th century, the Gadwala rulers had made Varanasi a very important site by building temples there. And the Gadwala rulers used to worship Adikeshav, Vishnu, on the banks of the Ganga on the Varuna river. When the first armies of Muhammad Ghori, led by Qutbuddin Aibak, came, the Gadwala rule ended, and so did so did the Buddhist site Sarnath, which was also, the viharas were destroyed.
So actually, when we are talking about mandala and the mandala architecture creation in India, when we talk about Hindu architecture as well as Buddhist architecture, so can you please tell us about the Kashi mandala, which is, I think, very popular feature in Varanasi architecture?
Yes, Varanasi is also known as Kashi, the city of light. The Kashi, from the Sanskrit root Kash, which means light. And mandala, as we know, is a circle. But this circle is actually adjusted to the topography. So here in this diagram, you see the circle on the banks of the Ganga, and this is the Kashi Mandal, or the Kashi Kshetra, which is the sacred ground between Varana and Asi. But the circle, when adjusted to the topographic reality, becomes more like the sector of the the whole circuit. And here, if you see the mandal, the center is this Madhyameshwar, where the most famous temple of Varanasi is situated, and a line drawn between Madhyameshwar and Delhi Vinayak is actually 5 crores or 17 kilometers. And so this is the area of the Kashi Mandal, 5 crores, where the light always shines. And this is the place which is, as we said before, beyond time. It is a place to be enlightened. Now, the story goes that Brahma and Vishnu, how they came to acknowledge the supremacy of Shiva. So in the 6th century fragment, we see Brahma on his goose flying upwards because a pillar of light appeared, and Vishnu as a boar diving down, and they could not find, the upper or the lower limits of this pillar of light. And so that is how they ended up acknowledging, this is the city of Shiva, this is, Kashi Dham. And when the city was first mapped by James Prinsep in 1822, the inner city area is the Abhimukta, the zone where Shiva never leaves Kashi. The city is never forsaken. And the very center is Vishveshwara temple, which is now visited by millions of people. And in this aerial photograph, you see the Kashi Vishwanath temple. It is actually a temple built 18th century temple built by Queen Ahilyabai of Holkar. The earlier temple was destroyed in the 17th century, and the Gyanvyapi Mosque was built. And before that, the temple of the 12th century was destroyed by the Sultanate armies. But Hindus kept on rebuilding, and so Vishveshwara never really, the site never lost its sanctity, and Vishveshwara never left Kashi, so to speak. And here is the view of Kashi Vishwanath temple, the golden dome, which was given this gold plate by Ranjit Singh, the Sikh ruler, and the spires of the temple built by the Holkar queen.
Okay, so I want to ask you that why Varanasi has become such an important pilgrimage destination? What is so unique about this city?
Well, Kashi Vishwanath, draws millions of pilgrims from all over the world. But the Ganga also draws pilgrims. People come here to bathe in the Ganga on auspicious occasions. People come here to die. Manikarnika Ghat, popularly known as the Burning Ghat, is where Shiva is. This is also known as Mahashamshan, the great Shamshan, the great cremation ground, where if you die, you will achieve moksha. And so thousands come here to spend the last days of their lives in the hospices, and when they die, Shiva whispers the Tarkeshwar mantra, and liberation is assured. Now, the pilgrimage site, Varanasi has great sanctity because the Char Dham are here: Badrinath, Dwarka, Puri, and Rameshwaram. The 12 Jyotirlingas are here. The 7 Saptpuris, including Varanasi, are here: Ayodhya, Mathura, Ujjain, Haridwar, Dwarka, and Kanchipuram. So in a way, Varanasi has gathered the sanctity of all of the sacred sites in India. This is a process of, spatial transposition. All the sacred sites come here, and they add to the sanctity of Varanasi. pilgrimage has been happening for a very, very long time, certainly since the 13th century. And in this pilgrim map of the 19th century, you see the Kashi Mandal, which is protected by the Ganas and the Bhairvas and the Matrikas. You see Varanasi as a square, with the center as Vishweshwar, and you see, of course, Ganga Ghats lined by temples. The Panchkroshi pilgrimage, the 5 krosh, is circumambulated. So when pilgrims are on the Panchkroshi pilgrimage, they go around the sacred kshetra of the 5. Of the 108 shrines, 5 are most important, and this is where the pilgrims spend about a night each. In Shivratri, they try to complete the pilgrimage in 1 day and night. Pilgrimage is always effective, but especially so during the Adhik Mas, the intercalary month, the extra month, which comes about every 3 years, when the solar and lunar calendars have to be synchronized. And during Kartik Purnima, during Shivratri, again, pilgrimage is undertaken by millions of people. So bathing in the Ganga, visiting Kashi Vishwanath, going on the pilgrimage, this is what attracts devotees to Varanasi from all over the world.
Yeah, so it was so wonderful to really know about these finer points about the rise of Banaras or Kashi, and of course how this has become a great pilgrimage point for people to come, especially Buddhist people and Hindu followers of Hindu. So it was so lovely to talk to you and understand the mandala formation when we talk about the whole city and how it's being created and the stories behind that. So, what is one thing which really reminds you when you really think about the city, Banaras? What comes first in your mind?
I think about the skyline. I see the ghats and I see the temple spires, and this is probably the most famous skyline of India. Yes, and I think about the Ganga, and I think also about visiting, the Jyotirlinga in Kashi Vishwanath temple.
Okay, so it was so wonderful to talk to you and know about this great city, which is one of the ancient city of the world. And we'll be meeting again to discuss more about mandala formation in different architectural and city formation. So till then, bye-bye, take care.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Hello friends, I'm Kanchan from Akulmach Technologies and you are welcome to our show Nations. Today we have our guest, Mr. Sritesh Srivastav, who's a IT professional and he has a deep interest in corporate training. He's closely associated with radio broadcasting. So welcome to the show, Sritesh. How are you doing today?
Thank you, Kanchan. It's always great to speak to you. How are you?
Yeah, I'm fine. And you see, lately we have heard good news that we have vaccination and people are happy about this. But I was thinking that we have been suffering with this pandemic for nearly 1 year now. And we are at home and there's a lot of things which have changed. You see, so now the new words, new temperamental issues which are emerging, and world is also looking into mental health, which is like equivalent to the traits, personality traits like worry, fear, sadness, and happiness, or normal emotions are undergoing a situation where people are really having a real mental health issue, and their problem somehow diluted, and resources has been taken away to close down, I mean, to down because people sometimes take it as if there's something which is not there. But actual scenario is that people are suffering this mental related issues, like worrying, jobs are going, schools are on online, parents are already on stress that whether children are studying or not, or they are, is it good to be online always. So I would like to discuss these things. So I would like to know your opinion about this.
Well, Kanchan, that's actually a very interesting topic, and of course, a very, very serious one as well. And I can only tell you this, that uh, the symptoms that we talk about, worrying, uh, general worrying, concern, getting low and high during the day, multiple times during the day. This was always part of our lexicon, dictionaries for ages. Only now, due to the pandemic, there have been multi-million mental health messages passing through the river WhatsApp every day, plus the messages that is being percolated through the media channels, and each media channel has their agenda, the way they want to portray it. And therefore the mental health as such, which was only pre-pandemic days, a mental health was more about when a doctor certifies, then it would have become a mental health. Today, after the pandemic or during the pandemic, after 1 year, even a small worrying situation can be termed as a mental health issue. And that is where I always feel that it is important to be aware, but it is not important to be over awareness about any subject, including mental health. And therefore, in this pandemic, we all, me, you, and all of us have gone through this kind of anxiety, worrying, job loss, psychological issues, not meeting the family members, not being, and lost some of our key people in our lives. But I think is that it is important, first of all, to look at the right kind of news, right kind of messaging, talk to the right kind of positive attitude people, and who have an alternative, and who talk in terms of solutions and not in terms of problems. And I think if you see all across the world, this mental health, and in fact in India, it has been actually discussed very less, I would say, the way it is being discussed in the outside India. It is important to identify, it is important to talk about it, it's important to find out within our family, sit with the closest people and find out and make a judgment. Do we need the medical help? And I think when we feel that a medical help is required, then only let us judge it as a mental case. Rest everything was always there. It is nothing new. What do you say?
Yes, actually, though I feel, I mean, I agree with your point that we are not discussing this kind of trait which is developing among students, among old parents, because they are also not be able to go out and discuss. Earlier, they used to sit in the park and discuss politics and so many other aspects of the life. But then these are unprecedented time and which require unprecedented responses. Like what I feel is that we should be open on a very basic stage. We should talk. We should have some responses necessary to be done for well-being, and you have to compensate the diminishing space of voice and rebuild connection, and that too from the ground up, not the from the above. And this in this scenario, I feel that communities plays very effective role in this. So I feel there's nothing to worry, because me and you and everybody fear, we have sadness, we are working from home. Many companies even ask their employees to work from home nearly 2 years, maybe till 22 23 2023. So now the big question is how to normalize, how to be adjusted in this situation and be normal and be happiness, and have a normal emotions towards everybody. So how can we do that? How can we guide other people? And are we following these traits ourselves in our day-to-day life?
Kanchan, that's a wonderful, observation that you made, and I feel that it is important to keep the mind occupied, keep the physical body occupied, keep the conscious occupied, and do something diverse from what one has been doing throughout the life. So when we were kids, when we were teenagers, we used to have 6 or 7 different subjects to study in the school. Then we had some hobbies. Then we also played sports. And then one fine day, we all got into jobs and we thought job is the only thing in our life. And we only did jobs, 9 to 5 jobs. And then it became 9 to 9 jobs. And in this pandemic, it has become 9 to next day 9 jobs. So you see, we have become, as people are saying, the pandemic has also been used as a fear mongering business. And fear is something which leads to a lot of anxiety, questions, and questioning our own abilities, questioning government, questioning the community, questioning people. So I think it is important to have a healthy set of friends, do diverse activities, do some hobbies, and I think it is important to talk it out. But again, not every person is talkative, especially in the adult life. So as friends, are we talking to our friends related to their personal life as well? I can quote a couple of recent examples where some tragic event happened, and then we do all the post-mortem and analysis. I could have done that, he could have done that, she could have said that. Why are we not doing this before, when we have all the time in this world to talk and all kinds of messaging systems exist? What is your opinion?
Yes, it's a very good, wonderful point which you're elaborating. We should talk it out actually. So, and as you said that all sort of means of communications are available on online platform also. So that is good. And then I also feel that parents and children and the grandparents should make a timetable where they can find, because now the working hours are in our control. We can work at night, we can complete on daily basis. So we should come out with a timetable for our grandparents, for our children, for ourselves. And this is how I think we start doing and communicating and gearing up for happiness and gearing up for fruitful, productive day by day activity.
Yes, Kanchan. And if you see children, adults, teenage, office, everything has come back into the home. We are seeing each other in our family members 24/7. We are not going out. Of course, this is not as bad as last 7-8 months back, but it's still inside the home has become school, the home has become college, the home has become office, and the home is having a kitchen and a family too. So personal life and professional life has really blended and merged. Probably it will have some interesting memes coming out sometime later. But today it is important to understand these demarcations. When people used to go to office 9 o'clock in the morning, 8 o'clock, they used to leave the home so that the housewife had some 4 or 5 hours of herself to do the work in her own way, and also to relax a little bit and prepare herself for the evening. The kids would go to school and the housewife would have some time. The kids would be spared of some kind of a knowledge sessions from the parents during the school time that is being given now constantly. Similarly, the old people and the old parents in the home, they have so much to cope up with, and in their own past lives and in their current lives, and then they are scared of their comorbidities and the diseases that they have, and they are scared in another way. So the whole social fabric has become cocooned to either 2-bedroom houses or 3-bedroom houses or 1-bedroom houses also. And that's why it is important for us to do something diverse, go out together, even if it is a strolling inside the housing society, and not going to the crowded places. Watch right kind of news. Don't watch those speculative and judgmental channels all the time. Have peaceful conversations, read books. Important is to open up to some friend. And sometimes, even if we don't have friends, it is important to just talk in terms of a third party and say, hey, one of my friend is going through this. Probably you are telling your own story. It's important for us to find out our friends. It's also important for us to find out our own vulnerabilities and talk it out. And I think that is something we need to encourage. And doctors need to also to encourage.
Yes, you see, Sitesh, we all have problems, but we should dilute them, and we should take up these anxieties which occur due to our problems, our sadness. So we should dilute them. And you see, there are a lot of things we can do online. There are a lot of hobby courses which are available online. You can do that. But at the same time, I also want to add one thing. Now, earlier everybody used to go office. The children used to go to school, and then there was some free time for housewife. But now you see, a father, mother, grandparents, they have lot of time to indulge with the kids at home. So I think that is a plus point, and one should take full advantage of this opportunity to know your kids, to understand your kids, and make them understand regarding our heritage, our culture, how we about the cooking. And both children and parents can take up, even grandparents can take up hobbies or creating any activity, doing any activity at home together. So that will result into more happy family, and I think that will be more productive, isn't it, Sitesh?
Yes, Kanchan. So it is a collective effort, and family was always a collective effort. And more about the, when we see what we are seeing today in the media, and what are our Indian family values, there is always a disconnect. There always has been a disconnect. So we need to talk it out. But we cannot enforce in anything in today's children or even adults, because everyone has got a Google, everyone has got an access to the internet. So taking the face value of the word has lost a lot of value, as you just said, diluted. So today I have to struggle to be creative to pass on one message, one simple message. I need to be creative to pass it on to my not only children but also to my colleagues. And that has been but you know what, nothing to degrade or talk. Some people really genuinely have mental problems in India. Deepika Padukone has been very vocal about it, and she runs also an NGO around it. there are very less number of psychologists in India as compared to the population. And then I have been always hearing that somebody, if people are suggesting someone that this person needs to see a psychiatrist, then there is something that once you go to the psychiatrist, you will never come out of the trap that they will bound you with, whether it is the medication, whether it is the consultation. So somehow that taboo needs to be broken. And if there is a genuine feeling within the family or friends that this person needs a psychiatrist help or a mental health help is needed, so they should go for it, and people should not say, oh, this is nothing, it used to happen. People have so much of, so it is important to understand it, it is important to identify, it is important to empathize with such people. At the same time, there is a time when our consultations and concerns need to stop and a doctor needs to take over, and that is the important key aspect of this.
Yes, I think our viewers will think about these problems, and they should also be thinking about the remedies to come out of these anxiety related issues. It was so lovely to talk to you, Sitesh, today. We'll meet again with some other interesting topic. Till then, bye bye. Take care.
Thank you, Kanchan. Always love to talk to you.
Bye bye. Take care.
Hello, friends. This is Chandrakant from Akulmach, and welcome to Dr. Speak. And today we would like to discuss something very, very important, and it's around the obesity among people. To discuss this further, let me invite my friend from Shimla, Dr. Pooja Bedi.
Good morning, CK. It's a pleasure to meet you again.
It is our pleasure, and as you can see that we are in the plains. I'm in Delhi, and it's
Yes.
quite hot here. Temperatures already touched, but I think you are enjoying your cool weather there in Shimla.
Yes, yes, absolutely. It's very, very pleasant. And we are still in sweaters, but it's a very pleasant weather here.
Great. So, Doctor, obesity is the subject for today's discussion, and people tend to, do a lot of Google around this subject, and they discuss about body mass index. I think there has to be a little bit more clarity given. And my question to you is that you can explain to our viewers what is the obesity and what does it mean in the first place?
Yes. So it's a very excellent topic actually to discuss about, CK. So I would like to start with one liner that obesity has to go beyond the cosmetic factor. It is more or less presently considered under the cosmetology or cosmetic field, where we are more concerned about how we are looking in spite of how it is affecting our health. So obesity, in very simple terms, is the overweight or over accumulation of the fat in the body. As you very correctly mentioned that we actually Google and try to calculate our BMI or body mass index with the help of the calculators that are available online. So it's a good check. To be very frank, it's a very good check. If you're somebody is around 30, if the BMI is around 30, depending on the age and the comorbidity factors, it is actually an alarming situation where it tells you that we are, proceeding towards the obesity. So obesity is a kind of a syndrome. It's not a single thing that is existing. There are many multi-level physiological effects that comes along with the obesity. To start with, you will not believe that stress and anxiety can lead to obesity to a greater extent. if you look at the people who are undergoing schizophrenic treatment or any other mental issue treatment, they tend to overeat, and the treatment in itself can lead to obesity. So this particular thing is to be ruled out, especially in the COVID era, where the mobility has decreased and the morbidity in terms of obesity has increased a lot. So this is such a crucial syndrome, I would say, because it is a multi-dimensional thing which affects the body. It needs to be ruled out. People who are not familiar with too much of medical information, body mass index is the first indicator where you simply divide your weight with the height. So you get to know ki where I am standing. So if somebody calculates it, will get to know that 50% or more than that people are suffering from childhood, age-related, disease-related, genetic-related obesity. So it has got such a multi-dimensional faces to it that in spite of people doing exercise but not sticking to it on regular basis is actually more bad as compared to having a overweight situation. So we if we keep on saying that I will do the exercise for some time, then we relax. For some reason, we just avoid it. It can be a medical reason as well. But there are way out where we can control the nibbling habit or that urge for the excess amount of food. So we have to maintain some kind of calendar where we can rule out what is going wrong, where it is going wrong, from where it is coming, and how to deal with it. So, if I may add, please, how it actually affects the different physiological functions. Obese people, depending upon their age factor, especially in the middle age group, it can affect the heart very, very tremendously. It can lead to early onset of the hypertension in people. Ideally, considering all the environmental and the hereditary factors, the hypertension, especially hypertension, tends to come after 50 years or 55. But because of these pre-existing factors and the COVID, these are all adding on to the pre-exposure to the hypertension or heart-related disorders. There are many, many other things that can actually pop up along with the obesity. So it's you can say, a causal factor for many other major factors that can affect a person's health. So it's very important to be in a good check regarding the weight and the kind of activities that are required to be done.
Doctor, I think you explained this quite nicely in terms of people to understand what is the meaning of obesity. It's basically becoming little overweight, and the BMI or body mass index is a good measure to check whether you are overweight or not. So I think that that's the first indicator. Like a middle-aged, many other middle-aged men, I'm also one of them, and I can throw myself as the guinea pig in this discussion. Um, I was 92 and my height is 5'8". My BMI was quite bad, but when you go to the professional BMI calculators, then I was not obese because I was doing a lot of gymming and all that. So even though my weight was more, it was more of a muscle mass, but I was very conscious. And when I tried to reduce, it was not happening. I use all methods, running, jogging and stepping and all those kind of things. It did not help me. So a couple of years back, more than 5 years back, I decided to and there was a time limitation also, doctor, because to do exercise you need to basically find that specific time from your busy schedule and then do that, and that was a luxury. So what I decided is I started cycling, and it's not usually going in the morning cycling. I actually started going to work on a cycle, and that was like a 20 kilometers ride every day for 5 days. And gradually what I've seen is that over last 4 or 5 years, and very gradually, it's not something which has happened overnight, uh, I've lost something like 17 kgs. Now my weight is 77, and I'm quite happy, because even though I was not obese as per the the professional BMI calculators, not the usual weight related BMI calculator, but if you go to any hospital today, they can use radio waves to check out how much is your fat, how much is your muscle mass, and how much other things, water content, etc. So I'm quite happy. I've reduced by doing cycling and changing my lifestyle. So my question is to you is as a professional is that there are many people like me, but they are not doing exercises or rather merging exercises in their daily routine, and going to a gym sometimes is not practical, simply because I was going to gym regularly, but then I used to go for 1 hour, and then it became 1.5 hours, and then eventually it became 2.5 hours, because half the time you spend in chit chatting with your friends, and most of the gymmers will be from your industry. So it is a lot of waste of time. So I stopped going, and I just went on I bought a beautiful cycle which was suitable for me, and I started going to the office, and that really helped me. So the question really is that how people can adjust their lifestyle so that they don't get obese, because not everybody would like to do cycling like I did. Some people may have limitations, people may be not very comfortable, and things like that. So what you will advise those type of people?
CK, I also fall into your category where time is actually a constraint. But going to gym, first part, as you have yourself answered the question that you are able to manage it by doing the cycling, which is very good. Now coming to the initial part where you mentioned where your BMI was onto a good check, your muscle mass was more. It happens with the athletes also. So the total different perspective to it, the way you have added to it. So if the athletes, if we go for their BMI, which is going to be towards a very high critical obese factor, so but there are other factors that are required to be worked upon. So they require that much because they are into this particular profession. Now coming to, we don't have the facility either going to the gym. If this is the factor, all we need is just a yoga mat, not more than that, and that much space is fair enough to do the exercise for 30 to 40 minutes. I'm not recommending go for 1 hour, but 30 to 40 odd minutes of mild yoga will change your body entirely in a modest form to an extent where the other factors of the obesity will not affect. And I don't recommend people to undergo weight loss tremendously and randomly. It has to be a gradual, slow process where your body adapts to it. The only trick or the mantra is that you have to keep doing it. You have to stick to a schedule that you have to follow. As I mentioned, all we need is a yoga mat. Just do the yoga for 30 to 40 minutes in case somebody is not able to join the gym and wasting the travel time as well. So that travel time can be somehow compensated into just doing the mild exercises at home. And sooner or later, combining the other environmental as well as taking a check on your dietary plan, or you can make a planner for yourself. I can assure you, if there are no hormonal and the morbidity factors causing the obesity, it will cure itself. Obesity will go itself. I don't recommend people to undergo size zero. It is not required. You need weight. You need that much of fat in your body, which you can compensate as we proceed age wise. So it is highly recommended that you just need to have a yoga mat. And to be very frank, during this COVID particular time, people are actually uh, going for cycling a lot. I am in Shimla presently. I am from Delhi. But to be very frank, at both the places, I've never seen people doing cycling in my colony in Delhi. But during this COVID time, last year we went there and I saw, you just don't mention the age group, people from kids to 50s, they are doing the cycling inside the colony where they were not actually finding the time to do the walk as well. They said it's a congested area, but they're doing it now. So it's a very good factor that people are getting aware that we can utilize the time for doing the exercise either by going to the office very smartly as you are doing. In case they are not able to do, just the yoga mat will suffice the need, but you need to be on it regularly. That is a first thing to it. But yes, you have to consider the other factors for sure, like diet and the other factors. I always recommend whosoever walks into my clinic regarding to obesity to first make a planner. When somebody feels like eating more, what kind of food you are eating at that particular time, what are your cravings, and more or less the genetic also influence, has got some kind of influence on the obesity. Influence inherit, I'm not saying inheritance, that's very clear. If it's a gene, it will definitely go along with it. So we tend to see the generations having the obesity issue, but the influences as well, the kind of cooking the family people are doing, we tend to get influenced into same eating habits and exercise habits. I mean, if they are not doing it. So this is very crucial. So if somebody has time constraint, or you can say money constraint as well, going to the gym is quite expensive these days. All you need is simple yoga mat. If you're not towards the extreme obesity, if it is on the milder side, say, let's say if it is crossing 30 and between 40, you can easily manage at your own level, considering the diet as well as the exercise, but you have to be very consistent.
So, doctor, I think you're talking about now creating a routine so that your obesity could be brought under check. And as you have also explained very nicely, that it's not a one-day affair. You can't go on a crash diet and reduce 15 kgs in 1 month. That is not advisable at all. So that brings me to a question which is related to motivation. For example, I found a motivation in cycling, riding 20 kilometers, and it required a lot of mental makeup, calculations, which route I will take, what is safest one, what time of the day, how to equip my cycle, whether I should have a light, how do I carry my laptop, things like that, and how do I change. So there are a lot of planning went into my routine change, my lifestyle change. And I found that it was not an easy decision from migrating from a car, wearing a suit and a tie, going on a bicycle where you're just dressed up in your track suits, bicycling suits. So it requires a lot of motivation changes. And you mentioned about yoga. Some people may not be motivated to do yoga. So I think the question is, in order to check your obesity, how do you motivate yourself? I mean, that is the biggest question. People have cravings, they want to eat chocolate, they want to eat something, but they also want to reduce weight. How they motivate themselves to do routine change?
That's a very good question, CK, I must say. See, either somebody wants a life threatening disease to be a motivation. Some people, many of the people, in fact, when they have some kind of very threatening heart issues, stroke, or many others, fatty liver disease, or something related to it, then that sets a kind of a motivation for them to lose weight, which is actually incorrect. To be very frank, I don't promote such kind of motivation, but it's more or less of a demand. This is what your body is demanding now, and you have to give it back to it. So for some people who doesn't want to undergo this kind of disease or morbidity, this actually works as a motivation for them to get into a very good healthy lifestyle and getting their summer body back, or you can say weight loss, getting out of the obesity. So that is one factor where disease is a kind of a motivation, ironically. But to be very frank, for somebody who is proceeding still in a way to get into some kind of threatening disorder or diseases later on, the motivation simply has to come from inside only. If you take simple example, if there's a family of 5 people and they have a genetically, or you can say inheritance of the obesity, so and one odd person is there who is not on a obese side, it should not be a familiar inheritance that one should be very proud of. So all you can do is that if you are in a good check, then we better stay in the same shape. So, like in my family, many of the people are obese. I am on the thinner side, and now I am on the ideal weight side. So it is entirely up to you how you motivate yourself. The third point, which is so crucial, CK, these days, is the cosmetic value of obesity. It again ironically plays a very good role where people wants to look cosmetically very good, you know, which gives them a confidence. If you're looking good, if you're dressed nicely, you are able to talk very confidently. Uh, these kind of things do happen when people are keeping a check, uh, you know, and getting themselves motivated. So somehow, when you do some kind of exercise, it always motivate you to stay in shape. So that is a third factor. Fourth is the mental health, which is such a crucial when it comes to obesity. The moment one person starts to lose little bit of weight, you will see there's a sudden change in the glow of the skin that comes. It suddenly gives a push to the confidence in that particular person. Now this confidence actually is in itself a motivation that I want to stay fit, I want to be healthy for many coming years. So that is a motivation for them. So there are different ironical factors which works as motivation, and there are other factors that comes along with, you say, peer pressure, economical, environmental factors that play crucial role in losing weight or having a motivation.
So, Doctor, there are a lot of high tech equipment available right now. People tend to see these in Amazon, and there are a lot of advertisement also happening on the TV where say that, hey, wear this belt 10 minutes every day and you lose 10 kgs. How true or these advertisements are, basically, from your point of view? What do you feel about these things?
I just completely don't endorse these kind of products at all. The best way to, because you are well aware of your own body, you know, if I lose 5 kg, I tend to develop the low blood pressure. It happens in many of the people, and then they tend to eat more just to gain their weight so that their blood pressure is maintained. I'm just citing one small example. I don't endorse these products at all. Going for a walk, if one can afford to. If not, then do simple 30-40 minutes of yoga, depending on the kind of disorders one is already having. And for mental health cases, they can actually approach the counseling centers. They have a very good obesity management program going on, intensive obesity management programs, which really helps. But going for, if we are mentally prepared to spend from 1,000 to 40,000 on equipments, and we are getting free oxygen outside going for a walk, then why not a simple walk? And a yoga mat, which is of $100, and just putting own effort for 30 to 40 minutes. Uh, I really endorse this particular thing where we are making the effort. Effort is something which we value ultimately, and we get a motivation for it, to be very frank. And if people are using these kind of equipments, you will see how they endorse their products, that you can, you can spend more on screen, which is such a uh, bad habit they are actually telling people to inculcate. Screen time can actually increase your body weight. So wearing a belt and then sitting and watching TV, I'll not recommend. But people who are undergoing age process, and along with it osteoarthritis and these kind of things are coming, then also I'm not recommending. I don't endorse these products. Better way is to plan your diet in a manner, and milder exercises where you are making your body to work out. So I don't endorse. You have to sweat it out. You have to do it on your own and keep it, let it go on for a good long time or maybe forever. It really helps.
So the last question, doctor, is about the pills. There are a lot of pills being advertised along with these belts. I don't want to make any brand name here, but I think we all know that there are pills available. You pop one every day, and then you lose 10 to 15 kgs in a month. What do you feel about those medications?
I don't completely. I'm very against all those pills. It's better to undergo some kind of diet plan that I can still endorse for, but not the pills. Pills are not a solution, and people are actually undergoing some kind of surgery process also to lose it instantly. When we have gained it gradually, why do we want to lose it instantly? So this mind has set has to come up. When it has come gradually, it cannot go randomly. So better to undergo some kind of diet plan that I definitely endorse. If somebody wants to have a some particular kind of GM diet or some other diet, so diet plan is still better depending on your body, BMI, and other factors, but not the pills. Pills are not a solution. You cannot lose weight overnight, as you correctly mentioned previously. So it cannot happen overnight or in a couple of weeks. You have to keep on working very hard for it. And once you start losing it, then it becomes a habit, to be very frank. So you have to have a strong willpower. I want to do it consistently. I want to stay healthy. I don't want to waste my money on getting medical treatments later on. Maybe I can buy a Ferrari with that cash. But so somebody has to get some kind of motivation to stay in check.
Excellent conversation, Doctor. In fact, the key learning from this conversation is that there is no substitute to exercise, to keep your weight in check, and remain healthy for your life. So, thank you so much for giving all these tips to our viewers and to me personally.
Pleasure, CK. It's always a pleasure.
So, we will catch up with you next week again on something very interesting. Until then, bye bye.
Bye bye.
Hello friends, I'm Kanchan from Akulmach Technologies and you're welcome to Top Brass. Today we have Sitesh Srivastava from South Africa, Johannesburg, and as you know he has a deep interest in corporate training and he has been training very profound professionals like IT professionals and marketing professionals. So welcome to the show, Sitesh. How are you doing today?
Kanchan, hi. Good day to you. I am very, very well and happy speaking to you again after the last week. And let's begin our interesting journey of conversations.
Yes, so it is so amazing, so that we have a language to share our desires, our ideas. We have communication, the way we speak. We have inbuilt voice box. So it's all thing is so amazing, right? And critical is that you should have a very good communication when it's not only required in corporate or in companies, but in day-to-day life also, communication plays a very, very vital role in personalities or in communicating simple thing that I'm hungry, right?
That's right. That's right. Kanchan, communication is something that we are born with, and it is an integral faculty in our body temple. But at the same time, we really either use it very less or we don't use it in a very, very effective and impactful way. And that can be learned. Different kinds of communication, whether it is a verbal, whether it is a non-verbal, visual, written, listening. It needs sometimes a training. It also needs a lot of clues, cues, support of the teams and people to encourage you. And therefore, it is something that cannot be perfected even over a lifetime, and therefore it has to be learned on small doses daily.
Okay, so it is said that when you communicate or when you talk, listen completely. So how you describe this quote?
So, Kanchan, listening is a very important part of the communication. And for listening, we need to bring our faculties of observing, looking, bringing the brain, everything in tandem into the one synchronized place so that we can listen what is being said. It is all the more important today when we are surrounded by so much different kinds of media, television, phone, social media, and so many interactions that are happening at the same time. And we are parallelly working and responding, receiving, listening, talking, all at the same time. I really wonder how much are we really listening. What I always say is that, for example, for the music, so everybody listens to the music, right? But very few people can actually understand the instruments being played, the words being said, the feelings which are percolating amongst us. So not everybody can become like our great Tansen, but I always say we all can become Kansen.
Right. Very true. Okay, so when we talk about communication skill, so is there any types of communication, or where can we divide for a learning purpose how to begin learning and perfecting this skill?
Yes, Kanchan, communication is, as we all know, verbal, and I always believe that a verbal communication has to have an equal and supplementary amount of non-verbal communication. And just because we know some languages, we know some words, we know some contextual, cultural contexts, we know the vocabulary, we know the grammar, but if it is not supported ably by the non-verbal part, which is a very interesting part that I try to practice and observe. The non-verbal part is my attractive area, my attraction area. And in the non-verbal communications, of course, there is a visual one, there's a body language, there are gestures, there is posture, there's a physical appearance, and there is a great golden silent communication, and sometimes communication through actions, symbols, touch. So my attractive area is non-verbal communication. How about you?
Well, I feel that in any communication or any maybe speech or kind of talking to somebody, I think gesture plays a very vital role. Suppose we are talking about some serious aspect, and then we are not, our whole personality is reacting opposite. So the communication is all blue. So we have to learn, like even moving your hand is a part of a gesture while talking. So sometimes people stand like this in communicating, holding their hands. So this is generally this is said that it is not a right posture. So what I understand is that gesture plays a very vital role with the language, command of the language.
True, very true.
So we will be discussing further, and you have pointed out some very crucial point in non-verbal communication. So we'll be taking this ahead in our next video. And same as usual, it was so wonderful to talk to you.
Yeah, let me end our today's conversation. As you can see my background image, and that is a very relatable image to the communication. And we are using English as our language in this series. And I remember a very famous Urdu couplet, but I will translate it for the English purposes for our viewers and listeners. So communication is something like that we have to reach to somebody's heart and mind, and it is a distance. So reaching to somebody's heart and a mind is a distance, and communication is the vehicle through which we measure and we reach, or we try to reach to the person's mind and heart.
Yes,
Thank you.
It's a bridge. It's a bridge, which
It's a bridge.
you can reach to other person effectively.
That's right. That's right.
So till next time, that is tomorrow. See you again. Bye bye. Take care.
See you. Great communications.
This video is sponsored by Single Point Solution. Single Point is pioneer in production and distribution of electric vehicles like electric bikes, electric scooters, and three-wheelers. Single Point also provide consulting services to small F players.
Hello friends, I'm Kanchan from Akulmach Technologies and you are welcome to our show. Today we'll be discussing about one eminent personality who has been a part of our growing up years. And to discuss about this particular topic, I would like to welcome Sitesh Srivastava, who has a deep interest in corporate training. He has been training marketing professional. He has a vast experience of linguistic and he has worked in a couple of continents. So before I invite Sitesh, I would like to tell you about one particular name. This is Shiva Shankar, who is an illustrator, who was an illustrator of Chandamama. So we'll be discussing about Chandamama and of course the great artist Shankar. So welcome to the show, Sitesh. How are you doing?
Thank you, Kanchan. Good day to you in Hyderabad, and I'm very, very well in Bangalore. It's always nice to talk to you, and you suddenly brought back the childhood memories, the growing up memories, and the formative years. And I am just scratching my head about going back to those growing up days, and Chanda Mama and all other comics were such an interesting part of our growing in those days of India.
Yes, I think that when I used to read Chandamama, I was always land into a fantasy environment and all those beautiful pictures and the kind of teaching of through pictures and telling young children, young mind about the culture and the stories and the kings. I think that used to be very fascinating. What about you?
So my memories about Chandamama has been about more about the images that I was able to see on the cover page and the interior pages. Especially, I remember that Vikram Vetal, that image depiction, and then the first thing was to open up that story and going and reading it, and always, the way it was written, the way it was image was drawn up, it was always leaving as if something is happening in the real, and either I am one of them, either Vikram or the Vetal, and discussing. Later on in years, when there was a serial Vikram Vetal on Doordarshan, I was always trying to compare it with Chandamama stories about the same, but it was not the same. The written word, the images, the characters were so vivid about the whole Chandamama as a book. So I'm really saddened to hear about the passing away of that great artist who used to be a part of my growing up.
Yes, it is sad to really hear the demise of Chandrasekhar Shiv Shankaran, because generally we used to call him Shankar, and he was a fascinating artist, and all the series of Vikram Betal he has done illustration. And interestingly, there was a small story that he is very fond of painting from his childhood, and he was born in Tamil Nadu, but his father was a teacher. And there's a story which I just want to share with you, is that when he was in school and there was a test, there used to be history test. So he ended up drawing big pictures of historical figures in his test book, test paper. So he was so much in illustration, so much in painting. So, and then after passing from art school, he also worked in one of the magazine company. And you know, the Chanda Mama started in Hyderabad, the Andhra. So
Oh, really?
yes. So it was lovely to really see the pictures and how he has combined stories with illustration. That used to be awesome, and the color combination. What do you say?
Yeah, so I think the color combination in those days and the vivid depiction of the shapes and sizes of the kings and the gods depicted, and the characters, the normal characters, it was all as if somebody was writing a pictorial history of India, and that those pictures captured the imagination of our Indian, children,
Right, young
students.
child. I think that's why it used to be very impressive at those times.
Very, very impressive. And it was so distinct from the foreign comics that were available in India in those days, like the Phantom and the Mandrake and the Magician and others like that. And therefore, Chanda Mama and others, Amar Chitra Kathas and Chandra Mamas and some Indian homegrown books did a great job. And I think they still do a great job by, creating the memories and the imagination of millions of children. I believe that the illustration, the illustrator, as you said, that also can become a great curriculum in the schools as a hobby subject.
Yes, it is very fascinating and very rich in content, what I feel now. And you know, it was published in Telugu language and started by B. Negi Reddy and Chakrapani, who was a Telugu film maker. Then after 50 years, an association of Mr. Shankar was almost 50 to 60 years with Chanda Mama. And in 2007, it has also been on digital platform.
Okay, that's interesting. And I think digital platform is the key, and most of the publications either have already moved or they are trying to move. I would also say the people who are trying to move to the digital platform try to create the similar kind of experiences that were available when the medium was not around. And that is the whole difference, reading a book in the hand, reading a magazine on Kindle, and reading a book on a tablet or online. People just think, the developers think that it is just, one more channel added. But with each of these channels, the essence, if it is not added, it is lost. The glory is lost if the essence is not added.
Yes. So I feel we have missed a very great artist who has, I think, contributed in our growing years through his illustration, and it is a very sad news. I feel, I think your feelings will be similar to mine, and anybody who will hear about this great artist, Mr. Shankar.
Yes, Kanchan, of course. I think I appreciate that you brought up this conversation today. It is no small way of contributing to so many childhoods and the imaginations of those childhoods that we grew up, and a whole generation, and not only one, probably couple of generations grew up in those illustrations, and the people, the artist behind it was probably igniting the imagination of millions, and he knew it. People generally say the artists don't know how many hearts they touch. I would think the other way around.
Yes, I would like to take up a new subject in our next episode. For today, bye, take care.
Thank you. Thank you.
Hello friends, this is Chandra from Akulmach Technologies. Welcome to Top Brass. Today we will talk about something called dark matter. Now, most of us have heard about something called matter, which we don't know what it is. But how do we know that it exists? So let's say when scientists were looking at the galaxy Andromeda in the 30s, they found that the motion of the galaxy is very peculiar. Why it is peculiar? Because the central, the speed of the star which exists in the center of the galaxy are moving at the same speed which are at the outside of the galaxy, which are at the edges of the galaxy. Typically, the expectation was that the center, because it has more mass, will move faster than the outside at the boundary, which will be moving slowly. So, but the scientists, when they were doing the calculations, they found that the entire galaxy is moving very rapidly, and the center is moving at x speed. At the same speed, the exterior of the galaxy is also moving. Later, it was found that most of the galaxies have these characteristics. It is pretty much like this. When you hold your hand, as you know, when we were all small kids, we used to go around by holding each other's hand. So when you hold your hand and you start going around each other, as the speed increases, you have to exert more pressure to hold yourself together with your friend. So that means if the stars are going at a faster pace in the outskirts of the galaxy, that means there is something, you need more force to pull them back and retain them in the galaxy. That's a simple logic. So where this extra mass comes from? So it turns out that the mass which is required to generate this extra force of gravity should be at least 10 to 15 times more than what we see around in the galaxies. Even if we calculate the mass of the black holes and the gas which exists in the galaxy, that mass is not sufficient to hold the galaxy together. The speed of the galaxy and the force which the galaxy creates is sufficient for all the matter to be thrown out of the galaxies. Yet it forms a specific disk shape, and it retains shape, and it goes around. That means there has to be some mysterious extra gravity which is there, and that is holding the galaxy together. And as you know that the gravity is a byproduct of the mass, so that extra mass is not visible. And since it is not visible, it is known as dark matter, because we don't know what it is. So what are the characteristics of dark matter theoretically? As we see, the matter interacts with each other. Matter consists of electrons, protons, quarks, neutrinos, photons. All of this matter that exists has certain certain energy, and the matter interacts with each other. For example, electron, proton, they have some interaction. And these fundamental forces are of interactions are also defined. I have covered them in a separate video. But the matter is having some sort of heat in it. So that is why the matter is slightly hot. And because it is hot, it has the ability to interact with others. The dark matter does not seem to interact with anything. It does not even interact with itself, because if it interacts with itself, there will be some reaction and we will be able to see the energy pattern of those reactions. So the dark matter does not interact with the matter, it does not interact with itself, and it does not show any sign of any sort of interaction of any kind, either nuclear or chemical or any other form of energy exchange that happens. So that means it's a cold matter. So it is probably, so more research is required on the dark matter, because we don't know what this matter consists of, what it is made of, and why it does not interact with matter or itself. Yet it is made of, the matter that we see around us is almost like 10 to 15 times more than the matter that is visible to us. So that means we cannot see this extra matter, we cannot see their reactions, it does not interact, it is just existing, and it just creates gravity. So it's very mysterious, and since it is very mysterious, we call it dark matter. There are a lot of theories about dark matter being a particle, and there are very scientists have theorized that there are different particles, but none of these particles have been detected so far. We have tried very hard to get the particles detected, but we have not got any indication of any sort of detection into our scopes. So it's a big mystery. And yet there is another mystery, is that the matter itself is only 30%, and the rest of the 70%, which is the space that exists in space, is called dark energy. Dark energy is sort of an energy which is anti-gravity. So the dark energy, which occupies 70% of the things that we have in the space, that means majority of the space consists of dark energy. 30%, so nearly 25% is made of dark matter, and about 5%, 4.9 to be precise, is the matter that we see and from which we are made. So if you look around in the universe, we are so insignificant that we are made of only 4% of the material. Yet 96% of the material is all around us, and we don't know what it is. We don't know anything about it. We can't even see it. So this is something that I thought I'll bring you this matter and bring some clarity. I will meet you in the next video. Until then, bye-bye. Hello friends, this is Chandrakant from Akulmach Technologies, and welcome to Top Brass. Today I would like to draw your attention to the major news which happened in the morning. By click of a button, our Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi inaugurated our India's first undersea cable which connects the mainland India with Andaman and Nicobar Island. The whole objective of this program was to provide broadband services into the island that we have, which is like almost like 3,000 kilometers, 2,700 and odd, up to 3,000 kilometers away from the mainland of India. And it is also one of the major port, also a naval base. So, it was so important because rest of India is already covered in 4.5G in terms of bandwidth, but Andaman needed that. And in today's technology, the best way to do that is laying a fiber cable and start communication between two ends using the light or laser. So why this is so important? As you know that in the current century, the data will be the new gold, or data will be the new petroleum. So the data speed is absolutely essential for any country, or a country like India, to succeed and to become big economically and also otherwise. So we have to ensure that we follow the faster data, and we have to also provide connectivity to each and every citizen of India. So this is the first step, but let me take you on a tangent today by giving another piece of information what is going on in the world. And if you remember, recently SpaceX has been in the news for conducting the first manned flight, and two astronauts went to space, came back safely, and there was a splashdown or touchdown or splashdown, whatever you want to call it. I think so. This is a remarkable feat. The CEO of SpaceX, Elon Musk, the famous Google guy or the internet guy, whatever you want to call him, SpaceX is his enterprise, his company, and he is coming out with a new innovation. So while the world is looking at Huawei, or not looking at Huawei, talking about 5G, etc., the Reliance Jio in India is trying to come out with their own version of 5G. But here is Elon Musk. He's thinking in such an innovative way, and his program is called Starlink. So in today's video, I would like to introduce you what Starlink is all about. So Starlink is basically, number of satellites which cover the Earth. And why the satellites are better than a fiber cable? Because as some of the science students would know, that the light travel with the speed of light, which is the fastest speed in vacuum. So if it flows through a medium like water or glass or something, it reduces this, the light speed comes down. So we already know by way of many experiments that the light's speed in glass is 40% less than the light speed in vacuum. So the best way to communicate using light or laser in space is the fastest way to communicate. So as it is, if we are actually using light as a way of transmission, or laser light as way of transmission, that is the fastest way. It is even faster than fiber cable. So if we have point A to point B, and when we send signal, so suppose between India and Andaman Nicobar, we send signal, there will be a lag and the speed drop of 40% between mainland and Andaman Nicobars. And within India, because India is a very large country, from south to north, if there is a cable which interconnects both areas, there is always a lag, there is always a delay in transmission of the data and the signal. The delay is not significant, but it could become significant if there are applications like stock exchange, where even every millisecond counts, the banking system where every millisecond counts. So the transaction has to happen, and the ramification, the impact of delay could be catastrophic, could be disaster. So therefore, we have to ensure that the delay is reduced, and hence this is one mechanism where we replace the fiber optics using laser lights. But we cannot replace the fiber optics using with a laser light on Earth. We have to go to the space. So the company, which is SpaceX, Elon Musk company, they have done a lot of analysis. They have said that if there is a satellite which is at 550 kilometers above the surface of the Earth, then the speed of light can be maintained, and this satellite can cover certain areas. So I'll come to that in a moment. But the whole point is that you send satellite which are low cost satellite, which will have only transmitters, the solar array to generate power, and some sort of engine to dislodge them in case of any emergency, so that they can be safely removed and replaced in future. So as per the estimate of this system, which is called Starlink system, it will have the ability to provide the
broadband to each and every human being on the face of Earth because they are transmitting from space. And the system is even faster than if you put a satellite, like, a lot of countries have put their satellites in geostationary orbits, which are like 36,000 kilometers from the Earth. It's quite a distance. There is obviously there is a lag in the signal, and in fact, the fiber optics is faster than using the current day technology, satellite technology. So what Elon Musk is talking about, the satellite must be cheap. They should be plenty in number. They should be easy to launch. The launching vehicle, launching system should be cheap, and they should be able to cover a lot of human beings. So this Starlink system, if you do a little research like I've done, you will find that there will be, as per the SpaceX estimate, 12,000 satellites are required to cover the entire globe. And these are going to cost very low and will provide at very, very low cost broadband services to each and every human being on the face of the earth. And as I said, from the technology standpoint, it will have multiple transmission antennas. It will have very small machinery because it is all based on transmission using lasers. So it will have laser generators. The laser can be generated, which is again low power, using the solar arrays. And it will have a krypton thruster. So krypton is a gas. They will use krypton thruster to dislodge the satellite in case they need to replace it, or in case if it is trying, if something goes wrong with the satellite and it crashes on Earth. And one very important aspect about the system is all the satellites would be made of such a material that upon re-entry into Earth, 95% of the satellite material will get burned up. So it's going to be very safe. So first of all, using the krypton thrusters, you can aim them in the right direction. You don't have to see that a satellite is going to crash on somebody's house and all that, destroy it. So you can actually direct it in a no man's land. And at the same time, 95% of the material which will be used to prepare these satellites would get burned up in space. Now, once these satellites are in orbit, at exactly 550 kilometers above Earth's surface, all of these satellites' trajectory will be controlled by a tracking software, which will ensure the health of these satellites. So, because it's software, it's not going to be very expensive machinery. It can be controlled from Earth. And the software will also ensure that since all of these satellites are rotating around the Earth at the height of 550 kilometers in different orbits, they also have an anti-collision system. It should not happen that the satellites collide with each other while they are in their orbit. So this is as far as this system is concerned. Let's look at the light as a mode of communication. As we know, in our home, in the broadband, there's a cable, which is a fiber cable that comes to our house, and from there it gets into Wi-Fi. So this is the current day technology, and the next wave is 5G, where the lights, the microwave of the signals from the tower will get into sort of a beam, and it's a different topic altogether. But whole thing is that in 5G, it's a next level where these beams are not transmitted in the atmosphere; they are just concentrated into a very strong microwave beam and then transmitted directly into your home. So that is why 5G is a game changer. But Starlink is going to even beat the 5G in terms of speed, because 5G again would require a fiber cable to come to your house from some point. So the data, when it travels in space, it will be faster. So all these satellites will be interconnected using light. So they will transmit from point A when the signal goes to the satellite, it will go in the form of light, and then within the satellite they will transmit within each other. So this transmission will be faster. It will be exactly in vacuum, so it will be faster than what it would be on Earth. So it is much faster than the cable. It is estimated to be 40%, almost 70% faster than the current day technology of using fiber cable. because so far the human race knows the fiber cable is the best way of transmitting our data. The satellites will also use the non-moving parts. They use a very complex radar, which is also called phase array radar, which will use the natural tendency of these waves to interfere with each other, and thus it will create signal. So they can actually point the signal where they want, which part of the earth they want to go the signal, without any moving part. So these radars will be quite advanced, very low cost, but at the same time quite advanced and new tech. Now each of these satellites will transmit on earth in a cone. The signal will be like a cone, and the angle of the cone would be about 81 degrees. So when they are at 550 kilometers above the surface of the earth, technically they can cover an area of 500 kilometers on earth. So one satellite can cover up to 500 kilometers, and whoever in that area has a receiver can become part of the network or the internet. So the system, as I said earlier, the Starlink system uses a software which uh, covers the Earth. So each satellite, the software will also ensure that at any point in time, one area would be covered by at least 4 satellites, so that there is continuity of the signal. The signal will never go down, because satellites are rotating around Earth, but at any point in time there will be multiple satellites on single area. That is why there is a requirement of 12,000 satellites up in the space, and they will ensure that at any time the 4 satellites are interconnected with each other. So they are managing one particular type of data, so that while the data is coming very fast using lasers, at the same time there is continuity, because satellites move out and they keep transmitting like a relay race. They keep changing their signal. So if one satellite moves from this area to other, there will be one more coming in here, and at any point in time there will be 4 satellites catering to one area of 500 kilometers. So there will be automatic switching happening between satellites, and this is will be controlled completely using earth stations, using smart tracking softwares, and so on. So this is going to be very fast system, going to be very low cost. You don't have to lay expensive cable under the ocean. You don't have to have a router in your home. You don't have to lay cable across the length and breadth of your city. It will all come from the sky, and it will be wireless. So how people will use this system? Basically, they'll have to just get a receiver, put it on the roof of the house, and then all the devices get connected to that receiver. Now, the beauty of the system is that since this receiver is very low cost, and it is being provided information through the satellites, it can be mobile also. So you can, any individual can buy this receiver for his personal or official use, put it on the house, or also put it on his car or a truck and move around with it. So say, for example, if you're living in a house and you're going on vacation, you can take your receiver with you. So you will never go out of internet wherever you are. This system is so remarkable. It promises every human being to be connected to the internet, because you don't have to lay cables anywhere, whichever part of Earth you are. And even after interconnecting every human being on Earth, there will be plenty of bandwidth available. And the system will be at least 40% faster than the fastest system available today. So in terms of cost saving, SpaceX has already designed these satellites, already had 2 launched, where they have successfully launched certain satellites, and testing is going on. They have their own launching system, which is Falcon 9 rocket, tested. Even they had manned mission also recently. So this is very efficient launching system. It is almost 70% cheaper than NASA. So we have to see whether ISRO systems are cheaper, or Falcon 9 systems are cheaper. That is something that is debatable. We will discuss on in some other day. But SpaceX, being a private organization, has their own system. They have their own satellite. They have figured out the whole method, and this is promising. Starlink is such a big promise that it is going to offer faster speed than 5G itself, and the whole transmission is based on light waves, which is not harmful to any living thing, to humans, to animals, to plant life. Unlike 5G, which concentrate the microwaves, very high frequency microwaves, into beams. So this could cause some problem, and Starlink does not. So even if some country decide to go on a 5G from 4G to 5G, a country like India, if India decides to migrate from 4G to 5G, the cost of laying new cable is estimated to be in the range of almost 200 billion US dollars. It is a huge sum, and it's not easy to migrate from 4G to 5G. Whereas if you look at the Starlink system, the total cost of Starlink system launch and the cost of satellite, which is estimated to be about 300,000 per satellite, is not more than $10 billion. So you see, with $10 billion, you are able to interconnect each and every human being with plenty of bandwidth available. And then if you migrate from 4G to 5G, the cost will be humongous. So I think this is very exciting information I'm giving viewers. I think all we have to do is wait and watch what happens next, because SpaceX also is trying to colonize Mars. So they want to launch this system, make it available at very low cost for everyone, provide internet, which has been the holy grail. Even if somebody says I will get the entire world covered with 5G, they can only have 50% coverage. 50% of the world population will still go without internet. Whereas Starlink offers or promises to offer 100% coverage and at a low cost. So I think this is quite exciting. We have to see why I'm covering this topic today, because we as India laid the first undersea cable today, which was inaugurated by Prime Minister Modi. And I wanted to interconnect these two things because, India being a large consumer market and a lot of internet users, who knows what happens today. So this is something which I wanted to bring to your notice. Do write to me and I will respond to you in the quickest possible manner. And I'll find some other interesting subject to talk to you. Until then, bye-bye. Hello friends, this is Chandra from Akulmach Technologies. Welcome to Top Brass Skills Gap Discussion Forum. In this forum, we will be discussing the skills gap that we have today in India, and that may becoming a stumbling block to reaching the 5 trillion economy mark. And in this program, we call various leaders to discuss the prevailing issues. And today, I am honored to present to you Mr. Raj Neravati, who is the founder and CEO of a new age company called Hug Innovation. Raj and Hug Innovation are well known in the market among the people and also among the various business fraternity. So without further ado, let me present to you Mr. Raj Neravati.
Hello, friends. This is Chandrakant from Akulmach Technologies, and welcome to the CEO Roundtable. And quickly, let me invite my colleagues and my friends. First, Mr. Naval Gund from UK. He is the chairman of Mindfit Limited.
Hello, everybody. Looking forward to today's session.
Second, Ms. Kanchan Verma. She is the CEO of Akulmach Technologies. She joins us from India.
Hello, everybody.
Third, Ms. Farida Charania. She is the CEO of Career Zoom, and she joins us from Singapore.
Hello, everyone. Looking forward to this session.
And so welcome all of you. And I want to basically start the ball rolling by connecting with the previous CEO roundtable where we discussed about the elevator pitch. And today we want to touch upon these little nuggets of doing business for chief executives. But we want to drive our discussion today towards the investor pitch. So without further ado, let me invite Farida. What is the difference between an elevator pitch and how investor pitch is very similar to an elevator pitch? You can throw some light on that.
Yes, thank you, CK. So, firstly, let me just kind of, bring up some memory. So, people who have watched the last session, we talked about the elevator pitch where we had some very interesting discussion and some interesting ideas. I'm just going to talk about a little bit of a précis on what an elevator pitch is. An elevator pitch is basically a very, very quick, information about what you do and how you want to engage the party who's listening to you. So I would basically divide it in three, statements or rather three questions. And the pitch should not be more than about 30 seconds. So we are basically trying to say, who is your customer? What is their problem? And what do you do that solves their problem? So that's my definition of an elevator pitch, and it's worked very well for me in the last few years. So this is something I like to share. Now, when we come to an investor pitch, there is temptation to talk about everything that you are doing because you are so proud that you've actually reached where you are today, and you think they need to know what all have you done so that they can then further support you. But that is the biggest mistake that anyone can actually do, because as an investor I am only interested in a few things. I want to know what is the problem that you are talking about and trying to solve. What is your solution? What has been your traction so far? What are your markets and what is your total addressable market size? What are you trying to achieve from that? What is your business model? How are you making the money? Because if I'm investing, I want to know when I'll start getting back some money. So I want to know what is your business model. I want to know what is the team behind this entire exercise, what you have done or the product that you have developed. What is your vision? And finally, I want to know what you are asking. How much money do you need and how are you going to spend it? So that's all I'm interested in. So for an investor pitch, it has to be a very quick, maximum 10 slides where you tell the investor that this is the value proposition, this is their growth, and this is what you are trying to actually ask to make that growth happen. So this was my 2 cents and 20 years in a few minutes.
So, Farida, thank you very much for opening the debate. Now we can have an open house and leave it for comments from anyone. Deval, you want to go?
Yeah, sure. It's a great introduction, and as Farida says, her 20 cents over 20 years. It really is as simple as that. And I'm gonna go back to a phrase that I learned many years ago, probably last century, so over 20 years, and it was people buy from people. And whether you're in an elevator pitch, whether you're selling something to somebody else, whether you're trying to get an investor to invest in your passion, what you're really going to, you're looking for investment to drive your idea forward, people will buy from people. So they need to understand who you are. So they need to know who you are. They need to trust you. And in many respects, an investor Certainly for the type of investor that we're talking about here, for a young entrepreneur, let's say, they need to like you. You need to have that dynamic personality that is going to sell your idea, without the investor actually having to get further involved than putting up a bit of money and introducing you to a few of their friends who might be, either potential investors down the line if you need more money, or clients that you're going to sell to. So, Farida says it quite simply. There is no complicated arena here. You don't have to have a 100-page business plan to convince an investor you know what you're doing. You just need to get your message over in a fairly short period of time. In many respects around the world, you don't need a lot of money to start something off. But Farida mentioned one thing, it's traction. And traction means a lot of things to a lot of people, but basically it means, who have you sold it to already? Like anything else, if I have a product that I'm selling for $1 million, and I know there's a healthy margin in there, I don't have to find many people to buy it. It might take me a few months to find one person, but if I found one person, the likelihood is I'll find another. If I've got a product selling for $1 and there's a healthy margin in there, to get the same profit level, I've got to sell it to 1 million people. So it's really quite simple, really. What have you got? Who wants it? And have you sold it? So those are the questions you need to answer before you even go any further. Because an investor really is an ordinary person and they just want to know, well, it's a great idea. Have you sold any? What do you think, Kanchan?
Yes, actually, I will take a few points from both of you. What I feel is that every story which any business person wants to have, it should present a quick and compelling story to get an investor. A part of this, the revenue model has to be very sound to impress the investor. So these two aspects are good, and again, we should always be confident that our elevated pitch should be so confident that we should be aware that whatever we are presenting in front of the investor will get the success. So there are three major points which I feel is very, very important when we are pursuing any investor in the company.
You see, now the discussion is really heating up. I would like to make a few points here. See, when we go around and talk to our colleagues, especially, I will just give reference to my interaction with them. Many of them don't know what they're looking for in the investor. That is the first challenge I have seen. And why I'm saying that, because they don't even know what type of investor they need for their organization or for their business. For example, there could be an angel investor, there could be a seed investor, there could be crowdfunding opportunity, or there could be a bank loan. So first off, people don't have that capability to do assessment of what kind of investors they need, how much money they need. In fact, Farida mentioned that you need to know what is the ask. The ask can be only driven if you know what is your expense. And then based on that, you can make a elevator pitch. And for different type of investor, there has to be different elevator pitch. For example, if you think that your project can be funded by a crowd funding, then you have to go and totally make a different pitch, which attracts the crowd to fund your project. And in return, you will give them XYZ. So you need to know exactly, if somebody is giving me $10, what I'm going to give it back to him if your option is a crowdfunding. If you're looking for a seed investor, then you have a pitch which you have to basically, you're going to live with that investor for a couple of years, or 5 years, or 6 years. If you have an angel investor or a VC, then you have to offer them an exit plan. So while you're taking a money right now and you're giving them ask, for example, $2 million, within 2 years, you should be ready to give them in your projection, what is the exit plan? for them, not for you, but for them. So I think these are the things that people should know upfront, what type of investor they are looking for. And obviously, you don't want your investor to break your legs if you're not able to pay. So you have to know exactly what you're getting into. I think these are certain confusions in the minds of the people, uh, especially when they're starting, some sort of an idea or an SME, or if they don't have an experience to look for an investor. I think I just make these points and really expect my colleagues to really heat up and take up these some of these challenges that people have.
Thank you, CK. I think this is getting interesting because all of us have a slightly different view as to how we look at it. I think this issue about what the ask is and people not knowing happens when people are trying to raise the pre-seed or the seed round, because after that it's a long grueling journey before you even get to your series A. And by then, as someone who is looking to raise that round, you're very seasoned. You already know what you should be doing, and they have met people like me who have trashed everything they have done and told them, okay, now put it in 10 slides and come back to me. So I think I would like to kind of give some pointers to first time entrepreneurs who are trying to raise money. And I have learned the hard way. I've been kind of really got a tap on my knuckles because I have written like a 50-page pitch when I was raising my first round. And when I actually went to the investor, he was a very kind elderly man. He was 78 years old, and he actually sat me down and he said, you know what, I really like you. If I didn't like you, I would have said, send it to me by email and I would never have come back to you. But I really like you, so I like to give you some advice. I know you're very passionate about what you have done, but really this is of no value to me. I'm an investor. For me, the maths is very clear. I have to like you, I have to believe in your product, and I have to believe that it's going to make me money. So that's how I came up with this thing where again, I'm going to stress on the fact that you talk about if you are in the very nascent stages. You've done your family and friends round, you've got an MVP, that's a minimum viable product. Now you are ready to get some external hands involved. Remember that a lot of these investors are sharks. When they actually give you 100,000, they expect a lot. So the thing is, it has to be very clear. And one of the easiest way to define your ask is that you have to have a projection for the next 3 years minimum, and understand what is it going, and you have to also know where you want to be and how you're going to get there. That will give you a clear idea as to how much you want to dilute in terms of your equity, or what is the money that you want to raise externally, because you will be diluting. That is something also to kind of make a note of. So if you're diluting, if you're going out and giving someone else the power to control X percentage of your company, then you need to be very clear what you're going to ask, how much money you need, and what are you going to do with that money, because the investor will want to know, are you using it for marketing, are you using it for your technology development, what are you going to do with that money? So have those things really, really clearly etched out in your plan, because the investor usually would ask you only for a one pager even before they decide to listen to you. And that one pager has to have these things very clearly. They can read in like 30-40 seconds and give you a chance to make a presentation and then answer their questions. So again, I would come back to the same thing, that be very, very clear. What is the problem you are solving? How are you solving? What is your traction so far? So who are the people who will use it, and who have you sold to? Because that's very important. It's not about the revenue, because you get into the MRR ARR kind of a game only when you reach series A. But before that, it's very important, has someone actually shown that kind of belief in your product and has bought it? And then what are again the markets where have you shown some traction and where you intend to actually enter, and what is it that you need for that? And Kanchan mentioned about the business model as well, and I'm going to reiterate that it's very important to at least know how you're going to do in 3 years. You need to have your plan A, plan B, plan C, and one, if everything else fails, what you're going to do. And then, of course, the team, because that's very important. Investors always look for a team. They'll ask you questions: are they full time? And that is just that is just so important, because a lot of entrepreneurs are actually working, they are in a job and they start a side hustle, and they think that because they have a brilliant idea they can raise the money. It's not that easy. So they will ask you this question, that how many of the people who are involved are full time. So you need to have that very, very clearly. And your vision is not so important to the investor, but it's important for you, because you need to know where you want to be and what is it that you're trying to do. Yeah. And then all of this will bring you to your ask. So okay, I need 1 million for the next 16 to 18 months to actually do this. And you need to be very clear, because they are going to ask you every penny that you spend as to how you spent it, because you are actually answerable to that. So, and I can't stop talking enough about this, because in my consulting work, I come across first-time entrepreneurs who again write stories. I say, I love reading. This is my bedtime reading, but unfortunately, this is not going to get you the investment.
So I'll just add few points. I fully agree with all points which Farida is talking. So I think financial production is very, very necessary. A part of this, it's also very necessary how much we need. So don't go overboard when we are really looking for investors. And then I think you have to be honest and you have to be clear about your goals, and you have to be very clear what you want to achieve out of this investment. So these are few very final and important points when we look towards elevated pitch for investors.
No, it's really important to know where you're going, because again, that's the investor's going to be investing their grandchildren's money. I mean, that's where you need to start to think. It's not money that they've got spare typically. It's money that they're looking to invest. And they're not investing for their future. They're investing for their family's future, a lot of these people. I mean, Farida mentioned sharks. And there are lots of sharks out there. There's shark-infested waters when you walk into the investment community. But there are lots of investors that want to believe in you. And one of the things that I find a bit surprising, really, for a startup is they've not apart from time, they've not invested anything else in what they've done. So they haven't gone into their savings. They haven't literally remortgaged what asset they have. And yet they're going to an investor and they're asking an investor to do that thing. So one of the first things an investor is going to ask you is, how much skin in the game have you got?
Absolutely.
Is it 3 months of your life that you've put into this? Well, congratulations, we all do that. Any parent raising a child knows that they put a lot of effort into raising the child, but they don't look at that as an investment in themselves. It's an investment in the child. So this is your baby. So what have you invested into it? Where is the income that you've generated from it, assuming you have? Because if you haven't generated any income, don't look for investment. Because people won't invest. They'll just say it's a great idea, but you've not sold anything. How do we know that people want it? More importantly, how do we know that you can sell it? And this is about your limitations, where you've come from. Because believe you me, whether you're an employee or an entrepreneur, you are a salesperson. You need to be selling yourself, selling your product, selling your service. And a lot of people don't understand that. They just think, oh, entrepreneurship, that's easy. I'll just get someone to fund it for me. Well, you're the primary source of funding. And with a lot of startups, we're here, we could be talking of $100,000, $1 million. But what about if you need $10,000? Well, there's something called a bank. And if you can go and make a proposal to a bank, and the nice thing about going to a bank is they don't tell anybody else. So if you go and pitch to a bunch of entrepreneurs, a bunch of investors, and none of them take it up, they'll all talk about you and they'll impact another lot of investors. But the great thing about a bank is they'll ask you for everything we've been saying. But banks don't have to like you. They have to see what's going to be, where is the hard cash? Can I see a return on investment? And let's face it, actually, a bank is the cheapest form of borrowing currently because interest rates around the world are at an all-time low. I mean, in the UK, we're looking at about 4 or 5%. So if you're borrowing $10,000, you're only having to pay back in the first year $400. Now, that isn't a tremendous amount of money, and you've got the working capital, therefore, of $10,000. And if you've got a projection, as Kenshin and Farida were saying, you will see where that $10,000 can be best spent. And the nice thing about that is, once you've paid the loan back at this fixed interest rate, there's no more payment to make. You keep 100% of the equity of your organization. Now, that has to be attractive. So if you are a young person looking to start up, look at the bank. And the second thing is, if you can't get the bank to invest in you because you've got no assets, think about your parents, your friends, your acquaintances, your aunts and uncles, your grandparents, because they want you to succeed as well. And if you can get that seed funding, as Farida said, it's that initial seed, you can then prove you've got a business, then you can go for the $100,000 or the $1 million. Proving a track record to somebody that says, yes, I trust you now. You're quite clearly an entrepreneur. You know where you're going. You made a few mistakes along the way. Your projection wasn't quite what you expected, but it could be beyond your expectations, or you didn't quite get there. But now you've got skin in the game. And that's where people miss out a lot, I think. They don't have enough skin in the game. So, any additional thoughts on that, Chandra? Because you've seen people with no skin in the game expecting investors to come and just cough up $100,000, haven't you?
Well, in fact, I want to channelize this discussion in that direction which you want to go exactly. And my 2 cents on this is that you may have a very good idea. You are a young entrepreneur. You have a fantastic idea. And you may have figured out that maybe 10,000 customers are waiting to buy that idea. But if you don't have money, don't get into it. My simple 2 cents advice is, if you don't have money, don't start anything. First, get the funds mobilized, either through crowdfunding, as Nebu said, get your relatives to invest in you. If they have trust in you, they will invest in you. And if you are able to build your trust factor within your family, that is a good benchmark, because if you can convince your nears and dears and then take the next step, convince the bank. Take a short-term borrowing, have a fixed monthly installment, which you can pay easily. And the next step would be to go to an angel investor who will then like the idea that you've got 100 clients, your projection is 10,000 clients, but now you're able to convert 100 clients, and the angel investor is willing to invest and willing to live with you for 5 years or 6 years. That means he's a long-term player. He will give you $1 million. And then you take it to the next level of 10,000 customers. That is your original idea. And once you have got that, then you go to a venture capitalist, because venture capitalists, as we have said today, sharks or killer whales. So they will not have patience to stick around with a company for more than 2 years. So they can give you funding of 5 million or 10 million or 20 million, so that you can take your initial 10,000 clients to 100,000 clients. And that is where you need funding And usually venture capitalists will come and fund you in large dollar numbers. So I think it's a stepping stone. First thing, get your near and dear to invest in you. Go to a bank, get your loans set up, then go to a angel investor, and then go to a VC. I think that is a step. But if you don't have any of that, I mean, if you don't have a crowdfunding, successful crowdfunding within your family, then don't get into any business because you will not succeed. That is my 2 cents on it.
So everybody was talking about do's and don'ts to get the investor for your business. But I would like to tell you that in case if you have planned to really go for investors' help, so how you should approach. The first is that you should be clear what the product line you are and service line you want to get money from the investor. A part of this, you should be very clear. The pitch should not be more than 10 minutes. I guess that explains everything. A part of this, you have to know what are your audience, what the strength of your team, and then you should also be very clear about the exit plan once it doesn't work out. So these are few final points if you decide to go for investors' help.
I like to pick up from Kanchan's point about exit. We may not like it, but that's something like when I was saying you have to have a plan. A plan A, B, C has failed. What next? Like mine was, I'll start writing my resume. But it's just the thing is that you need to know what you're going to do because your exit has to be very clear, and that's a question that the investor is also going to ask. They are going to ask you that once you build a sizable business, what is your exit strategy? There are some people who build companies to run the companies, to build the business. There are some who build companies to sell. So that is also a key, that you need to be very clear what you're going to do in 5 years, 10 years time. Ultimately, the investor wants to see that, as an entrepreneur, you are a good leader. So, someone who knows the way, goes the way, and shows the way. That's how I would put it, because they are very interested in knowing that when the company is not going to go through the same kind of times all the time. Business is going to go up, down, and it's never going to be like in one stable pace. So how are you going to deal with all of those challenges? And this is not part of your investor pitch. This is part of the Q&A, because they are going to ask you these questions as well. So it's important to be prepared for these questions as well. You will actually get rap on your knuckles for first few times, because nobody can be prepared well enough. I have done this now for almost 7 years, and I have got shot down so many times, but I have learned the hard way, and I'm hoping to share this with the audience, that it will give you some value. You make your own mistakes, make new mistakes, but we have already made some mistakes, and we are sharing with you so you don't at least make the same mistakes.
Exactly, and I think something that we're all alluding to here is things will evolve over time. So when you're starting up a business, there's a specific skill set you need to get that business moving. As you move into past the real entrepreneurial risk-taking arena, you need to be moving into stability. And the skill set for that stability section, not that growth isn't still happening, of course growth will happen, but you're stabilizing what you've currently got. The team dynamics need to change. You need to bring in other people, other expertise that can help you stabilize what you've got, at the same time build and grow, so that you're making your expectations come to fruition. But it's that skill set that you need to start to think of now. So you may be that one person, the idea creator. You may be able to sell it to other people. You could even get the investment very easily because it's a no-brainer. You know, everyone loves a no-brainer, but you may not be the best person to run it, because if you're like me, I get bored very easily when things start to just be mundane. I love starting new things, but once it becomes mundane, I get bored. Other people need to take it on. So you need to work out exactly who you are and who are the other members of your team, the dynamics of the team moving forward. So that should be in your planning too. And the thing is, we talked a little bit about exit. Every investor wants an exit, whether it's a year down the line, 2 years down the line, 3 years down the line. They ask for the exit is because they want to know how, when things don't happen, like COVID, you know, if you were to have opened a restaurant in January of this year, and in the UK, COVID hit about March, it hit Europe about February, March, you'd have been closed down within 6 weeks. What's your exit strategy? What's your ongoing strategy? Because no government could tell you when we're coming out of this environmental problem. So you need to have that resilience, and you need to know just exactly when's the right time to give up. You know, that's not to say you're a failure, because recognizing you need to give up is actually saying that's a success. Because I now need to either change my plans and adapt, or I need to just can it completely. And there's many examples of where organizations have not stopped. You look at Kodak, you know, they were the only photography company in the world. And look what happened. They even designed a digital division, but they decided, no, that wasn't the way they wanted to go. And within 3 years, the company didn't exist. It physically didn't exist. They couldn't pay loans. It went completely bankrupt. And now look at it. It's coming back again. Guess what? With the digital presence. So there's a time and a place for everything. But the thing is, realize your own limitations. Realize your own expectations. And as Farida said, she got her knuckles rapped a few times. But this is the hard knock world. You know, you can listen to this until you're blue in the face. The nice thing about this is you can go and listen to this video time and time and time again. But until you get in front of an investor, you really don't know what world you're walking into. So go and have fun. Go and experience it.
So, Naval, in fact, you talk very elaborately about the exit plan, what people need to do, how they need to orient themselves. So, I would like to give one idea. The idea is could be very valuable for the young entrepreneurs. See, when they approach investor, they have to offer them an exit strategy. Like Farida said, Kanchan said, and you also, Naval, you said that there has to be an exit strategy. In the first place, why they want to enter? I think that is the biggest question. As an entrepreneur, you have to present what is the game that you're offering so that they can make money for a year or two and they can exit. So I think these are the things that people have to think about. And to throw an idea here is, if investor has say $1 billion fund with him and he wants to invest say 5% in you because he likes you, like Farida mentioned, the investor liked her a lot, but he didn't like the way the projections were being made. So he may like you. That is the first point where they start talking to you. But as an entrepreneur, when you want to offer them something, you have to offer them 2x that a bank is offering them. For example, if they put $1 million in the bank account, they will get 10% interest rate easily. So if you approach them, hey, don't put your money in bank, put in my business, and I need $500,000 for this, and I will give you return of 2x. And that is when they get attracted to it. And then they start asking a question, hey, how are you projecting 2x? So I think the first point is before you even approach an investor, you should have a strategy in your own mind that how you are going to make 3 to 4x, or if you have $500,000 with you or X amount of money with you, so that you can keep 2x and you can give your investor 2x. And if you don't have that, please go back on the drawing board, make your business plans properly so that you start achieving that. So I think that's one trick I would like to offer from myself.
No, that's an excellent one. And the interesting thing is, you've sparked some thought in my mind about what's the difference between a bank and an investor. And you just mentioned it. It's literally the investor actually is investing in you. You're the only asset. There is no other asset that you can put up that the investor can snatch afterwards if the company doesn't succeed. However, a banker is looking at collateral, and that collateral has to be hard cash in some form, bricks and mortar, deeds, some shares, whatever it's going to be in other listed companies. So something that's tangible that they can get their hands on if indeed that investment doesn't succeed. So therefore they're looking at a lower return because they've got an asset that they can fall back to. So that, in many respects, that's the reason why I say is put skin in the game, go to friends, family, and other people might say fools, but forget the fools. It's friends and family that you need to go to invest in you because it's your idea. It's a fascinating discussion, everybody. I mean, we could go on for giving people great advice here, but it's the simple bit. You need to go out and practice it yourself. If this is something for you, don't just dream about it, go and do it. Go and pitch to other people and see whether or not you've got an idea that has value in someone else's mind, because that's the whole point here. It's not value in your mind, it's the value in somebody else's mind, whether that's a buyer or an investor. It's called about what does it mean to them.
Absolutely. In fact, as Neville said, we can go on. There are several other ideas. Farida, Kanchan, they have all put their skin in the game. They have gone to investors. Myself, I've done that several times, and Neville obviously is an old hat. So if anyone watching this video needs any help from any one of us, can reach out to us and we can put the right person in touch with you, or you can reach out individually to all the panelists that we are in the show today. So with that, I'd like to thank Neville, Kanchan, and Freda. Thank you for coming and discussing few points from your experience. I am sure there are a lot to it, which, given the time, we can discuss more. But for today, I think we will end our discussion here.
Bye, everybody.
Bye.
Go and enjoy.
Thank you very much for sharing your time with us. If there are any topics that you'd like us to cover, let us know. And everyone have a fantastic weekend ahead. See you next week.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye for now.
Hello friends, this is Chandrakant from Akulmach Technologies and welcome to Top Brass. Today is SOTI Wednesday, and as some of you know, SOTI stands for Speaker of the Year Award. So this Wednesday we will talk about how do you look, and let me invite my friend from London, Mr. Neville Kant. Neville, welcome to Top Brass.
Good morning, CK. Sotty Wednesday from a sunny London and a sunny India. So, as you say, we're going to focus on how you look. We talked about the setting. We told people about where the camera is. So by now, you've all noticed where your camera is on your screen. I hope you put your finger over it, and you can always find it. Now we're just talking about how you look, because when you come over the first time, people are gonna, that's it, they make an impression, they make a distinction, they make a judgment really on what you look like. And as you can see, I've decided to dress up for the beach. I've got my flamingo shirt on, so you can't miss that, can you, CK?
This is very interesting, Neville. You have sort of stationary flamingos on your shirt, and whether you are wearing a beach shirt or not, I leave it to the viewers to decide, but definitely you stand out. Definitely it is a different shirt. It's not like a usual shirt.
And the interesting thing is, all of those listeners are going to have, they're either going to really like it, or they're really going to really hate it, or they're going to say, oh, well, it looks okay. But the thing is, it needs to bring out your personality. Flamingos are great because it always brings a smile to my face when I see a flamingo. Because you know how they get the colour, don't you? Because of the shrimps they eat, they're all pink. So eventually that comes into their colour. I didn't know that until a few years ago on a particular quiz that I got wrong. But it should bring out your personality, who you really are. I can see who you are, CK, you know, typical business guy, top button undone, you know, no tie, very smart, casual, as we would say, you know, maybe a bit of dress down Friday going on. But it's your persona, it's how you are, and that needs to shine through on the video that you're going to create. So what do you think of that?
Neville, I think for our listeners and viewers, last week we covered how do you set up your camera, your light, and your surroundings. And this week we would like to give them little information on how do you project yourself in front of the camera. Because if you're run-of-the-mill, similar guy like me wearing a usual shirt, I'm not going to stand out in the crowd of videos that are coming out. So the whole point, you know, Neville is trying to drive today is that, hey, stand out, wear flamingos so that you are visible. And, you know, the content you're giving is also must be interesting, because people have not yet started hearing your content. They're just seeing your camera, your light, your surroundings, and yourself. So I think the important thing is you have to dress up for that particular video, for that event. For example, if you're talking about something serious, something related to education or something related to business, then you have to dress up like a business guy, or you have to dress up like a teacher. But if you're talking about something which is not related to serious matter, but you can talk about astronomy, then you can probably wear a t-shirt with a galaxy picture on it. So the whole point is that you have to set up your infrastructure in such a way that you dress up for that subject. So what do you think about this, Neville? What is your opinion?
It's absolutely right. And remember, you know, when you go for an interview, because this is not just about a short 90-second interview that we're, video that we're talking about here, it's potentially getting you ready for the interview. Your brand of me, as we call it in our programs. And you need to understand what your brand is and how you're going to portray that brand. Because just like anything else, people make an instantaneous decision as whether they like you or they don't like you. And the point is, what you want to do is make a good impression at the beginning and keep that impression going on, so it improves that impression. It's not always the fact that people don't like you and then don't listen. Because although they've made a judgment at the beginning, they're human beings. If you're going to then open your mouth and they actually say, oh, I quite like this person now, shame about the shirt, you know, but then they make an explanation as to why they don't like the shirt. We're human. This is what happens. So here's an opportunity, you know, come on to the SOTI Award and practice until you're perfect. So very simple thing today, you know, show who you are, put your personality on the screen and enjoy it, you know, smile, because smiling is infectious, isn't it?
Certainly, Neville. In fact, there is one more thing which is also very, very critical for a video, because the window to the world is through this small, 12-inch by 14-inch screen. So I think I have seen some videos where people don't even groom themselves. So apart from looking and having a smiling face, I think very, very important to groom themselves, because this is like a 10 minutes window to the world. And if they are not groomed, obviously you will not look too smart for that subject. So you need to have right combination, right color shirt, or cloth which you are wearing, and also groom yourself properly. If you are a man, you have to shave before you come, and if you are a lady, you have to dress up properly for that particular video. So I think it's important, apart from having these soft skills, but also prepare for it. Prepare for wear the right color of your shirt, and also groom yourself and look, as Neville says, with a smiley face. Always have a smiley face.
Have a smiley face. So simple message today, very simple message. You can only get bite-sized chunks of messages. Now you've got to do, go and practice, because practice makes perfect sometimes.
Yes, Neville. In fact, next week in Sorty Wednesday, we will talk about the presentation skills. And I expect you to wear a shirt of flying flamingos, because right now the flamingos are stationary. So next week, we will probably see Neville with a real beach shirt with flying flamingos.
We'll see.
We'll see. See you tomorrow, Neville. And thank you for your time. Have a nice day.
And you. Bye-bye all.
Bye-bye.
Hello friends, I'm Kanchan from Akulmach Technologies and you are welcome to the show. Today is a wonderful day as usual, and today we'll be discussing about one of the most important land reform which is being done by central government about Jammu and Kashmir, especially in Kashmir, because earlier before 370 article, no outsider was allowed to buy the land, but this bill is passed and Kashmir is for everybody. Now anybody go and in Kashmir and buy. And this bill also being passed on a very important day, that is Infantry Day. That means yesterday. To discuss more about this bill and the repercussion, we have Siddesh Srivastava, who has a deep interest in corporate training. He's been associated with radio and also a very keen critic on political scenario. So welcome to the show, Siddesh. How are you today?
I'm well, Kanchan. Thank you so much for this conversation yet again. And it's so close to my heart, Kashmir, and I am yet to see it fully. How have you been?
Yeah, I'm fine, wonderful. Things are okay, and I'm celebrating this particular law which is being passed by central government, because Kashmir is it remains in my heart, because I passed my childhood in Kashmir, and when we see Kashmir for all, I think that gives an immense pleasure and happiness.
That's right, Kanchan. The biggest tag that has baffled me, and actually it has hurt me many times, is that before last year, I was not a permanent resident of the state, categorized inside the law. And therefore, I could always go to the state as a tourist, the state which was my own, the state that I cherished in the 1960s movies made famous by Shammi Kapoor Sahab and his famous Kashmir Ki Kali movie and other movies of that. Times have changed. 45, 50 years later, last year when it was made, Jammu and Kashmir was made as a union territory, then there was a hope that this particular tag of permanent resident of the state would go away from the section 17 of the law. So this notification which has come yesterday runs with 111 pages. And it also applies to the farmland as well as the residential land. But I'm sure government will not allow a big bang approach, knowing the sensitivity of Kashmir and the Jammu region. And therefore, this has only paved the way for any Indian citizen to buy land and property in Jammu and Kashmir. And outsiders will now be able to purchase the urban or non-agricultural land. Contract farming will also be allowed and permitted in the agricultural land. But as we are seeing the kind of protests happening from the valley leaders, it is very disheartening. What do you say about it?
I feel that is disheartening definitely, because now Kashmir is permanent part of India in terms of law and centralized law and other aspect, because this the most important amendment has been made in Jammu and Kashmir Development Act that deals with the disposal of land with the center omitting the phrase permanent resident of the state from section 17 or 17 of the law. This means people who are not permanent resident of the state can purchase land, and this kind of tool should be celebrated by especially Kashmiris, because now this is a way towards development. Many more companies will come, not only people from India, but many more companies will come, and Kashmir will see a height of development which was, I feel, was stagnant to shikaras and stagnant to the the old tradition which was there. Now, the youth of Kashmir has a lot of selections they have in front of them in terms of career, in terms of going out, and in terms of agriculture, what things they want to do on their land. And especially people who go out who are not resident, and if they go and buy a land, they will also add in the economy of Jammu and Kashmir. And in case people who are against this, I feel this is really disheartening. Isn't it, Satish?
So I think, Kanchan, the changes that have applied is only applied to the Jammu and Kashmir and not the Ladakh. And that is something that makes it little more interesting. And since last year, the former state of Jammu and Kashmir, Ladakh, was also protected by Article 35A. But now that was repealed last year, and which created a lot of flutters and sensitization in the valley. And a lot of local political leaders were put under necessary house arrest kind of situation. And the yesterday's decision will actually make it easier for a citizen to feel at home while he or she is in Kashmir. And I think until and unless a region is secluded or segregated, something like Hong Kong enjoys, something like Macau enjoys, till Kashmir should be a part, integral part of India. And when we say integral part of India, they cannot have a separate flag, they cannot have a separate anthem. And of course, the land buying, going, staying, and should also be as homogeneous as it is by everyone else feels in every other state. So the Lieutenant Governor of Jammu and Kashmir, Manoj Sinha, he claims that the agricultural lands were not up for sale to non-local buyers. So the amendment that has been done to encourage the investment. And that investment is a very important aspect of Jammu and Kashmir to make it a world-class destination, even if it is for the tourism purposes. What do you think?
Yes, definitely. I agree with your point because at the moment, I think Kashmir is not at par with states in India as far as development is concerned. So I think that's a great move of central government, and that also give uh, for immense progress because as it is, Kashmir is known for tourism, but then if there will be rise in tourism after this, and there will be more settlement or more places a part of what are being existed in Kashmir. So people will come and see the people who will come and buy land, and they may make a recreational spot. So that is also becoming easier for people. And since I have lived in Kashmir, I can very well understand sentiments of people who are opposing, and also sentiments of people who are with this law. Especially, I prefer that the law. I appreciate this law. I am with the law because now maybe people who are not against this law are not supporting this law. I think they maybe later on start supporting when they see economic development in the state, and they feel proud of this day.
Right. So Kanchan, there has been basically a 4 major land laws in Jammu and Kashmir, and because of these, the first 2 laws have been abolished. Only the last 2, where it talks about the permanent resident clause, has been deleted. And therefore, I can proudly say, or we can proudly say, that we are equal citizens in Kashmir, in Jammu and Kashmir. So after eliminating the protections, the Home Ministry will push the changes that would definitely shake up the Jammu and Kashmir's largely self-sufficient rural economy. I'm not saying that it will not be shaken up. It would be shaken up. But it will also lay open the industrial and the commercial forces from outside. There will be development zones, and these development zones will bring in designated industries. So earlier, the authorities could acquire land under the former Estates Land Acquisition Act, which was said that it was allotted or leased out for residential purpose to anyone who was not a permanent resident. Now land will be acquired under the central law, which has no such restrictions. They will have an industrial development corporation, and that will help building up some commercial centers related to various industries. And this corporation will manage the industrial areas and the industrial development zones. And the government is also required to keep the land at the disposal of the corporation and acquire the land under the central acquisition law. And there are strategic areas that need to be developed that will be available for development in all this. This will also allow for low-cost housing, and the land will not remain in the hands of few big landlords, as has been seen. And therefore, government will be able to push for promote public-private partnership for affordable housing. There will be fast-track approvals, and if this law is amended, it can be sold to any Indian citizen. So maybe we can think of our next plot of land in Gulmarg, isn't it?
Yes, sure. Why not? I also want to put across this fact is that this law is being passed on Infantry Day. So in a way, it is respect is being given to soldiers and their families and people who are being affected during this war in Jammu and Kashmir in 1947 when intruders came in Kashmir. And these soldiers had to move from house to house to clean up these intruders. So I think this is a very big gesture of central government, and I appreciate this law, and I support this law. So it was wonderful talking to you, Sitesh, and we'll discuss some other topic tomorrow in the next episode. Till then, bye-bye.
Thank you, Kanchan. I am going to explore properties under magicbricks.com.
Please give me also information regarding especially land buying in Kashmir.
Yes.
Okay. Bye-bye. See you.
Bye.
Who let the dogs out? Who let the dogs out? Who let the dogs out?
Good morning, Neville.
Good morning, CK. Beautiful day in London, and hopefully it's a beautiful day in India.
It's very bright. There's a lot of hot sun outside, and we are thoroughly enjoying the summers.
Fantastic.
So one thing I would like to share with you, Neville, today is that sometimes I get intuition, but I don't listen to my intuition. Sometimes I ignore the intuition and follow the book. And I would like to take your opinion. Is this the right strategy, or shall I listen to my intuition or not follow the book every time? What do you feel about this?
Well, you've introduced our trip through the alphabet really well, just by what you said today. No rehearsal, as usual. We just hit this on the road. And we're up to the letter R. And R, although today is a day of reflection, being Friday, we're not going to go down that simple route. We're going to go down a more complicated route. And you just mentioned it. It's the word relationship. And I'm not thinking of the relationship that we have with everybody else. I'm actually thinking of the relationship we have with ourselves. Because if we can get ourselves right, then we've got a really good chance of getting the relationships with other people. And intuition is one of those funny things where the book says, do this, and your intuition says, well, if I do that, I'm not going to feel happy with it, you know? And being happy at what you're doing is a relationship with yourself. And we've all been there. We've all been, if I follow the book, I'm just going to get the same. What if I just do something slightly different? And the thing is, do it. As long as it's not life-threatening, do it. Follow that intuition. But be aware, you know, part of the relationship you've got with yourself and following your intuition is being aware of what's happening at every stage of the change. Because, as you said, the book says do this. And if you follow the book's got the answer, you know? But your intuition will not necessarily have any answers. You've never done it before. Or you might have done it and it worked here, but it didn't work here. So what you've got to do is you've got to be very aware of what's happening when you follow your intuition. And there's a point where you drop it because actually, do you know what? It's just not the right time and right place. And that's the relationship with what's going on. But it's very personal. I hope this sort of makes sense. It's a simple concept in some respects, but once you start to get deeper into it, it gets very complicated because you can't compartmentalize it. Other things happen. You know, even, you know, your son might come running into the room when you're deep in something and you think, oh, you know, for goodness sake, go away. But you need a relationship with yourself because your son's coming in for a reason. And just because it's interrupted your very important stuff to you, just think it could be important to him too. Now, we know this. You know it, don't you?
Yeah, I think what you're saying is right, but I think, you know, I've got a problem. My problem is that although there is intuition, but there is a lot of confusion at the same time, because whether this is right or whether this is wrong, or shall I follow the book? I think that's where the confusion lies. Whether should I listen to myself or shall I do what everybody else is doing?
It's a difficult one, because if you do what everyone else is doing, you'll end up where everyone else is. And the question is that where you want to go? So you've almost got that end game that's defined for you. And as long as you follow the book, follow the process, because it's a process, the likelihood is you're going to get to the same place as everybody else. But is that where you want to go? Is that right for you? Does your intuition, which fundamentally builds upon your experience and your expectations, you know, we're back in the earlier part of the alphabet now, the letter E, your experience is part of your intuition. That really doesn't feel right. And I do this all the time, frankly. You know, I'm not perfect by any stretch of the imagination. Fortunately, I've got good family around me that tell me every time I've done it wrong. I wish they'd keep telling me when I've done it right every now and again, because it would really sort of help me a bit. But like anything else, we're quick to be able to tell people, no, you've done it wrong there, you know. And if you've got a good friend around you, they'll tell you that all the time. And as long as they're little things and they catch you early, then it's not a big deal. But this intuition is not their intuition. It's not their experience. It's your experience, and that's your personal relationship. So inside of you, you've got three voices going on all the time. you've got this really expansive, you know, I want to change the world, I'm going to do this and that and the other. That's a can-do person that's in here. And we've all got that can-do person, you know. So although people don't think that they're capable of doing things, yes, you can. You may not have the experience or the right knowledge, but you can do it. But then you've got two negative voices in there. So that's the positive voice. You've got two negative voices. One is, I can't. I'm going to go with the flow. And that's there in abundance. And I'm sure you know that, and people listening know that too. And then you've got this other nagging voice out there. I'm not going to do it. This is a stubborn voice. I won't. And as you see from the map behind me, those are the three options that you've got. Everything you do, wherever you do it, you've got those three options. And it's that self-relationship that you have to fight first. You've got to kick out the can't do's, knock away the won't do's, and stay with that can do. I believe in myself. Some people will call this risk. Well, if it's a real risk, roll the dice. Let the dice decide for you, you know. And if you're really worried about it, don't use one dice, use 5. Because then you've got a chance of, you know, one dice will give you 1 to 6. 5 dice will give you 1 to 30. Pick a number when those dice land, and I'm going to go with that, you know. That's a real risk, you know. You're letting chance happen. But your intuition is more than chance. You're balancing that risk. And you're saying, I'm not going to go with the flow. You know, I'm not going to go with those people. I'm going to go and do something different. And it may only be marginally different. You know, you don't have to be a radical and flow in a completely different direction. But remember, if you're going along on parallel lines like this and you just go 1 degree away, then after a while, look what happens to that 1 degree. It really does move away.
Right.
And the issue there is, as you move away, what's happening? If you're improving, and I'm not going to say what you're improving on, but you've made a decision to do something different. If you're improving and it's working for you, are you going to stop and go back, or are you going to do more? Simple question.
If I'm improving, definitely I'll continue on that path to improve more. I don't want to stop that process.
But if you're not improving, when are you aware that you're not improving? It's getting worse, or it's not as good as it could have been. That's the issue. And that's when your intuition kicks in again. But it's only because you're being aware. Now, these are really complex concepts in some respects, but you have to take that first step. And the first step is know who you are. Have that relationship with yourself. Nobody is perfect. No one gets it right all the time. And when you realize that, the first question you ask when you start to move away and it doesn't improve, you say, well, is it me? I've done something wrong. And although that might sound very critical, you're your best critic. Then you've got to handle it. So everything we're talking about here is captured under this term, emotional intelligence. And the best leaders in the world are highly emotionally intelligent. That doesn't mean they're intelligent. It just means they are fully aware of their situation and their emotions. And the nice thing is, when it goes like this, and it goes like that, you think, yes, wonderful. You know, I'm going to tell the world. But then you say, actually, I'm not going to tell the world because I've found something that's really unique to me, and I'm just going to keep it to myself. And that is your competitive advantage. And every business wants a competitive advantage. But you will share it with your colleagues, you know, people that work closely with you, because you say, look what's happened here. I did this. I didn't want to tell you about it at the time because I wasn't sure, But now, look what's happened. What if you were to do that? What if we were to do that collectively? How can we improve on that thing? And again, you're now talking about a relationship with everybody else. So it can blossom, but you've got to be able to handle the time when it doesn't blossom. Your intuition wasn't right. But don't let it stop your intuition taking the risk in the future. I hope this makes sense. You know, it's Friday, it's a day for reflection. So this is really internal reflection, but it's in this word relationship.
Yes, Neville, in fact, it makes a lot of sense. And as you rightly mentioned, I think the real challenge is to, is to understand the risk factor also, and how much. I think we need to work out a mechanism where we leave 10% on chance and 90% on intuition. So I think it's a long journey. I don't think, but you rightly mentioned, even though you have given us a path of follow the right thing that we believe, but I think to get this process implemented, it will take a few more days for us to do a little bit more thinking.
Like anything else, some of these things are not overnight sensations. The nugget, if you like, is to be listening and thinking about what's being said. And that, again, it comes back to this phrase, emotional intelligence, which when I first came across this phrase, I thought, emotional intelligence? What emotion's intelligent? Because its emotion is typically a reaction, how intelligent is that reaction? And it takes a while to think about, is there an emotion that's intelligent? Well, probably the only one is happiness, because if I smile and you smile, it's infectious. Yeah, that's pretty intelligent. I prefer to be there rather than be unhappy and sad. But is it really intelligent? Who knows? You know, I'm not a psychologist. You know, I'm not in that world of deep research into the inner machinations of the mind and how that works. There are plenty more people that we rely upon to do that. But the common sense is control your emotions. That doesn't mean to say when you're really ecstatic and you think you've got a fantastic result that you say, oh, that's okay then. That's not the sort of control you want. You need to feel it inside. That's the relationship you got with you. You know, when your favourite cricket team, scores a 6, how do you feel?
It's very exciting. It's thrilling.
Exactly. It's thrilling. And when they hit a second 6 off the same over, how do you feel then?
Well, there are, I think, 2 or 3 Indian cricketers who hit 6s on every ball of the over. So the expectations are much higher, because if this guy...
Yeah, exactly. You say, yeah, and all the tin cans are coming out, and the hoots are going, and the straw banners are going, and you're expecting the third one to go for a 6. And when it goes for a 6, your level of expectation goes up higher and higher. Okay, and then when the over finishes, fortunately, you only have to have 6 6s. No, but remember, there could be a wide in there. You might even have 7 6s. Who knows? So, but the interesting thing is, you're in control all the time. Yes, when I get a result, I get more excited, and I want to do more. When I don't get the result, don't feel down about it. This is the relationship you've got with yourself. Just say, okay, so it didn't work out this time. And move on. And say, but you know what? If I just change that slightly, I think it'll work. And then will your intuition say, I'm going to do that? Will that can-do person in here come to the front? Or will the won't do and can't do literally say, no, we're going to go back and do it by the book? Not that the book's wrong, by the way. Right? This is not saying that the book's wrong. But if you feel it's wrong for you in that particular context, you need to have the willpower to follow it through. I hope this makes sense. You know, it is Reflection Friday.
Certainly, Neville, it does. I think thanks for your advice. I think you have given me some direction to my question, which I started off this particular session. I think this is very useful, and I'm sure it is useful for others as well to follow the intuition and also gather more information to decide the next course of your action. So I think that is where we are, and thank you so much for giving us the direction.
No, my pleasure, CK. I hope you have a fantastic weekend. We're taking the weekend off to recharge batteries. Sadly, we're all at home and I can't meet the kids, so I have to look forward to that another time. So again, that's my relationship. I have to deal with that, you know. I can only have digital relationships with all the people that I love. So be safe, take care, don't go outside, enjoy the sun.
Thank you, and you too, Neville. We'll talk again on Monday.
Cheers, CK. High five.
High five.